Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Saffron
Squad?
Nutmeg Lady?
Sweet Cloud?
No.
Nutmeg Lady?
You said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the pitch swung on and blasted to deep left center field. Back goes Teodosio. He's at the wall. That ball is history. A 3-run Jimmy Jack for Adolis Garcia. He has turned the game around. It's the Rangers 3 and the Angels 1.
And from that point, the floodgates open, just like the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ coming at you live here, 11th floor Odyssey Radio Tower on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We also have our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Three-run homers in a get-right game, hopefully. Yeah. For your Texas Rangers offense as they pummel the Angels 20-3.
Yeah,
Holy smokes.
Kudos, mad kudos to the front office of the Rangers for sticking it to the Angels by not giving them a day game yesterday. That's to be the most impressive part of this whole thing.
What do you mean not giving?
Because the Angels don't do getaway days for the Rangers in Anaheim. They make them play 3 night games. Customary to give the road team a noon Wednesday game, right? So yesterday, typically the Rangers would have given the visiting team a 1 o'clock game. So they get out of town and they get to their next place. Well, they're just reciprocating the Angels because the Angels are so cheap. Oh, we would have had the nighttime gate. Okay, cool. Well, you're gonna get home at 2 a.m. and we're gonna send you home with a 17-run loss. So skedaddle, get.
Are you making a face over the whistling?
Yeah, I have no idea what that noise is.
Like a whistling in the headphones?
Whose mic is that? Peyton and I were just started looking at each other. I started cutting off my mic. Is that for me? What is that noise? Kudos to the Rangers front office too for just saying we're gonna stick it out. Eventually, we're gonna score 20 runs. We don't need to acquire anybody at the deadline. So it's fun when you can do that. It's fun when you get some nights like that.
22 hits. Jock, Adolis, Higgy hitting the 3-run homers. Seager going deep for number 21. And you know things are awesome when you are pinch running for Wyatt Langford, your best athlete, and fastest player on the entire team after Wyatt reached all 5 times.
Oh, yeah, and not only do you have the 3 guys that hit 3-run homers, you have 3 guys that have 5 RBIs on the night, which that is, I mean, it's rare enough to have one guy that drives in 5, let alone have 3.
Man, I felt bad for that kid out there.
Which one?
The one whose name, yes. I cannot pronounce, as it looked like he was going Rick Ankiel early on.
Yeah, oh yeah, he was all over the map. I mean, he hit Tellez, and I think it was the very next pitch. He threw one just right over the backstop.
The other guy to feel bad for is Peraza, I guess, a third of an inning, giving up 8.
Yep. Well, that's
that makes the ERA a 30.86.
Yeah, that's a position player too. Like he's like a third baseman.
I was out at that point.
I was.
You may have finished the Gambler yesterday when you texted us 7-1. You go Gambler time. I said absolutely. Go and binge it. You may have had time with this beatdown to watch the rest of the series.
I got through episode 4.
Okay,
so I had 2 more. I got 2 more, and I was like, man, I am falling asleep. So I think I still have like 10 minutes left in episode 4.
Okay.
It was pretty good, wasn't it?
I don't remember. I
think you got 3 or 4 episodes left.
No, it means he got 2 more in.
I got 2 more in. 2 more in. So yeah, I did 1 and 2 2 nights ago. Yesterday I did 3 and most. I don't remember the difference between 3 and 4. I think I like 3 better because it talked about the first Super Bowl, which is still the greatest team I've ever seen.
9 for 18 with runners in scoring position yesterday.
Is that good?
I
think that's good.
I don't know if they've gotten 9 hits with runners in scoring position all season, like cumulatively. It's just
what a great job by Du Bois.
It was a great job by Du Bois. I will say this: the one guy this year that I've watched and I've been like, generally good year from him, and I'd like him back is Higashioka. Kyle Higashioka is like the guy that this entire season I've been like, I haven't been disappointed with him really the whole year.
I tried to bury Jonah Heim a month ago.
He might be the best backup catcher in the game. The best spot start catcher. And you can make a case that he's not a spot start catcher. I mean, he played quite a bit in San Diego when he was there. He played with New York for a while, and he played quite a bit there too when guys got hurt, but I think he's the best backup catcher there is.
Sandler points out that Adolis is now 6 for 14 since coming off the IL with 4 extra base hits. If he can stay locked in, ... And Bruce Bochy was asked on the KNC Masterpiece, is this team the reality or do they have any other gear left?
I've been saying this. I think there is another gear. I think we've seen it after the All-Star break. We got on a good roll, and we had a nice run here to start this homestand. And really, these 5 games, I mean, we won 4 out of 5. Now, the game we lost, I don't know who would have beat that guy. I mean, Soriano, that's some of the best stuff we've seen all year. I said that you could put an all-star team in there against them, and they wouldn't have beat them. We just ran into a buzzsaw there. And so I like where we're at now, how we're playing. Again, Nate's a loss, and we're going to have to fill that hole. But not just Nate, though. I mean, Marcus, Berger. It's unreal what's happened with these injuries. But these guys they're going out there. They're showing up. They're playing hard, and it's been a good homestand. We'd like to finish it on a good note. It'd be big to get this one and have a day off in Sacramento and get ready for those guys.
So as Boch said, 4 out of 5. Actually make it 5 out of 6 because he did that interview before yesterday's game, and Peyton looked at the schedule. You had to win the series against the Angels, and now you have the Sorry Athletics next, while you are 4.5 back in the wild card and 6 back in the division.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody has ever said, we get a day off in Sacramento. You're forced to have a day off in Sacramento.
Has anyone ever been?
Flew in there once to go to Tahoe because Reno. The flight was like half price versus going to Reno, and it's there. It's like a bigger Waco. That's how I looked at it.
Unfortunately, they've won 3 in a row and 7-3 in their last 10. But it's a day off today. Athletics tomorrow.
Yeah, and circling back because I just had baseball savant. I was looking at Kyle Higashioka since we were just talking about it. This guy, I don't know what it is about him. He's like middle of the pack in Major League Baseball in terms of his exit velocity, and he's been that pretty much his entire career. But his sweet spot percentage, the number of times he's basically hitting the ball 95% or 95 miles per hour higher, In the last 3 years, he's been in the 90th percentile or higher in Major League Baseball.
He makes good contact.
When he makes contact,
Yeah.
the ball's smoked usually.
It is. And if you said he's in the middle of the pack in the sport in all those numbers, yet he's a backup, which makes him like a really solid backup player. Like I said, I think he's the best backup catcher in the game.
Why was Micah Parsons at the airport? That is coming up at 6:20, followed by the Payload at 6:40. Here on Sean and RJ, as we get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Tomorrow we're doing the show from Red Oak with the Firehouse Tour. So we'll be in Red Oak.
Yep, Red Oak is we're going a little south of Dallas, and see, I don't know if we've got the travel time right that we were talking about on Monday when we were talking about how far from the station we're. I think we're relatively close for this one, but we're gonna be at 547 North Methodist, and of course we're gonna have free breakfast from Whataburger while supplies last, and we're gonna have the cooling towel, which will keep you nice and cool over the next couple months.
Rangers Brewers ticket giveaway during the 720 Expressway, and we will finish up with our review of The Gambler. Ocho Cinco will join us live at 9 a.m. as well, so do not miss that. Let's clean up the Cowboys roster, Bobby. They've re-signed Will Greer to the practice squad. They're signing Trayshawn Holden back to the practice squad, and then they scared the hell out of you at defensive back, waiving Zion Childress and Andrew Booth.
Right, and that shouldn't scare you on the surface. Like, who cares if you decide that you need to move on from, whatever that noise is. Jeez. Turn your mic off, Sean. Sean, turn your mic off. Let me see if it's yours.
What do you mean? You're looking at us like we're doing something to the microphone.
No, I'm just asking. We're
trying to narrow down which mic it is.
It sounds like the aliens are coming to get Will Smith there.
I assumed it was sometimes in the past that's been like a similar sound has been Sean's water bottle like suctioning closed, but it's not that loud usually, so I don't think it's that. I don't know what. Turn your mic off.
My mic was just off.
It might have been Choppy's then. Who knows?
Could be a faulty mic.
Regardless, yeah.
Well, bottom line, just fix it, Peyton.
Okay, yeah. Let me just. Nope, that didn't work.
It is Choppy's mic. All right, so see, we narrowed it down. Look at that. We were able to figure it out. We troubleshooted it on our own. So, Choppy, why don't you just swing that one?
Swing the Corey Majors one over to you.
SOS.
So Andrew Booth and Zion Childress alone, that shouldn't be enough to cause you to panic. Like on the surface of like, why would that even be a big deal that you did that? As the Cowboys did claim two different defensive backs. Don't even know how to pronounce the first name yet. It's first a Triquez Bridges, I think, and then it's Reddy Stewart. And so they claim those two defensive backs. One of them is a rookie out of Florida. The other's one who had been with the Bears last year, so had some familiarity with Matt Eberflus. But if you've got two guys, one of whom Zion Childress, who you're talking about, he might have to start in the nickel for you in 7 days. And these two guys are guys that have been with you the entire summer. And you ultimately said, you know what? We'd rather roll with two guys we're just bringing in the building a week before the game.
Man.
That tells me their defensive back room is in trouble right now. And they're not confident at all in that group.
Yeah, getting rid of two guys who've been with you this long.
The whole offseason. They've been through the entire offseason program. They've played games with you. They know everything they need to know, and they still go. And one of them, again, like I don't think it can be emphasized enough, might have to start for you against Philadelphia next week in the slot. You went ahead and said, no, let's bring in these two guys who have done nothing with us, and they'll probably be better trying to catch up than these two guys.
We'll talk to Tommy Yarsh about that scary transaction coming up at 9:20, final hour of the program. We have a possible Micah grievance coming, but let's talk about the one that is already existing. DN versus linebacker. What's going on there?
So this is related to, this is the same thing we've talked about all offseason. We've tried to figure out, okay, what is it that's exactly the problem in terms of us figuring out how much money he's supposed to make this year.
We keep going 24, 21.
24, 21. It's just not been clear at all what he was classified as for the fifth-year option. And what we found out is that he was classified as a defensive end, which is $21 million, versus linebacker, which is $24. It's the
Let me stop
how
right.
is that?
Exactly.
How is that
no one asked that question yesterday on social media. I was like, how is the linebacker price higher than the DNs who are all getting paid, unless you're somehow counting TJ?
The stand-up edge rushers are counted as linebackers. So somebody like Watt or anybody else who rushes like that, who's a stand-up edge rusher, would be considered Will Anderson, who's not been paid yet, but Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, guys like that, they would be considered linebackers. And so that money that they make, this is the same thing that they ran into with.
They need to change that.
It should be edge. It should just be edge. And I think this has been a fight that's occurred a couple times now. When the Cowboys used to famously say, we're offering DeMarcus Lawrence to be the highest paid at his position. Then he's like, at defensive end, you're cutting out all the linebackers who rush. You're not including them when you're saying I'm going to be the highest paid. I want to be the highest paid of the edge rushers. It was the same question. So this is actually not a grievance against the Cowboys. This is a grievance against the NFL. This is Micah basically filing a grievance telling the NFL, you have categorized me wrong. It had nothing to do with the Cowboys.
And we all consider him, I do, a defensive end to make $21 million and not 24.
Sure, yeah. I mean, if you
for
look
the purposes of this, if I'm ruling on this case, they take it by each snap that you play and measure them against each other. I would guess that
he played defensive end more, but it's such a silly thing because it's just a 3-4-4-3 switch essentially. It's the 3-4 pass rushers are going to be standing up. The 4-3, like it should be whoever's a pass rusher, whoever's an edge rusher. That's logically what it should be. But I don't know if there needs to be some sort of, if that's just a rule change they can make, if that's something related to the CBA they have to negotiate in the next one, and you're just kind of stuck with this one right now. That's not totally clear.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, and we are going to need your thoughts and your text messages because of your theories over why Micah Parsons was spotted at DFW Airport leaving the Metroplex yesterday. We really take you inside the Star, followed by the Payload with the Thursday edition just getting started with the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show, next on Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
$33. Franklin, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin, the go-to car tracking attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Entire morning squad with you, with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. As yesterday, more drama with America's team as Micah Parsons was spotted at the airport.
Oh, yeah.
RJ Choppy, you believe it was absolutely intentional.
I do. Micah Parsons.
I have a counter to you coming up here soon. I think I'm going to win it.
I don't know about that.
You guys remember the Titans?
100% on purpose. Micah Parsons doesn't need to go to DFW. He doesn't need to go through TSA. Micah Parsons flies private.
There's my challenge. You lose.
Why?
I think Micah's very frugal.
No. Micah's
very tight and very frugal.
Not only is he going to fly commercial, he's also not going to play for pre-check like you do. He's going to go through regular TSA.
Yeah, see, nobody's that frugal. Nobody's that frugal. They'll pay $85 for pre-check.
It's not
over
really
5 years.
It's not the payment. It's just a hassle. That's
it's a hassle.
Made me delay.
And what was the thing he got in trouble for a couple years ago, where people were losing their minds because he refused to pay for something that was like $20?
Yeah.
It was like gas or something, I think.
Yeah, he's like, this is ridiculous. I'm not going to pay for 10 cents more a gallon for gas.
Could you see that was not General Pop versus
that was Gen Pop. That was Gen Pop.
Gen Pop.
That was Gen Pop.
Gen Pop.
See, here's the thing. I agree with you that he is frugal, but we would have seen by now a photo of him at the airport.
What do you mean?
Like going somewhere else?
Going somewhere else. And I just haven't seen that.
Since the negotiation started, I don't know that he would have gone anywhere. He
was in Dubai.
Either way, I'm just
right.
I'm really joking.
So my thought is this was on purpose.
Because people did say, this is part of me being naive a little bit, like, oh, really? I don't know. They're like, the nachos was intentional and laying on the table was intentional. There are people who do believe that is him sending messages.
Hey, look, I mean, I could, if you wanted to say, look, it was there. I was just relaxing on the table. Fine, whatever. To me, this was one of those, oh, where's he going? Maybe he's going on vacation. We don't know where he's going. But I think he wanted to be seen. Otherwise, because if he didn't want to be seen, it's very easy. Just go to Addison Airport, just take a private jet. Go to McKinney Airport. He lives in Frisco. Take a private jet, as opposed to driving all the way to DFW from where he is in Frisco, and hopping on a Spirit Airlines flight to LA.
So Jane Slater, I really wish we had someone in the airport that would have. If it was me and I had like an extra hour to kill, I would have followed him. I want to see what gate he's walking to. And then we didn't get the airport land photo. I'm sure everyone in Wisconsin was sitting there waiting for him, like Jerry and Charles Haley.
Yeah, like you think he's in the Group 6 on American? Do you think that's where Mike is?
Dude, you never know.
He's Group 1. Group 1.
Never know how people spend the money.
I mean, look, he doesn't have a lot of money, clearly. He's not been able to get his contract done. He's got to be able to get his payday before he knew that. That may be part of the statement, too, is just like, look where I'm at. Like, I can't even I can't fly private.
So Jane Slater went right to work. No, he's not headed to Cabo. I'm told Micah is getting a second opinion on his back, per a source informed. The Cowboys are off until Friday. Bobby Bell, what do you make of this?
That sounds like that kind of action of going, I'm going to go fly out of state and get a second opinion, or I assume out of state, I guess just out of Dallas. I'm flying out of Dallas and I'm getting a second opinion on my back. That to me sounds like somebody who's trying to gear up not to play next week. That's what it sounds like. That sounds like somebody who's trying to say, I'm not good enough to play. Your MRI came back pretty clean, quote unquote. So I need to go find a second opinion that'll tell me I'm not playing.
Because my first initial reaction was, second opinion on the back. There's no back injury. So someone fed that to Jane as the story to believe. Where is he really going? Would the Packers fly him out on a private plane? Could he be going to Green Bay? Is he going on a vacation? Is he going somewhere else? And then it said to me what you just said. Oh, this is his counter to the Cowboys' clean MRI. He is going to find, a doctor off The Simpsons somewhere in this country to say, yeah, you do have something. Mullighetto's like going through the Rolodex of saying, who do I have in here? Who's the fixer? Who's some physician in here that will give us the paperwork we need if this thing goes to NFL court?
Is the injury report's not out, right? There's no injury report.
No, so it wouldn't start till Sunday or Monday, whenever they start practicing.
So like right now, if they've given him a clean bill of health, would he be on it?
He would be on I would imagine they would have him on there. It would say DNP, and then it would say NIR, not injury related, is what they would put down.
Mike Florio, attorney, ProFootballTalk.com, friend of the show. He talked about Micah's approach versus Dak and CD and how ugly this could all get.
Micah's approach was different. It was a hybrid. I'm not holding out, but I kind of am holding out. And I think that short-circuited Jerry's brain, and they don't know how to deal with him. They need to view this as a holdout. He's there, but he's holding out, Jerry, and he's not playing. He's not going to do your bidding. He's not going to show up and play week one. Jerry got it right when he said a couple of weeks ago, I'm not so sure he is going to play. He knows where this is going. He's just, and I've said this from the get-go, daring Micah to go through with it. And if Micah goes through with it week 1, that's when I think they have to ask themselves, can we fix this, or are we going to take this to the ultra ugly level of filing some sort of a grievance, seeking some sort of relief under the CBA for violations by Micah in claiming to be injured when he really isn't. It's got the potential to be very, very ugly.
Franklin injury attorneys fan text 877-881-1053. He needs an injury designation to get paid. 3 MRIs and all good. It's just posturing. And then for the 207, I don't know where that is, buddy. You don't fly if you have a back injury. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm sure I've flown with a stiff back.
No, Bobby flies all the time. His back is real effed up.
Yeah, every day I do that. This is something where the fact that he's seeking this out is another play. I don't know that it necessarily is a underline that this has gotten awful, but it's another card they have to play, and it's one that they are, and they're going to go seek it out. And Terrence Parsons, who we love to quote from here on the show, Micah's brother, who is very, very vocal. He had said yesterday in reply to some of these different stories and some of these things that happened, he quote tweeted the story from Jane's update on NFL Network, and he said, "It's going to get ugly. Put your gloves on. This is going 12 rounds. And then when somebody said, well, what round are we in right now? 10 or 11, right? And he's like, 6. So that's Terrence Parsons, what he's saying.
Let's reset now what we all think is going to happen, and I'm taking the extension out of it. All right? You have to either pick between him playing against the Eagles with no new deal or him not suiting up next Thursday.
Oh, okay. So I hadn't thought of these because I'm firmly on team. They signed 6:02 p.m. on Thursday.
Okay.
So pregame. But let's say there's no deal.
Yep.
I think he plays, but small.
Bob?
He plays 15 snaps or something like that.
Okay.
Is what I think happens.
So you don't think they're going to go through with the ultimate Emmett?
It's... I mean, I can't say with certainty. I can't say anything with certainty on the way they've done, with the way they're handling this, because it's such a different approach than Dallas has ever run into, and it's become such a weird dynamic between Micah and Jerry and David Mulugeta and how they're interacting on this, or how the steps that they're choosing to take on this, that it's really hard to forecast based off of what they're doing, like what it means. So I think he's going to play. I can't imagine he's going to miss time, but if he can go get the injury designation from somebody else and file a grievance, then this gets uglier a lot faster, and it ratchets up another level.
When's the last time we've had a player playing with the grievance against the team? They're fighting with each other with the grievance active.
I feel like that has happened before. Not here in Dallas, but I feel like it's happened in one of these other contract situations that's occurred.
Florio also checked in on the Green Bay rumor, and he said the Packers are interested. However, the interest is nowhere near the smoke that's out there. That's what he was told. If, of course, the package included a player the Cowboys covet, that could change things. A straight draft pick deal won't help the Cowboys this year, close quote. Choppy, you have said you want a straight draft pick deal. Brian Gutekunst, the general manager in Green Bay, was specifically asked about trying to get a player like Micah, and he prefaced it by saying he couldn't talk about a player on another team. Every opportunity that's out there, we think can help the Packers, we think will take a long look at. So that is Florio saying, yes, there's interest, but maybe not to the level that's out there right now of a deal has been agreed to. Green Bay is willing to pay him $45. It's just waiting on the Micah sign-off.
Yeah, I think Green Bay's got something that they want to offer. I don't think Green Bay has offered anything, though.
And why would you not?
Because I think...
Question.
This whole thing in the NFL, this peeing contest of you got to officially say he's on the block before we call you with any type of... It's this challenge game of call first.
So stupid.
It's
so stupid.
I think
it's like couples.
I don't know. My guess is related to the way Jerry has done business before and the way he talks about phone. I would guess they don't want to get a I'm not listening to you or a no from Jerry as the starting point. And so they're just probably sitting there going, wait for him to say, we've got the call ready as soon as he says he's going to listen. And I think that the whole time, the unlikeliest scenario to me this entire way of all these different things that we've talked about that could be possible, the most unlikely to me has been that he gets traded this year. That's been the one that I've said that's not going to happen. Them getting a deal done at the 11th hour is more possible. Him getting traded next spring is more possible. All those sort of things.
Right.
I think
I don't think they're going to do it now. But then again, when you get into next spring,
I think
those draft picks become more valuable.
I think it's shifting a little bit though. Like I think they've gone from what they've continued to say this whole time. We're not trading Micah Parsons. I think they're beginning an evolution of we're probably not trading Micah Parsons. And once we're probably not trading Micah Parsons, it can flip at any second to call us. And that's where I think that they're kind of starting to have their evolution. But I think that I think the most unlikely scenario for me, and it could still change because again, anything could happen right now. I think the most unlikely scenario to me now is no longer he gets traded before the season. The most unlikely scenario to me is they get a deal done before the season. And that I think still my likeliest option would be he plays out the year on the contract that he has, and then something happens next spring. But ultimately, I don't think he's signing an extension here.
We need to come up with a pros and cons list of trading him now versus after the year, with all the drama and distraction that comes along with it. So we need to do that and unveil a little bit later on.
By the way, to your question, 2017, K'Wan Short had an active grievance against the Panthers and played through it. That was the last one that I can see.
All right, there it is. Micah spotted at the airport. Jane Slater right on it, saying that the second opinion of the back is being seeked out, and we think that is leading to a possible grievance battle between the two parties. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We want to hook you up with Rangers Brewers tickets in the 720 Expressway. Why is Peyton Russell previewing college football with wheelchairs? It's the Payload every Thursday, next on Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has low fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic.
Yep.
I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is 6:40 on a Thursday. It's time for another edition of the Payload, and why not just make it a college football payload? Because we'll be talking a couple college football segments here as well, and also Major League Baseball. But first, let's talk about Week 1 of college football. It starts this weekend. You know, Week 0 was in the past, if you believe in that or not. Whatever, it's fake football. You had a game in Ireland going on. But
how
Week
about
1,
that father-son fight? How disgraceful was that? The father and brother of the quarterback fighting outside.
Yeah, Avery Johnson, the father of his father. Yes, that was and look, that was a disgrace. That was awful. Who fight? I could not imagine getting into a fist fight with my son and basically trying to hold his head into a puddle. I just couldn't imagine doing that. And
then you do it at your other son's public event opening game.
Yeah, like have some couth.
Decorum.
Decorum, yes. And by the way, don't put that game in Ireland.
Oh,
Farmageddon.
It's
a conference game. You can't take a conference game and put it into a neutral site like that.
What, you want to go throw it in one of the cornfields in Iowa?
Yeah.
No.
I
loved it.
Give it to K-State. It's their home game.
I loved it. I loved the game. And it was a dreary game. That's Ireland weather right there. I thought it was great. That was an awesome game.
So you have a bunch of games going on tonight. I believe Boise State kicks things off. I think they're the only ranked team playing. They start around 4:30, 5 o'clock tonight. But then Oklahoma State also plays, so shout out any Oklahoma State alums. But then Nebraska also plays tonight. They play Cincinnati. And I'm going to tell you why I'm talking about this team coming up here in a little bit. But they're playing Cincinnati at Arrowhead Stadium, the home of the Chiefs. Maybe we get Travis Kelce, little Tay-Tay action, because, Travis Kelce, an alma mater of Cincinnati.
He is, that's right.
So there you go. Perfect tie in there.
Maybe an alum.
I believe he's an alum.
Yeah, the school is his alma mater. He is not an alma mater of Cincinnati.
There you go. I knew it was the A word or something else.
I thought it said alma mater. I thought you were going to make the jokes about Raiola playing at Mahomes Stadium.
I can't stand that.
The lookalike. And the other day he came out and said, I can't help that God made me look like him.
Right.
You don't throw like him.
What a comment. What a comment.
Yeah, it's turned douchey.
Did you see him with Andy Reid? They were like doing
ducking bullets in Andy's office.
No, they were doing like he was like out there and he was shaking hands with all the players coming by, and Rayola's just like the most too cool for school of it all. Like, yeah, what's up, bro? Like, just looking like a total douche.
I'm out.
Well, you're also going to have Deshaun Singleton play for the who did he play for? Nebraska. There you go.
That's who
That's the other team. So CBS Sports had some of the Cornhuskers on one of their podcasts, and defensive back Deshaun Singleton was talking about wanting the fans to go crazy tonight. And this is how he expects fans to be like when they're out there playing Cincinnati.
We're finna make people in wheelchairs stand up. You heard me? Yeah. Get like that. Tell you.
They gonna get up. Y'all just got Sean in mode.
Quite the comment there. Quite the comment.
Just like U.S. Sandler's charity.
Yeah, and look, maybe Jared needs to invite Deshaun out there. We could both have some stand-up talk there. But yeah, so this is what he said. I'll play a little bit of it again.
We're finna make people in wheelchairs stand up.
Oh, no.
I don't know if he was thinking about it. I don't know if he was thinking.
I think he did. That's the problem.
Sure.
I think he was like, here we go.
There's no problem with it, really. It's fine. It's an innocent comment.
Except when you're Peyton, right? Like at Sandler's thing, blocking jump shots from people.
I'm finding this. I've saved it. I've waited for the moment. I'm finding this Peyton basketball photo to tweet out right now.
No.
At 105.3 SS, the amazing action shots, the concentration.
I've got one. Is this the one you're looking for, or are you looking for another one?
That's pretty good.
That shot went in. I know that shot went in.
I know that shot went in. I know it went in.
He's got those glass cutters on display again there.
Hey, I was a finalist in that. I want to make my point.
I would hope so.
Okay, the people shooting were not in wheelchairs. I was going up against
Chris Ballard.
Charity for Special Olympics.
I was a finalist. Yeah, hang the banner.
Wheelchair runner up.
But yes, please do not put those out. And if you do, then maybe it's my last day working here. But yeah, those are awful here. All right, we got some other college football stuff to get to. we have the unbelievable, unique college football names of the season. We do this probably, I think, every year, and all of these, once a year, these come out, in August sometime before week 0 kicks off, and Aiden will have some of the names on the fan cam, because I was going through some of these, and I was like, there's no way this is a real person's name. And so, I had to go through and actually look up the roster and find out for myself, and so I did. So we'll lead things off out of Charlotte with Isaiah Bullerdick.
No.
Great name. You heard me. Isaiah Bullerdick. There he is. So a fantastic name. I believe he's an offensive lineman. Big guy out of Charlotte, but that's what we'll lead things off with. We next go to Kent State with DeRealis Clark.
DeRealis?
Not the fakest. DeRealis Clark out of Kent State. This next one, God's Power Nawawi from Army. I believe I said that name right, but Aiden has that up on the fan cam.
Garland, Texas.
Yeah?
Yeah. God's Power Nawawi from Army. And then we have a Wing Green from Campbell. Wing first name. Green last name.
Campbell's, huh?
That's right, Campbell. And then right here in the Metroplex, we have King Large, offensive lineman from SMU. King Large, and yes, he's a large person.
That's a good name for an O-line guy.
You got to play offensive lineman if you're King Large. Got to. This next one, you'll probably remember it. Memorable Factor from Duke. First name, Memorable.
He was on the list last year. I do remember him.
Yeah, and so I think this next one, he's been on there for a few years now. Maybe he graduates here soon. Dude Person in Central Arkansas.
I like
Dude Person. This is like one of those guys.
I love their videos, the trick shots.
Yeah, very good videos.
You're making a my player. You're making a my player on 2K or whatever game you're playing, and you're like you forget to change the name, and your name's just my player, but now here it's Dude Person. So Dude Person in Central Arkansas, and you can text in your favorite names or names you've heard before, or if you know anyone, you can text in that as well.
Is it the generic name on MLB The Show Joe Person? I think it's Joe Person.
Is it Joe Person
or Joe Player or something?
Joe Player or something like that.
Yeah. This next one is a great one. Nitro Tuggle from Purdue.
It's Jesse Tuggle's kid.
Tuggle.
Is it?
I don't know. I just assume.
Yeah,
might be.
And this
Nitro
next
American Gladiator fan, obviously.
We have a couple more here to get to. This next one is by far my favorite. Gideon ESPN Lamprun.
I just saw this.
Bowling Green, right? Now, the SIDs of the team, whoever, they'll say, no, it's pronounced Espin, but it's spelled ESPN and then last name Lamprun.
This is his dad. His dad snuck this onto his birth certificate while his mom was in recovery, and I think this would get a divorce in most marriages.
Is it the middle name? A lot of times middle name doesn't matter. It doesn't count.
Do you think you could have snuck Espin onto Ollie's name?
But I'm married to a Latina.
Man, they didn't even. So this must be because when I had my kids, they didn't even let the dad near the name thing.
The name thing?
When you wrote down the name, they gave it to the mom. It was like, no, the mom does this.
Biggest fight I've ever gotten in with Kristen's mom was over Addison's name.
What?
Because Addison was like, they were trying to figure it out. Kristen wanted to name her Addison or Graceland. I did not like Graceland. She chose Addison. She'd been named for 4 hours Addison, and her mom was trying to you really wanted Graceland. Let's just have him change it on the birth certificate. And I was like, out in the hallway now, we're talking. And I was like, shut the hell up. Stop. We've picked it now. She's been named for 4 hours. We're not changing it now. Shut the hell up or leave.
My dad tried to bully my son's name, too. Same thing. My aunt's calling me. Can't you just maybe... No. Get out of here. No.
Last one here. Louisiana Tech has a player named Pig Cage. P-I-G, Pig Cage.
That's good.
So there you go. They're the names. They're the unique names of the 2025-2026 season.
Is that really his name is Pig, though, or is that a nickname?
I assume it's a nickname.
It's on the roster. I mean, I assume that's his name, but yeah, maybe some of these aren't birth certificate names. Pig Cage out of Louisiana Tech there. But all right, is the Payload every Thursday at this time. Now let's talk some Major League Baseball. We've talked some college football. Now let's talk baseball. Mickey Moniak of the Colorado Rockies, an outfielder. He was mic'd up during a game recently, and he explains why he switched favorite NFL teams. And let me know if this is a valid reasoning or not here from Mickey.
And I saw you the other night in a Patrick Queen Steelers jersey.
That's right.
Are you a Steelers fan?
I am. Most of my family's from Western Pennsylvania, so Grandpa grew up in Youngstown. A lot of family up in Erie. There's some here today, so yeah. I was a Charger fan growing up, and they left me. You can't leave San Diego and go to LA and expect me to still be a fan. So went 2 years without a team, and was feeling the void, and figured the Steelers were a good fit.
I have no problem with the change. I know people get tired of their teams. You know, we've had a bunch of Cowboys fans that they're leaving, but you can't call yourself a diehard fan. He didn't here, but I'm just making the point that you can't call yourself a diehard fan if you're changing teams. You can't do that. That's the point of being a diehard fan and a fan of one team. You go through the thick and the thin.
They left.
Yeah, I mean he's from San Diego. Like
Right.
if you bail on San Diego, I have no problem if you then say no, you abandoned my hometown. We're done.
What are you talking about? You left the Longhorns because of a woman.
No, I didn't. You made that
You
story
bailed
up.
on
You guys made
Texas.
that story
If
up.
the Dallas Cowboys moved to, if the Texas Rangers moved to Nashville,
Yeah.
they would lose 95% of their fans here.
Yeah.
There's
I think
there's a handful that would stick around.
even within
maybe.
the state, if the Cowboys moved to San Antonio, there are tons of people in Dallas would abandon them.
Right.
And just say, no, absolutely not. I'm not sure you moved them. You abandoned me.
Taking a big L on this one, Peyton.
Man, really? Okay, so because
you would still be a Ranger fan if they moved to Nashville?
Yes, I'm a diehard fan. I root for
They're
their
not your team anymore. They're gonna get
They
another
abandoned
team.
you. They left you.
I'm not going to abandon them.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
be a sucker.
They abandoned you.
I need the fan text on this.
I mean, hell, man. I was like,
again,
when I was like 9 years old or whatever, I was a Browns fan, and they moved. I was like, I'm done.
You were from
I had nothing to do with Cleveland.
You were from Maryland. How many Colts fans did you know from the Baltimore region growing up, where it was like, oh yeah, I followed them to Indianapolis. Now I'm a big Colts fan for the Indianapolis Colts.
Absolutely not.
Or the Cleveland Browns. The Browns fans did not cheer for the Ravens when they moved to Baltimore. That wasn't a thing.
No.
So no.
But again, the change in teams, I don't have a problem with. I get it. You're tired. I just said if you're a diehard fan, he can't be like, oh, I'm a diehard Steelers fan now because
when they're the Pittsburgh Steelers changing to the California Steelers, you don't have to be a diehard of the California Steelers.
It's called abandonment. Peyton, it's like marriage. They were abandoned. They lived up to their vows, and now they are committed to their second spouse.
I'm a loyal fan.
For the 302, I'm still a Pirates fan, even though they moved to the minor leagues.
Relegated.
It's the Payload every Thursday at this time here. I have way too many photos. I cannot find these Peyton action shots. It's ticking
I
me
texted
off.
you one.
I need the basketball. I need the shooting form. I need the shooting form. It's in our company email.
I'll send it to you. I got it here. I got all of them saved.
There it is, baby.
Oh my gosh.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. Luka Choppy prime time. Give us the review of your son's first tackle football game.
Man, it was Julian actually. It was
I'm sorry.
Julian. So he played his first. It was a seventh grade. It was their blue-white scrimmage, if you will, right? The Cowboys blue-white scrimmage. This, I guess, is blue gold or whatever. He played wide receiver, mostly corner, and he did not get a return. I guess they were just kicking the whole time because I guess they're A team, so they kicked the whole time.
He didn't get a kick return?
They didn't get kicked off to because I guess they didn't know the other team score. So they didn't get kicked off to. And it was just an inter-squad scrimmage.
Okay.
But he was not totally looking for contact. I told him.
And how was he wearing? You just described Dion, and then you sent us a photo. He's wearing 21.
He's wearing 21.
Did you talk to him about this? Because I know you made them wear 2 because of Jeter.
No, he wore 99 in baseball to start, and then he wanted to be like his brother because his brother had a chain, so he switched to 2. But they just give you a number in football at the middle school level. They just give you a number that fits, and they gave him 21. And I was like, you have no idea. You have no idea what you've stepped into.
Yeah.
First of all, he never puts his mouth guard in. The strap's always down, right? So it's Dion had the strap down,
Oh, my God.
but this was the mouth guard, right? So you got Dion vibes there. He's never near the huddle. He just kind of stands out there on the corner like, I know someone's coming to me.
Also like Dion, yeah.
Also like Dion.
Not tackle.
Also
wasn't looking forward to shed and block.
Yeah.
Couldn't
check
shed
all
and block.
these boxes,
Yeah.
man.
It's Dion, man. It's prime time.
Jacob, when he was playing middle school football, that was the first thing I noticed. He was on special teams kick coverage, and I was like, that boy does not want to get into any of the S right now.
A Texas Rangers explosion, and why are the Mavs throwing a Luka fit again? That's next with the Rangers Brewers ticket giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on. Next.
105.3 The Fan.
First pitch to Jock, drilled deep out into right field. Adele going back, he leaps, and it is gone. Adele trying to make a home run saving grab, but that one just gets by him for Jock Peterson. A 3-run homer. Rangers lead 7-1.
Everybody getting healthy in that lineup after Brett Boone joined us yesterday here on Sean and RJ. We are your home for Rangers baseball. A 20-3 absolute beatdown in a bullpen day. It was a bullpen day start, so that's even better for you as Adolis, Jock, and Higgy hit 3-run homers. Jock recently turning it on
a little bit. He's got his little power stroke going, and you're not looking for Jock to have 4 singles in a game. You know, do you want Jock to go 3 for 4 with 3 singles or 1 for 4 with a home run? They're looking for Jock to go 1 for 4. They don't care about him volume hitting wise. They care about him power hitting wise, and he's got the power stroke going.
And Bobby, I know you're going to say it's too little, too late, and it probably is. But Jock Peterson throughout the year. Hold on tight to the steering wheel. In March, it was a .77 average. Then in April,
sounds like a blood alcohol level. .77.
Well,
that might kill you.
I'll keep it there every month. It's a .115 in April, a .167 in May, nothing in July in 11 at bats, and this month .283 with 5 home runs and 12 runs batted in to go along with 5 walks.
Yeah, I mean, if you're getting that from him throughout the season, this is probably a different season. Like this is probably a different outcome for them. And I know he was hurt for a large stretch, and so he was off the field for a large stretch. But I mean, if you would have been able to get that guy this season, if he would have been the guy that you were getting the entire year, then Texas is probably a different baseball team. And so that's the frustrating thing, is because they thought they were getting that guy. They thought that was going to be the dude that they were getting this year, was a 900 OPS guy. That's who he was last year. They thought they were going to get some pop. And so they're finally getting it now. It's just, it does feel like it's a little too late.
Around the rest of the sports world, day off today, athletics tomorrow, so keep taking advantage of the sorry teams. You're 4.5 back in the wild card. Rashee Rice suspended for the first 6 games of the year for the accident right behind us on 75.
Yeah, so I went and looked at some of the other suspensions, and he got the 6 games, right? So, there were 6 game suspensions this year for PEDs. So of the guys that are suspended this year, he got the same suspension as a PED violator would. So our guy, Isaac Alarcon, who was in camp a couple of years back.
I want the cake.
Yeah, that's right. Michael Hecht also getting the 6 games. And then the guys who got more than that, one of them was Justin Tucker with conduct detrimental to the league. I was curious how they were going to suspend this. Like,
Bobby, you thought it was pretty accurate,
I think it's pretty consistent. Like if you look at Zeke, some of the other suspensions that have occurred over time where you've gotten these 6 game suspensions for conduct detrimental, it's about in line. Like usually I think they're either too soft or they go too aggressively in some of their punishments. This one I feel like 6 was about right. And I do think that I'm surprised that Rashee Rice just said, "Cool, let's go. I'll take it."
So here's my question. He was driving 119 miles an hour, whatever it was. Did he? And then he left the scene. So he didn't. Nobody died, right? So, but he hit somebody.
People ended up in the hospital.
Okay, because Myles Garrett's got like 8 speeding violations of like 191 or above, and like 5 of them are over 100. Like, is this just because? Are we just being results based here because he hit somebody?
Yes. I mean, the court system is usually results based.
But there's an attempted. There's an understanding.
Not
of
with
attempt.
speeding though.
Yeah, you got to hit someone to really get in trouble if you're going 85.
85, yes, not 115. Myles Garrett's. I mean, he's a menace out there.
I know, but no one's getting hit. He's not destroying any property.
Like the second he does hit somebody and then walks away from an accident, he gets suspended 6 games. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I got issues with that. It's the result.
So you think if you go 110, you should get the same punishment as Rashee Rice?
No. I think if you're somebody who is like a serial 115 guy, after a while, it's like, all right, you know what? You're just getting lucky here, and I'm not dealing with that.
I agree with you. I agree.
Okay, if I take a gun, I just fire it in the air, and I never hit somebody, right? To me, that's no different than somebody firing a gun in the air and hitting somebody.
Okay,
but then also walking away from it. Like, you got to remember, he walked away from the scene. He literally walked up the ramp of the tollway, like, to get away from it. It wasn't just the only difference is it wasn't just the only difference is, well, he hit somebody and he didn't. The difference was he hit somebody and then he left the scene with all of his friends.
But he's arguing Miles should get more, and I agree with you. I thought you were just comparing one-offs. No. Myles Garrett should get lit up. I think get lit up by a judge for getting busted the 6th, 7th, 8th time. It's only a matter of time before you kill someone or yourself.
He should get his license.
I think it's a hard sell to NFL fans to say you suspended somebody for speeding, though. Like where even if it's multiple times, the justice system should crack down on him harder. But the NFL suspending him for just you've sped a lot. A lot of fans would hate that.
Tommy Cutlets to the New England Patriots. Mike Vrabel has said we need to sniff out a rat. So the internet said you bring in Tommy Cutlets, who is no longer a New York Giant. Who are you happier that they did not get between, and I'm going to take 2 L's on this probably, unless the Patriots are awesome this year or next, and North Carolina? You have to pick. Who are you happier they did not get between Belichick or Vrabel?
Oh, I'm happier it's not Vrabel. Probably. Yeah. I mean, although I don't know how... I might be entertained by some of the Belichick stuff. There would be nothing entertaining and about Mike Vrabel and him saying we're going to run the ball 60 times, basically, and then being kind of a jackass about it the entire time. That dude is like he's all of Dan Campbell with none of the fun. That's Mike Vrabel.
He's had 2 quotes recently where he's like, we need to sniff out the rats around here, and then yesterday he was talking about guys getting cut.
Yeah, he's very... what's the word? I don't know, caustic. Like he's very harsh and
he comes across like a bully.
Yeah, 100%. And to me, the more you see Vrabel come around, I think he's a good football coach. I would never want his philosophy running the football team, and certainly don't want that attitude.
But what Belichick is doing. Same question to you, by the way.
I'd rather neither. I can't have a guy wearing a sweater vest, and that's Vrabel. I mean, that's worse than the visor.
What Bill Belichick is doing, you used a word for it last night in your email. What was it?
I don't know. Which word did I use in that?
Well, look it up.
I said his focus is no longer on football. I said every news story about Belichick seems more improbable than the last.
Improbable. Mm-hmm. What he has done, what he is doing, what he has turned into is absolutely improbable.
It's sad.
With he and the girlfriend now filing trademarks for Gold Digger and other things.
Gold Digger, which
why would you put that spotlight on yourself?
Plus, I also think
what? Go ahead.
Does Kanye not have a bigger claim to that word?
I don't know. They said the trademark, it looked like it was 2 words separated. Kanye's song title, I think, is a word together. Maybe that's the difference.
You're a simp. You are no one should ever be afraid to interview Bill Belichick ever again, looking at him as his status as a man right now.
But he also tried to trademark Chapel Bill. Good one. Bellustrator.
Never heard that before.
But yeah, because it's the Billustrator, Jay Billis.
You're not doing Monday Night Football analysis anymore.
How about this awfully insensitive one? The Trail of Salty Tears.
Oh.
Dear God.
And what is that from? The Salty Tears?
No.
Where are you coming up? What a spineless jellyfish he is. Bill Belichick getting completely turned by this girl, and she's going and celebrating that they got a Hulu series. Now, I'm still going to watch. I'm watching it because of all this craziness. So they did do their Hulu thing after the other one fell through.
Yeah. So, and now, they open with TCU. Was that Monday? TCU's a favorite this game.
They're 0-12 this year. They're 0-12.
They're not 0-12.
They're 0-12. They are losing record for sure. I'm going to say 0-12. If he's filing Gold Digger, that dude is already going to have enough. issues adjusting to a college game and building the roster that he's trying to build, if he's not even focused on the aspects that have always made him great, which are the details, because he's filing trademarks for Gold Digger, that dude's going 0-12.
Well, that's a stupid take, but what's not a stupid take is I think both of you were asking, how do you go and play for him with this type of stuff? This would absolutely influence my decision in sending my kid, or if I'm the kid, being like, what are you doing?
I know.
What are you turning into?
Very strange. Like, this is... You're allowing somebody else to run your program. Like the college
run
football
your
coaches,
life.
Name me the college football coach that's great, that is not viewed as completely in charge of that program.
It's a good
It'd be
question.
like the Nick Sirianni of college.
Right. Like, they're all Kirby Smart. Like, it's no doubt who's in charge of that program, right? No doubt who was in charge of Clemson. Who's
Ryan
in charge.
Day.
And why
is a lot of people feel like the AD's got a lot of power there.
Why is Belichick this thirsty for money at every turn? You are rich beyond your wildest dreams.
I'm exaggerating 0-12. I am serious. 4 wins. That's what they get this year.
What's
they win
their
4
over
games.
under?
I think it's higher than I'm looking at it.
Oh, it's definitely higher than that. So I want to see if I can just take advantage of Bobby Betts, since he can now gamble.
Well,
7.5.
I can't.
MGM.
I got a notice yesterday from the Cowboys that said, hey, since you contract with us, you got to take the gambling policy again this year. So I actually can't.
Oh. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. The Dallas Mavericks are doing what with Luka Doncic now? A video game billboard that was put up outside the AAC. Can someone educate us on what this video game is? Pepe, do you know what this is? What Luka is partnering up with? Overwatch 2? Do you know what that is?
I've never heard of that.
So Overwatch is the one that he's been, like, people have found him streaming on it before and tried to talk to him over. That was where the You Are Luka Doncic came from, that drop that Peyton's played before. That was from Overwatch. He's one of the... He claimed in an interview this week that he's still one of the top 500 players in the world on it. Like, he's on the rankings for it.
I have no idea what this is, like you. But this...
They put up a billboard, half Luka's face, half one of the other characters. I guess right by the Dirk statue.
It's right. It's to the right. So if you're looking at the arena, from I guess from where those restaurants are south of Victory, it's on the right hand side. Right by, I think it's Channel 8's right there. That is, and the Mavericks are all upset about this. That is soft with a W and an A. That is soft. You weasel losers. You traded him. You have no control over where his billboards go.
Well, who owns the billboard space? If they hadn't moved, how did that even get allowed? How can they get rid of it if they don't own the space? And if they do own the space, how did that get approved to advertise? That I need to know the answer to, because I will disagree with you.
If they own it, then they own it, right? If they own it, then they own it, and
they can get rid of it. I wouldn't. You can't have Mavs fans driving by the damn Dirk statue, looking at Luka's face. But how can they get rid of it
if it's not there?
If it's not there,
right? And if it's a video
Arash
one,
Markazi reported this,
right? And it's a video one. And if I'm Luka, I am buying that billboard. And I am going to stream every Laker game on that billboard right outside the Mavericks game.
Stream your video game?
Yes. I'm streaming my video games.
That you're playing?
My Twitch will be on there, and I'm going to stream every Laker game.
Yeah, like what was the, you remember Bosworth, how he sold the I Hate Boz t-shirts to Texas fans? Like it turned out he was, but like if I was Luka, I would start buying up like same sort of thing. Billboards that are like, we love you, Luka, we miss you, and just put those up and do different
everything
things like
else you need to know in the sports world here on Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. The Rangers early blowout allowed Choppy to catch up on the Gambler, and all I got to say is the Michael Irvin episode. We play you parts of it as we continue to wrap up The Gambler on Netflix, commercial free in the Expressway with a Rangers Brewers ticket giveaway. Don't go anywhere else. Sean and RJ continuing on The Fan.
But first, football season.
on-time experts, and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
We continue with our review and wrap-up of The Gambler on Netflix. Good morning, Metroplex. Commercial-free with the Expressway, in case you did not know, every morning at this time on Sean, RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell, and a Rangers-Brewers ticket giveaway before we get really local with the Neighborhood Watch at 7:40. Just some other things to clean up from the past episodes. When Barry Switzer took over, the really, I thought, uncomfortable moment with Jerry Jones trying to be Coach Jones. Barry even sarcastically referred to him as Coach Jones. Oh, but you know what? Before I even get into that, let's cover both sides of it. Those who are maybe 2, 3, 4 episodes in, as you watched 2 more last night during the Rangers beatdown. So let's get your catch up.
Yeah. So they won the first Super Bowl, and we have gone through the Emmett contract dispute.
Which Emmett continues to point out, I didn't hold out. I didn't have a deal. I did not have a contract. I wasn't holding out of an existing deal.
Right.
He's like, so don't compare this to like the Micah thing. Micah's under contract.
So, that we're talking about that holdout was upwards of 50 days, versus this one. But it just...
And how do you think Jerry is really viewing Micah missing games versus that? Because he's trying to tell people on this media tour, we still won the Super Bowl. And Stephen A's like, but you went 0-2. And because you went 0-2 and Charles Haley threw a helmet at your head, you signed him. So you can't really... I think Jerry's trying to use that publicly to say, we can still have great success in the season, but it holds no weight.
It holds no weight. I also think that... I think Emmett was far more integral to that team than Micah is to this one. I don't think it's close.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's close. So,
and the fact that he was willing to do that then is even more frightening for now. You came off a Super Bowl. You were the defending champs. Yeah. You had the best running back in the league, arguably, and you still let him miss the beginning of the season. So all this leverage I keep talking about that they have against Jerry, if Jerry has to win this year, Jerry has to win with these guys in their windows, that probably doesn't exist because of what he did with Emmett coming off a title.
Yeah, I do think the one circumstance I do think is different is that was it was a different league for one, right? There was no cap yet. But I do think Jerry was in and I know much different place financially. You could make the case that they really were going to struggle because he had just bought the team 5 years earlier. They were so bad for a couple of years. They just got that one Super Bowl. He probably was still in the red. He probably really
Well, he was saying I couldn't
afford it. Yeah, he's like I couldn't afford it.
I literally don't have the money.
Yeah, I believe now. Owners cook the books all the time in this, but obviously that was a much different situation. $13 million over 4 years was a much different piece of his percentage of his overall money that he had versus Micah. He can afford this way easier.
Well, but you have a cap.
You have a cap.
Yeah, you can afford it. He can afford anything.
Yeah,
but you have to fit it in.
Right.
That's what he would tell you. So, anything else?
Man, that team though, it does not get the respect it deserves.
The 92
does not. 92, 93 does not get the respect it deserves. Nobody puts it as nobody even thinks of it. They never put it at the top where it belongs. With everybody always genuflex to those stupid Steeler teams and the stupid Packer teams, and nobody gives it the respect it deserves.
I'm trying to think.
Kevin Hagan would probably have the Seahawks beating them. The 92 Cowboys.
He probably would.
No doubt about it. Yeah, he would think all those Niners teams sucked every year they lost to the Cowboys, and the 94 Cowboys sucked because they didn't win the Super Bowl either. No, I looked it up at one point. Can't remember the exact number, but on that roster that played in Super Bowl 27, that first one that they won, they were guys who had either previously made the Pro Bowl in their career, made it that year, or would make one in the future. I think it was 25 players on that roster out of half the roster was Pro Bowlers either previously or into the future.
Wow.
And so, they were ridiculously talented.
So just to clean up some other things before the Michael Irvin episode that almost landed him in jail. When Switzer takes over, Jerry's out there with the coach shorts and everything. And I thought it was a pretty embarrassing moment when he's like, hey, what do you think about doing this with a tight end? And Barry answers back, I'll handle that stuff, Jerry. I'll do that. And then afterwards, sarcastically saying on film, hey, what's up, Coach Jones? What's up, Coach? I thought it was sarcastic. And then you had Butch Davis and Joe Avazano sniping that they should have taken over. Barry's trying to remember the names, and this is kind of a pro and positive for Brian Schottenheimer, the Cowboys' decision with him, that Barry's coming in totally unfamiliar with everything. He's been out of coaching for 5 years, and Brian's going to talk about this later on when Bobby recaps his experience as a rookie coach. He's like, I know where to go for the training table. I know where to go for the cap question. I know where to go for this. I know the names of the people in the building. Barry didn't know anything. He's trying to remember the names of the staff that he inherited. But I just thought it was kind of embarrassing where Jerry's trying to be Coach Jones. What do you think about doing this with the old tight end there? And Barry's like, no. And then Dennis Padini, the fixer, Nate Newton said, I must have been let go by the police 100 times, or I could have been in trouble 100 times. And then Emmett, I thought Emmett maybe was this choir boy who always went the other way on things. Emmett did not want to talk about the White House stories, and then the story of him being escorted home buzzed. He said, oh my gosh. He said, I wasn't drunk, but I was buzzed. I had some, and I thought I was going to jail. I thought I was getting pulled over. And no, they were just escorting me home. And then the Eric Williams incident. And Bobby, you were stunned that Eric Williams actually gave an interview with the horrific thing that happened with Michael Irvin and Emmitt Smith, then following Eric Williams after he got in the wreck.
Yeah, he got in the wreck. They were following him back because they were like, where's Big E? He was supposed to ride with, I think that he was supposed to ride with James Washington, and he drove his own by himself. And Michael Irvin and Emmitt Smith realized, like, oh, he's not here. And they're like, E was messed up. We got to go get him. And so they went looking for him, and it was right over at 635, and I think the Dallas North Tollway is where the wreck was. But he said, Eric Williams talked about it, that he basically was on the phone with the mother of his firstborn and dropped the car phone, and he reached down to pick it up, and then he went right into a retaining wall off the road, and Michael Irvin and Emmitt Smith pulled him out of there, and they were like, we thought he was going to die. Like he wasn't responding. We're like,
Michael's like, don't go to sleep. You can't go to sleep.
Yeah, and they ended up dropping him off at the hospital and getting him taken care of. But I was surprised Eric Williams was willing to talk about it, because I've talked to Nate Newton about it before, where Nate said that, like, yeah, Big E doesn't like talking about the past much because he turned his life around. He's like a minister now, and he's got a different life. He doesn't like thinking back on a lot of that. So I was really surprised that he ended up talking, but he was the guy that they said it in one of these episodes, and it's true when you talk to a lot of people, I think, from that era. They all say the same thing. They all think they lost the 94 NFC Championship game because he got hurt. That they were like, if Eric Williams, I remember Goose Goslin said that one time. He said, if Eric Williams doesn't get hurt, Troy Aikman doesn't take the beating he takes in that game.
The 2 4th-and-1s against Philly, and then I feel like, that Switzer championship empowered Jerry even more. Yeah. Because he made the 500 coaches could win with this team, and then that just takes us to today, right? If you do the Last Dance flashbacks, Bobby, with these decisions and the criticism, Jerry has it stuck in his mind. I won all these battles with the odds against me, and my gut was right, and that Barry Switzer could just step in here and win it as well.
Yeah, you said I was wrong when I bought the Cowboys. You said I was wrong when I fired Tom Landry. You said I was wrong when I hired Jimmy Johnson. You said I was wrong when I fired Jimmy Johnson. You said
sponsorships.
You said I was wrong when I made a deal with Nike. You said I was like all of these
TV,
things,
Fox.
All of these things he points back to. And says,
again,
you can't tell me that. And
his resolve and stubbornness today was built back then.
It was. All those things were pre-cap.
And well, no, not all of them. 94 on wasn't. So the 94, 95, 96 stuff was
not. But that 95 team, right, was such a holdover. It was. I mean, that was basically a pre-cap team.
In large part, I mean, they win also because they got Dion, and Dion was a cap move.
It doesn't even matter pre-post cap. It was 30 years ago, and you'd hope after 10 years of not working, 15 years not working, 20, 25, 30, that would be the wake-up call. Now we get to Michael Irvin.
Yeah, so the 7th episode was just all about Michael Irvin's legal troubles and what had happened to him. And he had said, he starts us off by talking about that, every year I gave myself like a month basically to party. Yeah. I had essentially a month. The routine was his
birthday too.
He said the routine was season ends, and then he said March 5th is the cutoff date. You can't do anything past March 5th, and he said that was also my birthday. So that would usually be the big bash to end the off season. It's all right, let's get back to work. I believe they said this was March 3rd was the day. So 2 days before he got near to the end of this, and he ended up getting arrested for felony cocaine possession. And there was a whole secret videotape that went into it, which I was asking around some various folks who remember that time period. The guy, Dennis Padini, who I'd never really heard of before, they're like, yeah, there's a reason you haven't heard of him before. There were a lot of people that were surprised that he popped up in this. And that were like, I'm surprised he was willing to show up and talk. Because Dennis Padini, I guess, was the one who filmed that video in the backseat of the car and turned that over.
What?
Yeah. And Dennis Padini did a 30-day stint in jail. And so there's a little bit of a thought of like, that's surprising that he would pop up for this, because he has not been around. They nicknamed him, because he was so short, they nicknamed him the Inch-High Private Eye was his nickname. But this is something that,
and this is Michael saying I had to be the same. I was the same off the field as I was on. I was this. I mean, Choppy, you know this better than anyone. You were his producer. But back then, they also pointed out, the judge, people were doing life for marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
And here's Michael with crack cocaine.
And the prosecutor made it clear to him in no uncertain terms behind the scenes, I'm going to get you. I think you're an awful human being, and I'm going to take you down.
I thought maybe the line of the whole thing was Michael, because I remember my reaction when he walked into that courtroom with the coat, and I was like, you arrogant bliggity blank. You deserve whatever. And Michael's in this with probably the line of the whole thing, as the guy is basically saying, I'm going to gut you like a fish. You're a piece of trash. And Michael didn't respond with fear. He responded with arrogance, saying, yo, man, I'm going to walk out of here and get paid millions to catch footballs, and you're going to be a broke DA at the end of the day. And he said it was 95 out, but the mink was still needed. He had to send a message the next day that I'm still going to get off on these charges no matter what you say, you piece of crap. That was the line of Mike's arrogance with the shades of the coat.
And he had, it was a big deal. He was facing several years in prison. And when the prosecutors all talk in retrospect, they interviewed all the prosecutors. They were like, we had him. Like, he was done.
I still don't know why. They still didn't provide enough explanation to why he got out of it. Go ahead.
It was the judge basically going like, well, first-time offender. It didn't seem totally on the up and up, to be honest, the way that the judge was talking about it.
I didn't feel like the judge played a hand in letting him go. Well, the deal got worked out somehow.
It was his deal. It was his proposed deal. And so he had said that because he felt like because he was a first-time offender and had done these different things that, he thought that they could get away with basically.
The DA interviewed 7 strippers. Michael had Padini, the fixer, wand Rochelle Smith. Rochelle Smith, one of the strippers Mike was messing around with, and Mike would interrogate her. Are you wired? Are you this? Are you turning on me? Are you turning me in? And then the FBI interrupts the court proceedings for unbelievable event.
Comes up, whispers in a few people's ear, and they're like, guys, we got to recess. We've just made an arrest of I believe it was a Dallas police officer.
Yeah.
For a murder for hire plot. This Dallas police officer tried to hire somebody to murder Michael Irvin. And so we've arrested him, but we got there's security risks here now. And it turned out that this was the
husband.
Yeah, and they weren't technically married. It was like they were the common law husband or something. They'd been together for forever, but he didn't like her stripping and everything else. He was
or sleeping with Mike.
Yeah,
that's the husband of Rochelle Smith, the Dallas police officer. Why are you skirting around it?
No, I'm saying that it was a whole thing of apparently it had built up, and then when he heard specifically that allegedly Michael Irvin had threatened her and said, "You're not going to talk to the police. You're not going to do this." and according to him, said, I'm going to kill you or something like that.
Or something. This is a murder for hire.
Yeah.
Like, he wanted to kill Michael Irvin.
He did. Right, but he said Michael had threatened to kill her. Is that what was the whole thing? And Michael, I don't think ever said that's what happened. I don't know that they had any evidence of that, but that's ultimately what happened. And so that kind of throws things off and introduces a whole other weird dynamic to this thing. But Michael had talked about that this was basically, this is my cross to bear. I did this. I need to be the only one that is around for this. Basically told teammates, stay away.
And his wife saying, God told me I'm your wife, and you have to make peace with God.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the wife forgiving one of many things.
Yeah. Sandy is
You met her?
Yes. She is a saint for, and Michael will say this, for putting up with Michael. She is a saint for that.
He's essentially talking about throughout the documentary that she gave him a lot of grace. But this was Michael Irvin talking about how he had told teammates to stay away from the proceedings.
I had guys that wanted to come down to the court, but I was like, don't do that. Just that this is for me. I'll take this ride. I had to do it by myself, and don't come down there.
So Troy didn't listen.
No, he can't. He can't.
Give us some room here, please. Give us some room.
You were glad to see Troy sitting behind him and supporting him.
I didn't think it would mean as much as it did. But yeah, he showed up.
That's still, you can tell that's one of the more emotional moments that Michael Irvin has. And this thing is talking about Troy showing up for him. And Troy, who was squeaky clean All-American quarterback, willing to put himself, I remember as a kid, that was a big deal that Troy Aikman showed up in court for him.
Yeah.
Because he was.
Oh, you're advocating, you're supporting. Mm-hmm. You know, you're setting this type of example. So Michael's done. He's finished. He's fried. And then the plea bargain. 4 years deferred probation and a $10,000 fine. Suspended 5 games compared to Rashee Rice 6 games yesterday.
6 games.
Mike gets 5 games in 1996. They still make the playoffs, and then everyone starts dropping like flies. Irvin, Dion hurt in the Panther playoff win.
Yeah, and somebody else.
The mustard suit.
Everett McIver also fell, is another one who dropped.
Yeah, and Andrea Kramer, by the way, longtime NFL sideline reporter, sports reporter, said she thought the Michael Irvin trial started the collapse. They were never the same after that. That was the moment right there. You're trying to play catch up and all these things. The suspension. They signed 7 free agents in the Switzer era. They lost 31. In 4 drafts, they had 1 Pro Bowler with Jerry as the general manager. And Aikman had a phenomenal line in this. He goes, basically, Jerry Jones was learning the GM business on my time. He was learning it on my time. 3 drug arrests, 2 DUIs. Barry was quoted as saying, I don't want to know what's going on. And that drove Aikman through the damn roof. Whoever's at practice was at practice. And then Barry got snippy in this documentary by saying, don't. He was asked, do you think Jimmy, these arrests and all these headlines happen with Jimmy? And he's going, don't put that S on me.
Mm-hmm.
Don't sit there and put that crap on me. Then Barry gets arrested in the airport with a gun. 6-10 in 1997. Told Jerry, I am out. And Jerry said Barry Switzer still not appreciated enough.
I don't know about that. Look, I mean, there's plenty of he did stuff to have them play loose and free, and guys really believed in him and stuff like that. There is a lot that Barry Switzer did that was damaging here. Like when you look back on history and look back at the way that he coached his football team. But the big issue here that Michael Irvin ran into was the fact that Michael Irvin had been on probation, like you just mentioned, and he thought he was going to jail after an incident at Cowboys training camp where he was going to sit down for a haircut, and Everett McIver was already sitting there. And veterans are supposed to get their haircuts first, and Michael said, hey, get up, my turn. And Everett McIver said, no, essentially, screw you. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to finish my haircut. And Michael says he slashed him with some scissors. And it was a story that was kind of bubbling under the surface when it initially happened. Jeff Pearlman really amped it up years later with his Boys Will Be Boys book.
Well, he is not happy about this.
Jeff Pearlman can go jump in a lake.
He is like, they totally used my book for half of this. Didn't give me any money for it, which he's probably right. He's probably. I mean,
you think Michael Irvin?
No, I'm saying like
came up with that story from Pearl. I'm saying that this is all their experience.
I'm saying like some of the storylines and arcs that Netflix is going after. They probably got a baseline from his book.
This was bad. This was a bad story, and it still is one that people around the Cowboys don't like talking about very much. Because Everett McIver almost died.
Yeah.
And so
blood gushing everywhere. Everywhere. No one talked.
Nope, nobody talked. And the judge even says later, like, I would do something,
it's
but
the
like
violation.
Nobody would talk. They all came around and said nothing happened, and eventually got smoothed over. Michael Irvin went to Everett McIver and apologized, and this was him talking about that.
Met with Everett. Said, I lost myself, brother. I'm so sorry, but you know, he sat down. I'll never forget. He said, Michael, you know, I know you love your kids, man. You almost took me for mine. Yeah, that was something to say, you know, and he was right. Had he not handled it the way he handled it, I was definitely going to jail.
Yeah, that was, I mean, if it would not have been handled that way, if Everett McIver doesn't play ball, essentially, Michael Irvin does do that prison time as a violation of parole.
Last game in Philadelphia, paralyzed for a second momentarily with Jerry in the ambulance. The fingers start moving. They're on the wife with Sandy, on the phone with Sandy, the wife. And then Michael said, I stopped for Sandy and my family, but if Jimmy and Norv were still there, I would have gone back and kept playing.
Yeah, because they made it sound like this narrowing of his spinal column that occurred. They made it sound like at any second you could be. Yeah. It's like a Sterling Sharp thing, where at any second you could you're risking being paralyzed every single time you're out there. Because it doesn't look like a hard hit when you watch it back to this day. It doesn't look like one that was that it shouldn't have ended a career.
Stenosis. It's the same thing that Cooper Manning has. That's why he had to quit. Sterling. I mean, all those guys.
There it is, the latest episode recap of The Gambler. We'll do the final one tomorrow, same time on the commercial-free expressway with this giveaway.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets. See the Rangers play the Brewers at Globe Life Field in Arlington on Tuesday, September 9th. And Tolos, you want to get there early because the first 15,000 fans in the gate will also receive a Jock Peterson replica jersey. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Would it be better if you're going to trade Micah now or next season? That's coming up at 8 o'clock. Chad Ochocinco at 9 here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Let's get the watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Ooh, child support is about to get a little more out of hand for Texas fathers.
Why is it just fathers?
Well, I mean, it's just like aggressively percentage-wise fathers who it impacts typically. I think you know that, though.
That's not what he's asking. That's not the point RJ's making.
We'll get to it here in just a second. First, before we do have the Firehouse Tour tomorrow, 547 North Methodist in Red Oak. We're going to have free breakfast from Whataburger. Lots of cool giveaways while we're out there. I know we always have we got the cooling towels that we're giving away this time. Then we've always got little other promo items and different things. Fraser Roofs and Gutters is out there. They're going to give away. They've always got these little stuffed animals and stuff like that. So come on out. Hang with us in Red Oak. That's 547 North Methodist. And we'll be out there from 6 to 10 tomorrow for the continuation of the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. RJ Choppy, are you aware of this story that's coming up on Monday? I didn't know this.
I don't know what story you're talking about.
It may not impact you on the child support front, but
it does for 6 more years.
If you or your co-parent, and this is from I just looked up one of the law firms because I saw this headline that Monday child support laws are changing in the state of Texas, and so I went and looked it up on sarahfoxlaw.com, and they say if you or your co-parent are currently receiving or paying child support in Texas, an important change is coming that could significantly affect your obligation or payment come Monday, September 1st. Texas is officially increasing the income cap used to guideline child support. While the exact new cap hasn't yet been announced, the change itself is already law, and the expected increase could make a meaningful difference in high-income cases. Texas uses a percentage-based system to calculate child support based on the person paying support's net monthly income. The percentages are fixed, typically 20% for one child, 25% for two, and so on. But there's a twist. Texas caps the amount of income that can be considered in this calculation. That cap is going up by about $3,000 starting Monday, September 1st.
$3,000?
It's going up by about $3,000.
So, like, wait a second. So if your income is $100,000, it used to be 25% of it. Now it's 25% of $103,000.
So they would cap it, like if they would cap it monthly. The original cap was $9,200 per month was the cap. So it's now going up to almost $12,000 is the new monthly cap for income.
Oh, okay.
So that's the change that you're getting there. And
they should give me all your Diamonds Direct reads. In other words, save yourself from paying more.
I'm not even kidding. I knew of somebody who they had a full-time job. They quit to just weekend hours because the child support payments that were getting taken out, they were like, they couldn't get adjusted fast enough and the court wasn't here. And they're like, well, then I got to reduce how much money I have because this is not like, I can't pay this right now. This isn't sustainable.
That's interesting because if you lose your job, I would still be on the hook to pay because they say your obligation to pay is not the same as your ability to pay.
Oh.
So if you
your obligation to pay would be a different amount.
No.
You don't have the job.
It's they consider, let's say you make $100,000. Okay. That's what they say is your expectation. So even if you get fired and you take a new job that only pays $50,000, you're based on the $100,000 because that's what you're able to pay.
But I'm not able to pay it anymore.
Well, that's you because people have done this and taken lesser jobs.
What if you get a raise?
If you get a raise, you're supposed to divulge that to your spouse or your ex-spouse, and every couple of years they're supposed to be able to take you back for discovery.
To adjust it.
Yeah. We're doing Neighborhood Watch here on 105 through the Fan.
Cheaper to keeper.
Look, if you need some cheap snacks, then the good news is also that next year White Castle is coming to North Texas.
Okay. Tolo Skip sent this to me.
We brought Crystals here. When did Crystals get here? Like a decade ago, maybe a little longer?
25 years.
Was it that long ago that Crystals got here?
I remember going to the one on Midway in Plano. I would drive all the way up there just to go to Crystal, because it was such a big thing in Knoxville. I missed it when I came back here.
1 week ago, Ohio-based burger chain White Castle announced that it is opening its first location in the Lone Star State at the Grandscape development in the Colony. So we've actually done a firehouse tour back behind Grandscape before. So Colony, that's going to be over on like 121, that area. But sometime in the summer of 2026, so you're still like a year away from getting any White Castle. But
has a restaurant been helped out any more by a movie more than White Castle? Because I don't even think I'd care about this, talk about it, if not for the movie.
So we lived in Nashville for 2 years, and I loved White Castle compared to Crystals.
Explain it for those that don't know.
So it's sliders. It's basically just small slider burgers, and it's
crinkle cut tater tots.
I don't even remember the fries. It was just the burgers that I remember. Chop, what is it? It's just onion and meat, isn't it? Or is there cheese on them too?
Has to be
on
cheese.
The White Castle. There's no cheese.
Yeah, I think it's just.
You tell me I can't get a cheeseburger?
Yeah, I think you can add cheese, but the default is it's just meat and onions. That's like the classic that everybody eats. To me, White Castle was always. I preferred White Castle over Crystals. White Castle was awesome, but yeah, in terms of
crinkle cut fries,
a movie that has helped. That's a good question. I can't think of anything that would have even been close. I don't think there's anything
close.
And I wonder if they had to pay. Did they have to pay to use that licensing, or did they get paid for? Hey, like you're basically a sponsor of this movie, or one of those things. I'd be interested.
Peyton, what is the movie?
Billy Madison.
How do you not know? That's your age range. You should know that movie.
What's the movie?
Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle.
You really never seen that?
I've never seen it. No.
Is that his age range?
It should be
before him.
I feel it's before him. That's got to be late 90s, early 2000s, right?
No, it's early 2000s. But the third one came out when he would have been 14. That's a movie. Yeah, 2004. So he was 8 when it came out. And then you get into teenage years, you would figure somebody would have been oh, let's watch this movie. But Peyton didn't hang with the stoners, I guess, is what I'm learning. All right, this story from WFAA is bad news for me specifically. The housing situation in North Texas is not getting any better. In fact, some economists are worrying whether we're about to enter a housing recession. It says a closely watched metric is on the rise in DFW. This is from WFAA, and recently reached a high that hasn't been seen since the wake of the Great Recession. In June, DFW clocked 4.83 months of housing inventory, according to multiple listing service data cobbled together by the Texas Real Estate Research Center at Texas A&M. That was up nearly 38% from January, when inventory was at 3.51 months. The last time inventory was this high was June 2012, when it reached almost 5. Supply had been elevated following the housing market crash and ensuing 2008 financial crisis. So as they look at this inventory creeping higher in DFW, home prices continue to rise. It's driven in part by inflation, they say, but they said that this is now setting up for you are potentially having Business Journal, specifically Dallas Business Journal, saying, talking to the experts that they did, that this is now setting up for a potential housing recession in North Texas.
And you abandoned your new house search.
Thought about it, but my rate is just so good.
Yeah.
Like we've outgrown the house. It's just so good, though. I just can't justify buying a new one and spending, thousands of extra dollars a month just because the rate goes from 2% to 6%. Just not worth it. So we're stuck. We're staying. Golden handcuffs, they call it. We got the golden handcuffs on us.
Why is it the golden handcuffs?
Because it's you're sitting on a really good deal.
Yeah,
you're stuck, but it's at least you're stuck in gold.
It's a good stuck.
Yeah, it's one of those.
But have you I'll follow I love looking at houses. I'll follow this. Apparently, there are tons of homes for sale, an inordinate amount of homes in Prosper for sale. Prosper is everyone's trying to sell.
Why?
The value of their home went up so much.
Yeah.
That it's
they got the deal so good they weren't anticipating maybe that rate of explosion, and they can't afford the property taxes.
Can't afford property tax. They realize it's too far from downtown, and they're just
realize
they're sick of the drive. They're sick of the drive now, right?
Beating of a drive.
Or they're like, hey, I made so much money off this. Let's parlay this and move closer to move to Frisco, move to wherever.
Dude, when we've had the look at the housing market, and it's gosh, everything's so expensive right now, especially if you're first time buying. We were looking at it and we were trying to say, all right, how far could I justify moving away to get cheaper house prices? And I was trying to justify to myself the other day. I was like, would I move to Waxahachie or maybe a little further south for the drive? I don't know. I think that's just a little too much to justify being able to drive that far every day.
It's the Neighborhood Watch where we go local. You can always send your stories to Bobby Roberto Bell for every Thursday, commercial free with the Expressway. Thank you for being a Tolo. However you are listening or watching the program, you are appreciated. You're appreciated. All right. Is it better to trade Micah if you're going to do it? He was at the airport yesterday. Is he going to set up the grievance battle? Second opinion on the back. If you're going to deal him, better to do it now or after the season. Back inside the Star on the official home of the Cowboys next.
D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Would it be better if you're going to do it to trade Micah Parsons now or later? Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, checked in yesterday on the Green Bay rumor, and he did confirm, according to Mike, the Packers are interested, but it's nowhere near the smoke that is out there. Ricky Scoops and some others have been saying there's a deal, maybe not agreed to in parameters. I'll say that. There's a deal that's basically set up. It includes Micah getting $45 a year from Green Bay. It's just waiting for a final sign-off. Florio saying the noise is not that loud, but he did confirm Green Bay interests. The Packers GM did not want to get into it too much yesterday. All the while, Micah Parsons photographed in DFW Airport flying somewhere. Jane Slater says it's not to Cabo, it's not to Green Bay, we don't think. I'm told Mike is getting a second opinion on his back. The Cowboys are off until tomorrow, when the entire Metroplex and NFL world waits to see if he's actually going to practice.
Yeah, I think Green Bay is definitely interested, but I'd agree with Fleur that I don't think it's as like here it is on the table, ready to go, right, as people have talked about. But I think Green Bay's also probably interested in the same way that 30 other teams would also be interested if they knew that he was available. But I think that, look, if the Cowboys were to say we're open for business, we're taking calls on Micah, I do think Green Bay would probably be at the front of the line, picking up the phone, calling, and wanting to talk about him. But this is not looking like it's getting resolved anytime soon. And so I think right now our options that you're looking at are either something happens, something moves in the direction of him getting dealt, or he just plays this year on his fifth-year option. But those are the two likeliest options I think that you have at this point. It's not impossible to get an extension done. I wouldn't rule anything out, but it doesn't. Somebody's got to swallow their pride, and neither one of them look willing to do it right now.
Yesterday, a lot of Tolos on my timeline in response to all this, when I was like, this looks like it's the second back opinion is looking like paperwork for a grievance. The Cowboys have their clean MRI, so if Micah decides not to play against the Eagles, Micah needs some proof from another physician that his back is bothering him and hurting him. And a lot of Tolos just hit me back. I'm trade him. I'm done. I am done with it. Trade him. I'm tired of this crap. They're no longer understanding and going along with Micah and Mulugeta through this process of what they feel like they have to do in order to force Jerry's hand to get paid. And someone that knows David Mulugeta pretty well, Ryan Clark, who was represented by him, he lost his emotion while cutting off former GM Mike Tannenbaum the other day on ESPN.
And what I'm saying is, like, Jerry Jones has to say, hey, look, if I'm comporting myself as a leader of this franchise, I have a great young player who's on a Hall of Fame trajectory. I got to get into the room with his agent. We don't have to like each other. Yeah. Let's close the door and figure out a lane.
We would have all thought that made sense. Yeah. And then it's the exact opposite is what has happened.
Because he doesn't have respect for people.
Yeah.
Like, period, point blank. Jerry Jones is the owner. Jerry Jones sat across from Peyton Manning in 2011 CBA negotiations and treated him like a boy. And walked to the door, folded his arms, and waited for the rest of the owners to follow him because he's Jerry Jones. Because in 30 years, I cannot win a championship, and my organization can increase in value by $9+ billion. Why do I have to talk to you? Micah Parsons, as good as you are, why do you matter to me?
And I hope Jerry doesn't have that mentality, but I could see how he does. Not to justify it, but I could see Jerry Jones having that mentality. I'm Jerry freaking Jones, and the rest of you are yahoos.
Right, yeah, and, I think that, does Jerry have, a lack of respect for the players? I don't know. I don't know if there's a lack of respect for the players. I think it would be very possible there's a lack of respect for the agents.
Yeah.
I could see that. But, I mean, a lot of people look at agents in a kind of a side eye. You really trust them, right? Yeah, absolutely, right. So I understand if Jerry doesn't trust or has a lack of respect for the whole agent process. That it may not even be the agents itself. It may be the agent process that I just don't jive with that.
He keeps going back to this Dez Jay-Z thing of, why should you get your 3% and have all this say? And then when the player misses a team, he wants the agent to be accountable for things that happen inside the facility. Mm-hmm. He wants to be able to call the agent and say, Dez is late. Micah's not being a good enough leader. Address it and fix it.
The same philosophy for why he is the general manager, he tries to take to player negotiations. Like, I don't want to deal with the agent. I want to deal with the player.
Yeah.
And it's like, you don't want to deal with the GM. You want to deal with the owner. Same thing. Same concept.
I think he respects players 100%. I think he he does not appreciate being told what he has to do with his money. I don't think he thinks that anybody should ever tell him what he needs to hand over to somebody when it's his money. I think it's just like, no. And so if that's a problem, you're gonna understand what our positions are here. And you're gonna understand you don't tell me what I give you. That's not how this works. Even though ultimately they kind of end up getting the money that they want.
All right, exactly. All right, Franklin injury attorney text line. If this thing ends up with a trade, I want to go through the pros and cons of doing it now versus after the season. 877-881-1053. What I wrote down for doing it now is you get rid of this whole distraction. The players in the locker room don't have to answer for this. It's not on both televisions right now as we speak every single week on this radio station for nonstop hours. So distraction, issue, erased, gone. Can you replace him with a win now player? I put that in the now category. I think the odds of that are very, very low. That's all I have written down for doing it right now. If you do it later, you have him for this season. You have one of the best pass rushers, if not the best in all of football, on your team for this year, if he plays. And then the draft pick value, if you do it after this season, is theoretically higher and better. And you can get the whole league involved versus a team right now who can make it work under their cap. So now versus later, to me, hold him hostage, quote unquote, for the season, but he may play the card of not playing for you this year. Yeah. And you can get your value right now with a win now player, Rashawn Gary or whoever else the Packers or fill in the blank may have.
Look, I'm all about getting the picks. We've always heard teams say,
but you can get the picks now or later.
Right. We've always heard teams say, though, the closer you get to the draft, the tougher it is to get the picks out of them. So you would think now you would get more, but then again, you have less teams that you could shop him to
with ammo.
Right, with ammo. To me, this is about if you're going to move on from Micah. There's a few reasons. One of those, though, you cannot. It's more than half of it is the cost, and the whole point of getting rid of the cost is to get cheap labor, which is the picks.
So is your answer now or later?
I would move on from him. I would assume I can get more picks today, so I would move on from him now.
I think you do get more picks in the spring.
So I just wanted to follow up with that. Why would you assume you can get more right now than March, like right after the year ends or April?
Just because teams are so close to the draft, they don't want to get rid of them.
Okay,
right. Now, maybe that's faulty thinking, but
I think the more people get closer to the draft, they feel pressured to do something. So typically, even though they don't want to let go of capital, and it's easier to put something out of your mind and say, oh, that's a first round pick a year away. There is that psychological aspect, but I think a lot of teams look at it as, for instance, think of all the capital that they got with the Eli Manning trade, waiting as long as they did, or when San Francisco held Chicago hostage for Mitch Trubisky until the very last second, and they turned over a ton for that, or the off seasons where you get the Bears trading the number one pick and all that they get from the Panthers for that. So I think you do get more capital if you do that. The pro outside of just removing the distraction would be that you get an understanding well in advance of what you have to build with. So your personnel department can plan further in advance of okay, what do we have in the way of capital? How do we approach this? We've freed up the money now, so we know exactly how much money we have going into the offseason. We know what capital we have going into the offseason.
And the deadline.
It allows them to figure out a little bit, all right, here's what's in front of us and plan for that, rather than just saying, all right, we got to wait till March before we knew exactly how much money we had and now what capital we have, and now we're kind of adjusting things on the fly. So that would be the only other positive that I could think of doing it right now, just be to move that.
And your vote would be?
I would wait till the spring, probably. And I think ultimately that's what's going to happen.
With us assuming he gets on the field.
Yes.
If I tell you he's gonna well, he doesn't want to give up the accrued season. That would come under what circumstances, Bobby?
If he didn't play at all, that would...
And there's no injury.
Yeah, that would... Then his... I don't think his contract... I'd have to see CBA negotiate, CBA rules on this.
Yeah.
I don't think his contract tolls. So it's not like he would become a restricted free agent, which is what could potentially happen. When a contract tolls when you miss a year due to suspension, things like that, you become a restricted free agent. That's what happened to Randy Gregory. And so I don't know if that would impact it or if it would instead just be, no, this was viewed as part of a holdout.
What are the Tolos saying?
Guys, on the 325 says I want him gone now. 817 says I would only trade him to crappy teams that can't win now. 361 says get rid of him now to a bad team for premium picks. And 407 says hold him hostage and make him miss game checks.
Biggest problem of holding a bad team hostage right now is that team wants to know he's sticking around. They're not trading for him if Micah doesn't want to go there. So if Micah doesn't want to go to a bad team, nobody's taking the deal from Dallas. Nobody's taking him.
What's in your Bobby Belt Micah mailbag?
Yeah, so I asked a few different people on Twitter. I was getting a bunch of different questions yesterday, so I said to just, hey, consolidate them all here, throw some stuff out, and we'll try to answer as many of them as we can here on the show. First one, do you believe Micah will ever play a snap again for the Cowboys from Thomas? Yeah. No, I think Micah plays for them this year. I don't think he's getting dealt this year, and I don't think he's just doing this standoff for the entire season. I think he's going to be out there week 1 against Philadelphia right now is my assumption. JD asking, is it purely spite that Jerry won't call the agent to restart these talks? This seems like something that could get hammered out within a few hours if he just picked up the phone. I honestly think it would get hammered out in a few hours. I think everybody agrees. If they got on the phone together, I think they do believe, I think everybody believes they would be able to work something out and realize that they're not that far apart. The problem is getting either one of them to pick up the phone right now and getting either one of them to just say, come hat in hand for something that they're like, no, I don't need to come to you apologetically at all. You have to come to me. Like, this is a matter of just respect at this point. And you having done something wrong. Because both sides, I think, feel right now like you've done something wrong. And I don't come to you with my hat in hand when you did wrong. That's not that, like, that's just a question of almost morality. I'm not going to do that.
If somebody there, be it Jerry or Mulugeta, make a phone call and the other one doesn't answer, if you're not answering when somebody calls and you're an agent or a GM, you should lose your job immediately.
I don't think anybody's called.
That's what I'm saying.
I think somebody would answer on the other end.
They better.
I don't think that you've got to be the one to pick up the phone. Andrew says, if Micah doesn't play during the season, how comfortable are you with the edge group? I think they're going to have a good pass rush regardless. I think that they've got guys on the defensive line who can get to the quarterback. Is it going to be as good as with Micah Parsons there? Nope. Micah Parsons is, the 36th best player in the NFL, according to the players. So, I mean, he's one of the best. But to me, I look at it and I say, they've got Ezeraku. They've got a guy in Sam Williams who I think has the upside, obviously. Dante Fowler's coming off of a good year. Marshawn Nealand is showing in training camp that he's developing more of the pass rush toolbox. I think they'll get to the quarterback. The problem is just how consistently. Is it going to be as good as it could have been? And is it enough to cover over what are clear deficiencies in your secondary right now? And that, I don't know.
Inside the Star with our insider Bobby Belt here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. Chad Ochocinco weighs in on the Micah drama live at 9 o'clock this morning. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. But RJ has you covered with the huge sports news that came out of Frisco yesterday. And have any of these influencers touched your home? That's next on The Fan.
But first, look, we're talking a lot about...
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, to go-to car truck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's Higashioka. And Kyle swings and lifts one high into the air, deep left field. Ward going back. He's at the wall. He leaps. It's gone. Well, Higgy taking advantage as he slugs one out of here. The third 3-run home run for the Rangers tonight. The Rangers are at 20, leading now 20-3. And for Higashioka, his 10th home run of the season.
That is a get healthy game. At least that's going to be the hopes of our boy Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach, who joined us yesterday with the 20-3 demolishing of the Angels. Rangers win the series as they had to do against a scrub. You get another scrub tomorrow on this station with the day off today against the Athletics. This is Sean and RJ on your official home for Rangers baseball. Adolis, Jock, Higgy, 3-run shots. Wyatt reached base all 5 times, scoring 4 runs, 4.5 back in the wild card.
Yeah, look, 20 runs is a fun day, and you don't want to be the guy who doesn't get invited to the hit party. But this was, for this team to go out there, and they've done a really nice job on bullpen days when Latz is thrown. I feel like they've won an inordinate amount of Latz's starts this year, where he's had these bullpen days. And it's funny how, some pitchers will go out there, like DeGrom has gone out there and gotten absolutely no support, and Evaldi. And then you'll get other times where you have somebody like Latz go out there and he'll get 20 runs.
He's got a 3.13 earned run average, and the last 2 outings he's had to throw at least 3 1/3 in each.
Yeah, I'm trying to look. So since the All-Star break, I think Jacob Latz now with that 20 runs yesterday, I think Jacob Latz in his 3 starts has more run support than Paul Skeens does since the All-Star break.
No.
Yeah.
Since the break for both?
Yeah. And Skeens has like 8-9 starts in there, and Latz has 3.
Latz has not given up more than 2 runs since May 8th. So he's one of those kind of behind-the-scenes glue guys that the Rangers have relied on. Day off today, back in action tomorrow on this radio station. We're going to be in Red Oak tomorrow, Firehouse Tour. So come on out and say what's up. And tonight, it's going to be Jake's in Frisco for G-Bag's broadcast, and then the latest edition of Fan Phenom, Jane Slater stopping by G-Bag at 5 o'clock. So tonight, Jake's in Frisco. Tomorrow, us in Red Oak. Now it's time for some local news out of Frisco.
Ryder Cup. So the PGA moved to Frisco, the PGA of America, and so the PGA Tour and PGA America are different. Minutia.
It's the Golf of America?
It's basically Golf of America. The PGA of America is in charge of the Ryder Cup. They put on the Ryder Cup and they put on the PGA Championship. And Keegan Bradley is the captain. He's the captain of the U.S. squad, so he gets to pick the team. Now, there are some automatic qualifiers. So Scheffler, J.J. Spawn, Xander Schauffele, Russell Henley, Harris English, and Bryson DeChambeau, they all automatically qualified. There was some talk that Keegan Bradley was going to pick himself to be a captain's pick. He loves the Ryder Cup. He's dying to play in it. It's at Bethpage Black, which is in New York. He played at St. John's. He played his golf at St. John's, so it kind of be a homecoming for him. But he is our captain, baby, and he decided not to do that. Now, I do have one major problem. He decided that he is going to take Patrick Cantlay, who is a human rain delay. This is the guy that Phil tweeted about. The guy did 26.
I watched this.
It was frustrating.
26 foot resets?
Yes.
People were happy that he lost. Was he the one who lost to Tommy Fleetwood?
He lost to Tommy Fleetwood.
All right, you got to choose, Choppy, which one you'd rather win, because you can't stand Tommy Fleetwood either.
I know. I don't like Tommy Fleetwood either. I would much rather Tommy Fleetwood win than Patrick Cantlay.
And what did Phil say about Cantlay?
He said he has done more. He did more toe taps there, which are essentially calf raises, than he has ever done. He's got to have the strongest legs in history.
Man, that was infuriating for me to just watch one swing.
You know, we need Nick Tarnasky, the hockey player who got in the fight in Canada on the golf course. Bang!
Do they not? Bang! They don't have a golf shot clock.
It's okay. So once you it's like 2 minutes. It's like 2 minutes after the previous guy hits. You have to hit the ball, but it's like once you address the ball, you have I think like 40 seconds to hit it, and he took 38.
Oh,
he is so frustrating.
Pace of play, guys. Come on.
I can't stand him.
I will say I do respect that everyone's counting and being annoyed, and that doesn't get to you.
It doesn't get to you. He doesn't care.
That's a soulless.
Yeah, it is.
That's a soulless psycho.
It is because nobody likes him on tour. No, for that reason. They don't want to play behind him. It's not like they don't like him as a person.
Yeah.
They just don't want to play behind him. Justin Thomas is on the team. Colin Morikawa, Ben Griffin, Cam Young, Cantlay, and then Sam Burns. This was cool. It was a long conversation that Keegan had with Sam Burns, but bringing him on the team, there is your Ryder Cup team for Team USA.
Bobby, you ended up being right for once as YouTube, and you can't even have your microphone on to take credit for it.
I feel like you've been saying this a lot lately. You ended up being right for once. I feel like we've just been getting a lot of victories from me lately.
Well, name the other instances. I'll wait.
Look, I don't want to embarrass you.
Actually, I'm not going to wait.
Yeah.
YouTube announced yesterday they have temporarily worked out their fight with Fox. So those of you with YouTube TV, you are saved for Saturday at least for Texas, Ohio State, and all the other sports on Fox, FS1, and all of that. So a temporary agreement worked out for YouTube TV. Let's Media Watchdog. Two lists. ESPN icons versus influencers. And let's see which one is better or worse. Bobby, take us to the icons first.
Well, I mean, it's basically just the entire WNBA roster is what we've gotten from ESPN. So,
what was this idea and why?
So ESPN,
great question.
They put out this. I still don't know what they were doing, but they had put out a tweet with this like mural that they had made. This like sketch of all these different athletes on the picture, and they'd put it out there. They tweeted it, and they put the caption, "All the icons," or something to that effect. Something like, "Oh, we've got all the icons here." And you look at this picture, and the way that ESPN is leaning into just the cultural pressure that they feel now to talk about how much they love the WNBA. 11 WNBA individuals were on this compared to 3 baseball players, 10 NFL players.
11?
And
this is supposed to represent the what?
The icons of sports.
But like
all the icons, all the moments, all of ESPN, all in one place.
Like the past few years, the past 25?
So I think it's meant to be like the most impactful like icons right now.
Okay.
Right. I mean, dude, they have more ESPN analysts on here than MLB and NHL combined.
The other analysts combined?
No. They have more ESPN analysts on this icons
like
thing.
Windhorst.
Yeah. Windhorst, Stephen A. Than they have MLB and NHL combined.
Players? NHL and baseball players. Less than ESPN analysts.
Right. So the ESPN analysts that are on here.
Wow. You said Windhorst, Stephen A.
You got Windhorst, you got Stephen A. You got both Manning brothers. Right there on ESPN. You have McAfee. You have You have the entire McAfee show. You got Buck and Aikman.
Are you kidding me?
They had 4 more WNBA players on this mural than they had combined MLB players, UFC fighters, professional golfers, soccer players, and NHL players.
And they got destroyed so much they immediately took it down.
They deleted it. Yeah, they got Reetmud with the Whataburger review. They took it down, and so they were pressuring it. Yeah, no golfers. That was one of the things that got a lot of people upset. They're like, you're not even going to throw Scotty Scheffler up on there.
What?
Tiger. I mean, like, doesn't matter.
No Brady.
No Brady. You know who's on there? The Bulls guy.
The guy that played the quarters game with Michael gambling.
That pose. He's on there.
What?
But Scheffler's not.
John Jones?
No
UFC fighters at all. The 3 baseball players were Ronald Acuna, Aaron Judge, and then Ohtani pitching.
Bryce Underwood's on there. Sharif, who has not played a single down in college, from Michigan. Wow. So they immediately deleted it. What a joke. All right. That's going to be tough to top.
Luka did make it, though, and Anthony Davis did not. I just like to point that out.
Maybe that's a nominee for worst take or RJ's influencers list.
Yeah, so this was Rolling Stone magazine, not to be confused with the Rolling Stones. I'll explain that in a moment. They had their most influential creators of 2025 list. Okay? Now, I know some of these. My kids know way more, obviously, than I do. Number 1 is Speed. Speed was nothing 3 years ago. Now he is just blown up.
No idea who that is.
He just literally races people, right? He'll just race people.
I show speed. Yeah.
Yeah. Drewski.
Okay, Drewski was
the one that, man, you missed that while you were out. Monica McNutt, he went on there wearing a Barry Sanders jersey, and she went, this is obviously for Shedeur Sanders.
She won worst take last week.
For thinking a Barry Sanders jersey was a Shedeur shout-out from Drewski on set.
Oh, no.
Oh, so Drewski's that big?
Drewski's massive.
What does he do?
He's a comedian.
Nobody knows exactly. He's like how Charlotte Jones said in The Gambler. She's like, we didn't really know what my dad did. We just said self-employed. Okay. That's kind of Drewski. Drewski does a lot of different things.
Speaking of big guys.
Videos, comedy, music, a lot of different things.
Ms. Rachel? I don't know Miss Rachel.
Oh, Miss Rachel. Oh, my daughter's in love.
Kids are obsessed.
It's like doing kid stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's like this generation's Wiggles or Blue's Clues or whatever else.
Kai Sinet.
Okay.
My kids know him.
Kai's pretty big.
Quinlan B. I don't know Quinlan. Caleb Heron.
Nope.
Mr. Beast.
Yeah.
Hassan Piker. Camila Araujo, and then Alex Cooper. Who's called her daddy. Not Millie Walkay.
Mr. Beast, people think he's been AI'd recently. There have been a bunch of different like streams he's been on with people where they're like, are you AI right now? Like they think he's generating himself.
So Mr. Beast posts a photo of this Caleb guy, Caleb Heron. And he says, according to this list, a guy with 1 million followers is more influential than me. What did I do to piss off the Rolling Stones? The Rolling Stones.
The Rolling Stones.
The Rolling Stones. Not Rolling Stone magazine.
All right, well, the ESPN icon list is much worse than this. I still don't know what Mr. Beast does. I still have no idea.
He just makes, like...
Conspiracy theories say he does a lot.
Well, he just makes videos that... There's a lot of videos that he makes where he's, like, giving money away, doing things, like, contests for Lamborghinis. But his videos make a ton of money. And he makes more money than all these folks combined. Like, you can't argue that he's not number one. Like,
Sean, he has the Mr. Beast burgers now. The burgers. He's got food chain now.
Oh, he does?
He does.
Is he going to compete with White Castle coming to DFW?
He's 27 years old. He's worth $1 billion.
Yeah, none of these.
Straight from YouTube.
He's probably worth more than all these people combined. And he's putting there at number 7.
The greatest challenges Brian Schottenheimer has already faced as head coach, followed by Ocho Cinco Live. Next in Below
V-Belts.
Right here on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak out a little bit.
Take off my belt. Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
The biggest head coaching green flag yet from Brian Schottenheimer. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. This is a good article over at The Athletic from Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones. He had gotten a chance to talk to Kellen Moore, Liam Cohen, and Brian Schottenheimer. And it's kind of just a Q&A session where he just had 6-7 questions for each of them that he wanted them to answer about, hey, what are the challenges you face? What are the different things? And Brian Schottenheimer gave some pretty good answers here. I liked it. They were the lengthier ones, and you can tell.
Kellen is so boring.
Dude, you can see the difference between the two.
God, he's so boring.
Like, this is just the very first one, for instance, like without even looking at what it is. That right there is the difference in the paragraph answers from Shotty and Kellen on the first question. That little, like 6-word answer is Kellen Moore. But I thought this was, some of this, like we've heard clearly from Brian Schottenheimer before, some of the philosophy, but there's a lot of stuff in here that I thought was pretty good from Shotty. So we're going to go through some of the stuff that they talked about here in The Athletic. First question from The Athletic, which they note, some questions and answers have been lightly edited for length and clarity. But Mike Jones said, you moved up one spot from coordinator to head coach, but I don't think a lot of people realize just how big a leap that is in terms of responsibilities on and off the field. How would you describe that jump, and how are you managing to juggle it all? Shotty said, well, it certainly is a big jump. I think you add into it being a play caller, which that is an underrated aspect of this that people probably aren't considering, is that they were thinking, well, you were the offensive coordinator last year, but he's not only just becoming head coach, he's adding play calling duties he hasn't had previously.
Yeah, we've had problems around here with the last two guys adding and balancing the play calling role with head coach.
A lot.
We've ended up saying, at times Jason Garrett can't manage the overall game, doesn't know how to use timeouts because he's not just solely focused on that. And then we went back and forth with McCarthy.
Well, let's see if he's doing a good job managing his time based on what he says here. He said, I think you add into being a play caller. There's certainly that as well. You're not just the head coach, but you're the play caller. I do think being around the game my entire life is really a big part of this, and I think it's mostly about time management. I'm an incredibly hard worker. I love the grind of football. I love waking up early, going to bed late, trying to solve problems, but I really do look at it in terms of the buckets. I've got to allot 3 hours to my head coaching duties, and I've got to allot 3 hours for my offensive deal. I've got to get in touch with Eberflus on defense. I've got to get in touch with Sorensen on special teams. I've got to do personnel things. So it really is about time management, and the benefit for someone like me that's taking over in a building that you're familiar with and that you understand how to get things done. If I need to get a contract question done, interesting, I know where to go. If I need to get something done in the training room, I know where to go. Whereas when you bring a new head coach into a different facility, they have to kind of figure out on their own, and that's a benefit of taking over in a building that you're aware of.
And I know I criticized Jerry for just going with comfort. You're not going to roll the dice gambler and bring in Bill Belichick or someone that you don't know that well, even though it could take you to larger heights. But I do give Jerry credit once I see Schottenheimer's point of view of Barry Switzer had to go into the building, like we talked about an hour ago, and figure everything out. We're a title contending team, And Brian Schottenheimer doesn't have to try to memorize where the bathroom is and waste time going, no, where is the office? It's just a comfort and a familiarity.
That's why so many different organizations, and Dallas specifically over the last probably 15 to 20 years, has preferred continuity. That's always been a big line for them, is continuity. That's a big holdover for them.
Which there's value in it.
I totally understand when teams say continuity can sometimes be more beneficial for us than rocking the boat.
Yeah.
And I get that. Next question. What's the silliest thing that has come across your desk that you had no idea fell under head coaching responsibilities? And boy, this is a green flag right here from Brian Schottenheimer. Well, I would say it's not silly, but I do think it's something that's new, and even experienced head coaches probably have to deal with it. And that's these damn single-digit jersey numbers that all these guys want. And again, our philosophy is very simple. We don't get involved in that stuff. The players have to work it out. Why? Because we don't value any player more than any other player. But certainly the league didn't do us any favors when they said that really anybody except for offensive linemen and defensive linemen can be in these low numbers, because everybody thinks those single-digit numbers look really cool.
They do.
Damn right, Brian. That's the answer right there. That I still hate to this day that they've made that switch. I grew up in an era of you're a receiver, you wear the 80s.
Yep.
That's what you do. You're a tight end, you wear the 80s. Pass rushers, you're in the 90s. Offensive linemen, your 60s and 70s. Maybe very rarely a center could be in the 50s, but that's it.
I agree.
And I can't stand I think the one to blame for this might be Larry Fitzgerald initially for starting the push of I'm going to wear a teen number regularly instead of just being a training camp number. Hate that. All right.
I mean, wide receivers in the teens has been around forever.
No, it was around in the 80s for a little bit. It was around.
That's when we grew up.
That was not the only time, but it was around in the 80s for a little bit, and then it went.
Name me the best receiver who did it when we were growing up.
I mean, Keyshawn was 19, right?
And
that was definitely later.
But still, I mean that's
okay. Fine, Keyshawn. Who else?
Mid-90s.
Who else do you remember?
I don't know. I mean, I'm trying.
Another great receiver. I can't think of one.
There's only one that comes to mind for me, but nobody else picked up the trend, and it was Harold Carmichael. Harold Carmichael wore that big ass 17 running around the field at 7 feet tall. Next one. What was the best piece of advice that you received on making that transition from coordinator to head coach, and who did it come from? And of course, Brian Schottenheimer said probably my father. He just said, hey, when you get your opportunity, just always be authentic, be who you are, lead the way you want to lead, communicate the way you want to communicate, practice the way you want to practice. And I think that's something that I've always done in every position I've ever held, because if you're not convicted about it, or if you're not true to yourself and what you truly believe, then I believe very strongly that people can sense that. Oh, that's not really what he believes. And so I've always tried to do that, will always do that, and it's something my dad started talking to me about a long time ago when I first got into the business.
Spagnola yesterday on KNC said, doesn't he win every damn press conference? Yes. My favorite thing so far that he does is he goes, now why?
Yeah.
He asks why, and then he explains. I love that. He goes, now why do I do that? Now what's the reason? Now why? That's my number one little Brian Schottenheimer tick.
He senses your follow-up. He's like, all right, so why do we do this? Well, here it is.
Real quick, one more thing on the numbers. I got the best ones. This is at least from this one. 10 would be Santonio. 11, Larry Fitz. 12, Marcus Colston.
Okay.
Let's see. Brandon Marshall at 15.
Nobody's 13. Mike Evans.
Johnny Knox, they gave 13.
Johnny Knox?
This is Jackass.
From Jackass.
Yeah, right. As they say. Let's see. Braylon Edwards is 17. Sidney Rice. They have Miles Austin at 19.
Yeah.
See, this is why you need to get rid of those numbers. Go back to the 80s. What was the biggest curveball you got hit with during OTAs and minicamps, and how did you adjust? Schottenheimer said, I would say the biggest thing is just with the new NFLPA policies, the way you have to practice. And again, this is the interview with Mike Jones over at The Athletic. He says, we went back and forth about how we wanted to do it, and we decided that we were going to do 11-on-11 drills. We were going to do team drills because we believe that practice is what separates us from everybody else in the league. The way we practice. And not the intensity, but the crispness, the sharpness, the way we run in practice. And it took a lot of time and effort in team meetings to teach our guys, okay, these are the rules, and this is what you can't have. Can't have the same right to the ball as the receivers do, defensive backs. And our guys did an incredible job with it, but it was a lot of educating on, okay, here's how you play football in the spring. But I thought our guys did great with it, and it ended up being a great offseason program for us. That's something you probably don't think about a lot, is that you have to teach professional football players how to play football in another part of the year in order to get what you want out of these practices.
Liam Cohen, though, by far, he might be the most interesting of these three. Kellen's definitely third.
Duval.
And he actually referenced that. He said, Nick Sirianni came up to me and he's like, use that. Like, everyone's laughing at you.
Duval.
We did it with Sirianni planting trees early on. So he referenced that and he's like, yeah, make a joke of it and use it as motivation. And then he said his biggest adjustment, the biggest curveball, Travis Hunter. How to deal with Travis Hunter on both sides.
That sounds like a Doc Rivers answer. Oh my gosh, I wouldn't saddle anybody with Damian Lillard and Giannis. I know, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm exaggerating.
And then he said the biggest surprise to him, Liam Cohen in Jacksonville, how he had to go out and recruit coaches. I never thought about this. The recruitment of the coaches was like getting players in college football, and he was like 12, 13 straight hours a day to, here's the money, here's this, here's the that, here's the enticement of getting your staff together. It was outright recruiting.
That's why everybody was impressed with Schottenheimer, who's been in the league for forever and has a pretty deep network. He didn't hire a bunch of guys he had worked with previously.
Yeah.
Like, it was a lot of fresh starts where he said he had asked around and got advice on, hey, who are some guys that we should target here? Coaches often use the break between minicamp and training camp, Mike Jones is asking Brian Schottenheimer, to recharge, but also assess their methods and approach to those offseason practices. What was an encouraging takeaway and one that needs improvement that you applied at training camp and will use in the regular season? And Shotty said, well, first of all, you do have to recharge. I mean, it's a grind when you come out of the season, and then there's this coaching search process, and you go through the hiring process, you get hired, then you have to jump into doing the staff, and the next thing you've got to do is get caught up on personnel. And you're already on your way to the combine, and you're getting ready for the offseason program and things like that. So you definitely need a break. I definitely got away with my family, but again, the same thing is, can you organize and manage your time? And so to me, I would wake up early and do some of the things that I need to do, a lot of self-reflection. I don't think there's one thing that jumps out and says, okay, this was something I'm going to change. I'm constantly trying to learn. I'm constantly trying to get better. I'm looking back. We tape all of our team meetings, all of our installations, and I say, hey, what am I doing? Are the guys engaged? But when I look back on it, I think we did a really good job of, again, starting the whole process with connection and love for one another. And it goes down a lot of the list of just some of the culture stuff that they've done. I think that we got that sense when we were in Indy. Shotty really did feel like he was just barely having time to come up and catch a breath at that point. Like, it felt like he was really overwhelmed with, man, there's a lot of responsibilities here. And then the last one, you mentioned the best piece of advice you ever received. What's another valuable bit of knowledge you would pass on to a rookie head coach next year? Shotty said, honestly, I would say be authentic, be yourself. But since I've already answered that question, I would say in the meantime, while they're striving to become a head coach, they need to find time pockets to prepare and to figure out truly what you believe in. What do you truly believe in when it comes to football? I know during the bye weeks and things like that in the past, I would spend 3 or 4 days off, and I would literally put myself in my office at my house and literally spend hours just, okay, hey, what's my philosophy on offense? What's my philosophy on defense? What do I want my staff to look like? What are the characteristics I want? Because, again, it's so crystal clear for me now that when I'm talking about it, I'm convicted and I'm authentic because it's truly written down in a notebook. Lots of notebooks, actually. So he says biggest thing for him is just finding out what you believe in and having conviction for that.
Belo, every day at this time with our Cowboys insider Roberto here on Sean and RJ. Tommy Yarish. What was Micah doing in the airport? We'll ask Tommy from DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. But one of the most entertaining personalities in the history of sports. Whale guest alert for Ocho Cinco. Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But he...
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time. You can't start it off with any more electricity than one of the all-time best personalities in the world of sports, Chad Ochocinco, joining us on the home of the Dallas Cowboys on the D&M Leasing Hotline on behalf of DraftKings and their Pick 6 promotion. Good morning, Chad. How are you?
Listen, first off, before we even start, I want to tell all of you I love you. I want to tell everybody listening, I love them as well, and I'm so happy this morning. I don't know what it is. I'm just happy to be here. I don't frequent Dallas much, but just to be able to be in your guys' presence this morning, it has me feeling good.
Wow, that is a hell of an intro. I saw that you tweeted you were in a great mood when you woke up from your nap yesterday. So maybe it's your sleep REM cycle.
You know what? That might be it. It's the fact that I'm getting older now, and you never appreciated taking a midday nap when you were young, but now I get it. So now I get when I was in kindergarten why they made me take a nap during the day.
Are you an early riser normally?
At 5 a.m. every morning. And it's been routine of mine to the fact that my body is programmed where I don't even need an alarm clock. My body just wakes up at 5 o'clock. Well, the fact that I don't go out at night, I don't frequent the nightlife down here in Miami, never really have. It's easy for me to do so.
But you're a cigar guy.
Oh, I'm smoking right now. Smoking. Listen, I've been smoking cigars since 1983. Wow. And that's all I do. I've never had. Listen, I'm a cigar connoisseur. I have my own brand. I've never had alcohol a day in my life, but I love cigars. 2 or 3 a day. I always got to have my coffee with it. Obviously down here in Miami, and it's awesome. Matter of fact, I have to send you guys some of my cigars too.
Please,
you mentioned that.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So 5 a.m., 6 a.m., you're up on the patio overlooking the water, smoking a cigar and having a coffee?
Absolutely. First, I hit the gym at 7 a.m. I get a nice smoke in. about 5:30 in the morning. Starbucks opens at 6, so I get my coffee is always delivered right around 6 o'clock. Have a nice stick. I don't finish the whole thing. Probably a little full body, nothing too spicy, nothing flavory. And then I go hit the gym. After that, I'm done. My day is really complete before 9 a.m. My day is complete before 9 a.m. It's weird.
But then you got to do first off, I didn't hear the golden arches. Have you finally quit McDonald's breakfast?
I will never quit McDonald's breakfast because nutrition is important. Nutrition is extremely important. And right now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to be a nutritionist for all 32 NFL teams because I can prevent players from getting injuries. All these soft tissue injuries, people getting hurt, not being touched, non-contact. Listen, I played 11, 12 years, not one injury, not one. And I ate McDonald's before every game, and it was part of my nutrition throughout the entirety of the season and all season. So I know what I'm talking about.
So
they need to hire me.
What do you think these teams are doing wrong with managing the soft tissue stuff?
Listen, we play a barbaric sport. We play a violent sport. We run into each other at 100 miles an hour, but you tell everybody to eat salad. You tell everybody green stuff. You tell everybody to eat healthy. So what do you think is going to happen? The body's going to fail you because you're going to war eating salad, eating greens. What do you mean? Of course stuff is going to pull. Of course stuff is going to break. You're not eating like a barbarian. You got to eat like you're part of the Roman army. You need to eat meat.
Oh my God, Choppy, this is right down your alley.
Right up my alley here, man. I mean, just give me something that had parents. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Is that the focus of the meal prep company that you just? I saw you had Leonard Williams, Kirby Joseph. You started a meal prep company. Is that the focus?
Yes. Yes, those are my first 2 clients. I'm looking to take on more clients now. If I can get at least 20 guys on each team, I only charge $20 a week. That's nothing. That's nothing for them. Prepare these meals. I know what drive-thru to send each player to. I'll make sure the McDonald's have everything prepped for the players every week, before games, after games. Listen, nutrition is a very important part. And then you have to think about the output. Look at how I played for 11 years straight. Consistency, discipline, along with entertainment without getting injured. That's important. That's important, and I know I can do wonders for the NFL if they allow me to be a nutritionist for all 32 NFL teams.
The great Chad Ochocinco-Johnson already delivering on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. We have to ask what you think of this Micah Parsons situation and all this drama.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate, especially for a player of his caliber. I love the game of football. I love the Cowboys. I love the fans in Dallas. I love all outlets, anything Cowboys related, because I love the game in general. I love what the Cowboys were able to do in the 90s. Jerry has a way of doing things. You would think he would copy what he sees other successful owners do.
Yeah.
But I think his ego in itself, it gets in the way. Just for me, hypothetically speaking, if I own the Cowboys, I would be copying what Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman do because they're successful.
Mm-hmm.
They might not have the most profitable, the most rich franchise in history or in the game of all sports today, but they do one thing consistently. They know how to build a team. They know how to pay their players a little bit early, so they're not overpaying. So they can do things from an offensive perspective and a defense perspective to make sure they're always in contention every single year. No ego aside. That's what I would do. I would piggyback and steal ideas in the way other people do things. So my franchise, which is already the most lucrative in all of sports, but that means what happens is I find a way to get back to winning Super Bowls.
Yeah.
I find a way to know every single year I have a confident offense, a confident defense, and I have a chance to win a trophy every single year. I mean, that's what I would do. I would double my money. If you think you're rich, you have a rich franchise now, what do you think would happen if you get back to your winning ways?
Yeah.
I would do what the Hunts are doing. I would do what the what the Rooneys are doing. Obviously, they're in a low phase of not winning right now. But just those teams that are consistent in winning and putting a team together year in and year out and being able to compete. The Cowboys' legacy is so strong. It's so strong. It's America's team. Where to him, I think Jerry is focused on lining his pockets and doing things his way, where it really doesn't concern him actually winning, but knowing they will always be in the headlines, they always be talked about, And one thing about Jerry, he's always going to do things his way. You're not going to bully him. You're not going to bully Jerry. Even when it comes to a player as great as Micah Parsons, that moves the needle for that defense. It is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I feel sorry for the players. I feel sorry for the fans.
Chad, I know you never missed a game because of a contract dispute, but like if you were in Micah's situation, would you consider skipping the game and continuing the holdout without playing, or would you play while you're waiting for your deal?
I would. And listen, one thing that owners do is they use limiting the game too much and feeling that you'll fold. They use that against you because they said, you know what, he's not going to be able to go away from being around football. He's not going to be able to do it. So I think he's going to fold before I do. That's the way owners think. He loves football too much. He'll be back. So, but that's where you have to be able to separate the business and the football side. See, this is the business side. This is the ugly part. It's the ugly part of things. You know, and you listen to some of the things that Jerry said publicly, which is weird to me because most of the time owners think it, but they would never say it out loud. You know, Jerry's one of those that he says some of the things out loud and it can rub players the wrong way. But that's how you feel about me? That's like you don't want to pay me because there's a chance that I might not be available because I got hurt last year. I put my life on the line every day for you and this team and that star and these fans. And that's what you have to say. There's no chance that if I pay you whatever you want, that you're going to be available to play because I got injured. Like, you don't say those type of things. You know, you can think them, but you don't say it publicly because it rubs your players the wrong way.
Yeah.
But obviously, Mike is in a position where he's going to have to hold. He's going to have to hold his ground. You have to stand down, and you go out there week one. You're playing the Philadelphia Eagles. Saquon Barkley, A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts, team coming off of some bullpen. And your best defensive player is not in. And you lose that game. Okay, boom. Michael, you sit out game one. Game two, do you know it will be World War IV if the Dallas Cowboys start the season 0-2 and Micah Parsons is not signed?
Chad Ochocinco.
Come on now.
Chad Ochocinco joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Chad, so I know you talked about back in February you had a talk with George Pickens. He said he's not going to have any problems. He's not going to have any problems anymore, and he's been a model citizen so far here in Dallas. What do you think about the fit, and was your pep talk the reason why we've had a relatively quiet offseason here?
I think it's going to remain quiet. I talked to George one time. It doesn't take much because you have to understand the window of opportunity in the NFL, it closes very fast. It closes very fast, but there's always someone else coming behind you to try to take your position. So you have to understand also, George Pickens is also seeing players of his caliber get paid the big bucks. George Pickens was supposed to already get paid the big bucks because he's in the same realm of a Justin Jefferson, of a Jamar Chase, of a T. Higgins. He's that caliber receiver. So understanding that this is a year, my back is against the wall. I have to do one thing. You got to do two things. I have to prove myself and what I can do on the field, be consistent, and show that I have discipline so you can get your money. That's it. You can still have fun, still show passion, still show emotion in your style of playing, the way you play. Don't lose yourself, but just the discipline. No problems, no issues on the field, no flags, busting your ass, 24/7 in the run game, not just in the pass game. And I think him on that offense is going to do wonders, not only for Dak, but for CeeDee Lamb as well, because now defenses have to pick your poison. What you want to do? You want to double CD? Well, Pickens going to kill you. And he can do it from anywhere on the field, not just on short routes, intermediate or deep balls, but he can take slants to the house. We've seen it. I've seen him take slants to the house. So Dallas is in a good position from an offensive perspective. Defense, I don't know what defense we're going to get. I don't know that part because I just watched the Cowboys from an offensive perspective, watching Dak, knowing what Dak can do, knowing what CeeDee can do, and obviously seeing what Pitt can do when he was at Pittsburgh, now in a much better offense with a very, very good quarterback.
Chad, where do you stand as a Dak believer?
Oh, I believe in 4. I always have. I've always believed in 4, and when he's healthy, when he's sound, when he's sharp, when he's able to process information and be comfortable in the pocket, he's always made the right decision with the ball. So the thing for that and the Cowboys in general is having a good season, making sure, hoping everyone stays healthy. And when you get to the postseason, that's where it starts. That's where it all starts. It's a new season. So I just need Dak to get to the postseason and then reset itself mentally and understanding turnovers. You can't do that. And your decision-making has to be impeccable. It has to be impeccable. And I think the Cowboys will be just fine. The Cowboys go as far as Dak takes him, and I guarantee you he's the answer to that, despite the circus that's going around on the team from you-know-who all the way up. Like, let the players play and let the coaches coach. And you just take a back seat, and I guarantee you things will change.
Chad Ochocinco joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Chad, so which do you think you've gotten more questions about from your experience and background? Do you think you've gotten more questions about the cheapness of the Cincinnati Bengals this offseason or Belichick's girlfriend situation?
Well, I haven't heard much about Belichick's girlfriend situation, which is kind of cool. It's kind of cool. I think that as you get older and you're in a position, an advantageous position, that is, to be able to choose who you want to date, I think it's fun. I think having someone young for Bill is good. It gives him a little bit more energy, a little bit more pep in his step, and it maybe adds years. Listen, I'm being serious. Maybe it adds years, on you and keep you youthful in a sense. As far as the Bengals being cheap, they show that they're not. They constantly open. Mike Brown has constantly opened up his checkbook, and he's paid. He's paid Joe Burrow. He's paid T. Higgins. He's paid Jamar Chase. And now we see. Goddamn, our DN, Trey Hendrickson, just got a $14 million raise, So the cheapness and what we say that the Bengals have been, in the past is not the same because we are paying those players that are able to help us, win games.
Chad, what do you have going on with DraftKings and the Pick Six?
Oh, my goodness. Listen, everybody listening, including you guys. I need you guys to join DraftKings. Obviously, NFL season is here, and DraftKings is giving fans more excitement with Pick Six. I need everybody to listen to me. I'm sure y'all can hear me. I need you to visit Pick Six app to view all the promotions. Like, the best one to me is the Bag Builder. It's a free contest with $1 million plus in prize money available. So it's a chance to win, not just to have fun, but I think DraftKings is the best at fan engagement, where you can win prizes, especially in this goddamn economy. That's an awesome thing.
Hey, besides a little bit of phone problems, just as good as we've always expected. Come to Dallas, send some cigars, come in studio, let us know whenever you need to promote, and thank you for joining us and enjoy the season.
Yeah, I love you guys, and if I come in studio, I'm going to ask for a job. I'm going to ask for a job because this needs to be consistent. We can have some permanent.
Okay.
Yeah. Just not mine, but sure.
And you can smoke in studio, too. We'll change the codes for the building for you.
That's why I love you. That's why I love y'all, man. It was a joy. It was a pleasure, and I really appreciate you.
Thank you, Chad. Ochocinco on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Where's Micah Parsons actually flying out to? The story of the day yesterday answered by Tommy Yarish and the latest roster moves from DallasCowboys.com. Tommy joins us next.
Brought to you by the personal and jewelers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Tommy Yarsh every Thursday at this time from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Tommy is already at the Ford Center, the Star in Frisco this morning. Where do you think Micah Parsons was going, and why would he be getting his back checked out again, Tommy?
Well, I think he was going up to Columbus to get ready for Texas to put the beat down on Ohio State on Saturday. No, I'm not sure where he's going. I saw Jane Slater's report yesterday that he's going to get a second opinion for his back. My guess would be that the Cowboys said that they did an MRI on him. It came back clean. Maybe he's got a reason to think that something's still bugging him or something's still bothering him, and he wants to get it looked at elsewhere. Second opinions aren't all that uncommon. I think, and sometimes it's even encouraged just to go out and see, and get another pair of eyes on it. Nobody's perfect, right? But I'm not sure where he went to get it, but hopefully he's. I think the one thing that Micah Parsons and I can always agree on is that we want to beat Ohio State, so hopefully he is going up there to Columbus.
Tommy, I'm taking extension off the table. You got to pick for the opener whether he plays or standing on the sideline. Which one would you pick?
I think right now it's still that he plays. I would say I'm not as confident as I was before that he plays, but I think we're still leaning that way. I think the next couple of days are going to be really big just because I'm sure the team wants him out there practicing tomorrow. They've got this stretch. Today is their third off day to kind of just reset and refresh and knock out the 53-man stuff, knock out the practice squad stuff. But tomorrow is really the day that, is he going to be out there on the field, and is he going to be a participant in practice so that he can get at least some sort of ramp up into the week going into Philadelphia, because if not, it's going to be really hard for this guy to show up, either one day of practice or no days of practice whatsoever. I understand he's been working out, and he has, and that's staying in shape, staying in conditioning form, but it's completely different when you're not hitting guys every day. It doesn't matter who you are or how good you are, right? So if he is to play, it probably would be on a pitch count, like Brian Schottenheimer was telling us earlier, that he's not going to be able to play 75 snaps, but having Micah Parsons on the field for 10 snaps is better than not having him at all. But as it stands right now, I think he still plays. I haven't heard anything that would lead me to believe definitively otherwise. But I will say, like I said, I don't know if I'm as confident in that statement as I was, maybe a week ago or so.
Tommy, I'm of the belief that photo in the airport, that was purposely done. He wanted to be seen. He wanted to be seen in the airport. In your extensive stalking of Micah, have you noticed him to be more of a private jet flyer or a commercial plane flyer?
I don't know if I would label myself as an extensive stalker.
I would. I think it is. I think that's the right way to go about it.
Well, I have no idea. I've never seen Micah Parsons get on a plane other than the team plane going to games, and that's a chartered flight. So maybe he's just a charter guy and goes commercial the rest of the way. I mean, look, I'm of the opinion that, hey, you go commercial and you can rack up some solid mileage points and use that kind of stuff on vacation. So and then again, I'm not I'm far from rich enough to be able to afford a private jet. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's certainly got the cash to be able to fly private, but if you're going to see a doctor or something like that, then I don't see the need to. And if it's a quick trip too, especially, maybe he's going quick there, coming back quick, and I'm assuming that's still pretty difficult with a private jet to allocate all that. But then again, I've never even seen a private jet up and close because I'm far too poor to be able to do that. So I don't know what his travel habits are.
Tommy Poor Boy Yarish joining us here on 105.3 The Fan.
Not the way he dresses.
No, he does dress snazzy. That's where his budget goes. He does look good out there on the practice field.
That's what I spend all my money on.
Exactly. Tommy, okay, there's been a bunch of obviously internet rumors and stuff like that about a potential trade that may be on the table, or that people are getting ready to approach the Cowboys or different things like that. Which of these three do you think best describes the Cowboys' position right now? We know what it's been, but what do you think best describes it right now? We're not trading Micah Parsons, we're probably not trading Micah Parsons, or we're listening?
I think right now I'm still at we're not trading Micah Parsons because, like you said, Bobby, outside of internet rumors, I really haven't heard anything that would lead me to even go to, okay, we would. I think that they still look at him as a priority, and they still look at him as a long-term piece for this franchise. I just haven't heard anything otherwise. I mean, I've seen the rumors just like everybody else has, and Ricky the dog, I think is his name, is certainly has been right a lot. But I don't, as it stands right now, I don't have any reason to believe that they are considering trading him just because I haven't heard anything. Now, does that mean that they aren't having discussions or anything like that? No, because I'm certainly not a part of them, and they don't want my 2 cents. But as far as I know, there hasn't been anything that has led me to believe that they could or would consider trading Micah Parsons.
Tommy, somebody asked us of us earlier today, if Micah Parsons doesn't play, what is your confidence level either in this game coming up or into the future in the Cowboys pass rush without him?
In the pass rush, I mean, it's really, I'm not as confident at all. I mean, I think, they have a deep room of pass rushers, right? But I think what made them so deep and what made that room so much better was the fact that they were all going to have so many more opportunities because Micah Parsons was on the field. Yeah. And you look at, I think the golden stat to all of this is since he got drafted in 2021, they've got the highest defensive EPA per play when he's on the field in the NFL, and they've got the lowest when he's not on the field. So when you have one player that is making that much of a difference, you can load that room up with a lot of good players, but if you don't have your elite player, then you're not going to see the same kind of thing. And I'm not saying that Dante Fowler, Marshawn Nealon, Donovan Ezeraku, Sam Williams, those guys can't get the job done, but you would see a heck of a lot better of a job being done if 11 was out there with him.
Tommy, the Cowboys made 2 claims yesterday, Triquez Bridges and Reddy Stewart. When you look at the decision to do that and then release Andrew Booth and Zion Childress, guys who have been with them the entire summer. Childress, a guy who people were talking about could start in the nickel next week if Diggs isn't available. Is it a concerning sign that Matt Eberflus and the Cowboys looked at that and said, you know what, we'd rather grab these two guys off the street with a week lead time than keep these guys here who we've had over the summer?
I see your point, Bobby, and maybe I think is the answer. I was kind of surprised by the Childress deal a little bit. I thought that they would bring him back to the practice squad, and they still could, but it's unlikely. Nicole Hutchison and Patrick Walker reported last night that Isaiah Land, it might be that last guy on the practice squad. But, when you look at the two guys they brought in, if you're looking at the slot specifically, Reddy Stewart is probably the guy that you're looking at if they're going to move someone in there, and they keep Deron Bland outside, which would be my guess. But I thought there was going to be Childress, but this is a guy who I think has played one game, and his one game was in Chicago with Matt Eberflus, and he had a tackle and a forced fumble that game. So maybe there's some sort of sense of familiarity with the scheme, and that's what they're banking on with Stewart. And then on the outside with Bridges, probably a guy that they liked in the draft cycle. He's a 7th round pick, I believe, out of Florida. So maybe Schotty just wanted another Gator. No, I see your point, and it is a little bit of an eyebrow raiser of okay, why a week before we're set to go to Philadelphia, you've got a guy who has been playing predominantly opposite Kaiir Elam in practice, and when Deron Bland's been in the slot, that's gone, and then your undrafted free agent rookie that you really liked is too. So maybe there's still a pathway to bringing both of those guys back. I think they still have to clear waivers, but they're going to add their depth pieces and see what they can do this week.
And then Will Grier and Trayshawn Holden both back?
Yeah, Will Grier and Trayshawn Holden signed to the practice squad yesterday. I know that the Cowboys fans are excited about Trayshawn Holden. There was a lot of I saw a lot of angry tweets when they released him. I think it was the right decision. You look at Ryan Flanoy and what he's been able to do on special teams, and Holden just hasn't been able to do as much. So that's why when you get down to that wide receiver 5, wide receiver 6 conversation, that's what's going to make the difference. And I think Flanoy and Jalen Brooks were still in front of Holden there, but back on the practice squad, get a chance to keep getting those reps, and then Will Grier as that third quarterback, emergency quarterback maybe in some game situations to continue to have some depth in that room and still kind of stick there in case something happens to Joe Milton.
All right, Tommy, give us a legit preview and prediction for the Longhorns and the Buckeyes Saturday.
Well, it's going to be a really good game, guys. Yes. I am really excited for this. What's funny is I'm actually doing sideline and calling the game for the Jerry Jones Classic up here on Saturday, which kicks off at noon. So what I've decided to do is completely black out my phone. I'm turning everything off, all notifications, everything. I'm recording the game at home, and I'm walking out of the building, not looking at any TVs, not looking at anything that can possibly tell me what the outcome of the game was. And I'm going to watch the game completely over again when I get home, about 5 hours late from everybody else.
No.
But nonetheless, I think you look at Texas's defense, probably one of the best, if not the best in the country. How is Julian Sayin going to handle it as a first-time starter? I mean, that is a tough assignment for a starting quarterback in his first collegiate game. So that's going to be the biggest question mark for me. If Julian Sayin can overcome that, then Ohio State's got a good shot in this game. But I always like my Horns.
I don't think that plan's going to work, dude. I think you're going to find out the score while you're still at the stadium.
I'm going to try, Bobby. I'm going to try really hard.
Man, see, someday it's going to happen. I got this with the kid. It's like you just missed the game. It's the way it is. You just get you're doing stuff. You got to bite the bullet. You just miss it.
Thank you, Tommy. Great preview. We appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you guys.
Tommy Yarsh getting even more love on the fan text, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece and tell you how you can hang out with the G-Bag Nation later today and us tomorrow. Crosstalk.
was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back goes Teodosio. He's at the wall. That ball is history. A 3-run Jimmy Jack for Adolis Garcia. He has turned the game around. It's the Rangers 3 and the Angels 1.
A 20-3 beatdown on this radio station. The Rangers are off today. Athletics tomorrow, 4.5 back in the wild card. Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, it'll be the G-Bag Nation at Jake's in Frisco today, followed by Fan Phenom, Jane Slater on with G-Bag at 5, and we'll have the Firehouse Tour in Red Oak tomorrow morning. Come out and join the show with Whataburger Breakfast.
What's the giveaway item?
Is it cooling towel?
Yeah.
Yep.
Because you guys always have a cool, unique, extra giveaway.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
as
always-
if free Whataburger wasn't.
And it's
enough.
always gone by 6:30.
That's why you got to get there
That's
early.
how Herb Dawson and brought us his feelings here.
Huh?
As opposed to what?
We give our stuff away by 6:30. It takes us till about 8:15 to give the G-Bag stuff away. The leftover.
Gosh.
Stuff they can't move merch. We move material. We move material, baby.
They actually got worked up over that.
I know they did. That's why I leaned into it.
Yeah,
if they just let it go, I would have said it. But the fact that I know that it bothers them.
Yeah,
that's how my kids are.
Yeah.
Once my oldest realizes that Lucy doesn't like something, he's like, deal. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
That's the way it should be, honestly.
And it should end generally with children, but like Choppy, myself, Bassick. Like it was always just that if we found out you didn't like it, it's like, oh, this is all we're going to talk about now.
Yeah, exactly.
What's coming up?
Guys, we have Craig James joining us today at 12:30. We'll talk about all the college stuff and
Live from the
that-
shed.
Yeah, well, no.
No?
That's not what we're going to call that
Golly,
segment.
man.
Do you still think, I'm not trying to mess up your guess, but overall disliked DFW figure? It was a Q rating poll.
Are we including Nico Harrison in there?
I'm not putting him up against anyone.
When did that change for him? Like, 'cause-
For Craig?
Yeah.
The Senate race and getting Leach fired, I think.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Although initially,
initially
the first, I don't know, the first week it felt like everybody was on his side and wanted Mike Leach out, and then it moved pretty quickly.
I like him.
I like him.
Why?
What percentage of people do you think you like? Like of all the people, what percentage do you like?
Ooh, that's
every person?
Yeah.
Of all the people?
Of all the people that you're aware of.
all the people.
I'm aware of all the people.
Okay. What percentage of those
I'm
people
aware of
do
the
you like then?
existence of all the people.
Okay, what percentage of them do you like then?
I would say probably 50%.
Okay.
Ooh, I think
fascinating
They're right,
question.
50.
Do you think it's higher?
I think it's higher for
I
him.
did too.
I think his
75.
Yeah, I like probably about 98.
No, the way he phrased it.
I like probably 98% of the people.
No, the way he phrased it was very important.
Yes.
Choppy won't fight and doesn't dislike a ton, but who does he actually like?
Yeah.
He's not going to dislike and fight.
I think routinely we're in here talking about people during a break that we hate, and he always goes like, I never had a problem with him. I always liked him. I feel like we get that every day. Here's the thing. I think his like percentage is higher than the average human. I think his love percentage is way lower than the average human. I think he loves like a handful of people.
I can see that because like if somebody is okay, so we've got a friend who is
this the one that tweeted at Sean?
No.
Oh.
But he's not great to his significant other.
Oh, it's probably him.
He doesn't flush a toilet.
Probably.
Does
But
he
he's
give you
always
all his
been
crumble
he's
cookies?
always been super nice to me. So I'm like, well, he's always nice to me.
Oh, yeah.
So that's all I go by. I don't care how he is to other people. He's always been nice to me.
Choppy's friendship tunnel vision is like no other.
Well, and I was telling you before we went on, I've only seen Choppy get mad once ever.
I don't even remember that.
You were really mad.
You probably
that
blacked
day.
out. You were so angry. But you don't want to. It doesn't.
We don't need to get into
doesn't
that.
need to be
But like I'm
solved.
saying,
I've seen him
we've all-
perturbed before.
Yeah.
That was whenever he had to drive in Oxnard when we were all drinking, and he was like, "Oh, I have to sit here and watch these guys drink, and I have to drive." Other than that, I've never seen him angry.
Him
I
and
just was
Roy on the way to the
perturbed.
Super Bowl. He almost threw Roy out of the car.
I don't think I've ever seen Choppy angry. I don't think I've ever run into
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, we're talking politics.
Then I can definitely see how.
Well, I was talking politics. He was talking propaganda.
I got you.
That was
Get that out of
pretty.
your system.
Yeah, that was pretty choppy. What else besides Craig James?
Oh man, the Cowboys questions that matter to start things off, and Masterpiece Theater, the greatest single film performance of the past 25 years. What is it for you?
The greatest single film performance
Acting?
25.
Acting. What did you say? Something
Chalamet
Fast and
comes to
the
mind real quick.
Ledger.
Ledger.
Dark Knight was great.
There's a good chance that's
what was the time range you put on it?
25 years. And the Ringer has their like top 101, and I disagree with some of them.
Yeah.
Some of them I haven't seen, but
Can
one
you
of them.
tell us the top 5? Or does that mess up the second?
Daniel Day-Lewis, There Will Be Blood, probably.
That is true, but
There's got to be an Edward Norton in there. He's tremendous.
They have 2.
He was great, but he hasn't done
It
much
does feel
post
like all
2000.
his stuff was way in the back.
Like American History X, Primal Fear, like all that was great, but it was like 90s.
Correct. Yeah. They have 2 top 10 entries from this craptacular movie called The Master. That was kind of sort of about.
It's in the top. It's 2 in the top 6.
This is Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah, that movie's terrible.
Joaquin Phoenix and Philip Seymour Hoffman are in the top 6 from that one movie, and I've never even seen the movie before.
Didn't you mess up y'all's last movie poll or bracket?
I did not mess
top 9.
it up. There was controversy.
All right, here
about
we go.
The voting.
Number 1, Naomi Watts from Mulholland Drive.
That is a great performance. She's awesome.
Daniel Day-Lewis.
Specifically in that one scene in the middle of the movie.
That's the one I've seen.
There Would Be Blood in 2.
I
Number
drink your
3,
milkshake.
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Hoffman's got to be on there.
Kate Blanchett and Tar is number 4. No Country for Old Men. Javier Bardem is 5.
That's a great one, too.
And then Heath Ledger's 6.
I think 5, 6, and 7 are all unbelievable.
Training Day is number 7.
I think Kate
Denzel
Winslet in
Washington.
Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind is pretty great.
She is very good in that.
She's
That's
a great
good one.
actress.
I'm just going through this list. I just did a
Look at his smile.
Control F. I don't see Vin Diesel or Paul Walker on here.
Would it be Paul Walker in, what was it, Fast 7, where he says goodbye to him or whatever?
And I cried at that scene.
Yeah.
I want to go back to your dislike list. How many do you think you really have on a current day truly dislike? I got no time for that person. Is there any one?
There's probably one, right?
No. I mean, because the people who I don't want to associate with are already I don't already associate with them.
Okay.
There's
people I dislike that I don't associate with.
Okay, so there are people who I used to date.
Yeah.
Who I just don't interact with anymore.
Yes, I forgot about.
I just don't interact with them. So
one of those.
What about Kevontae Turpin?
I don't have any dislike for Kevontae Turpin. I just don't have any use for him.
What about Miles Sanders?
No use for him.
You don't have any use for Kevontae Turpin?
No, because the Cowboys apparently don't have any use for him because they've never actually used him. If they had use for him, they would actually have used him.
What about coaches?
No, he loved the last coach.
They're pretty useless in general.
Okay, yeah.
I did know that.
Coordinators might not be.
Defenses
are useless.
Yeah.
Let's figure out this Mavs Mount Rushmore thing because this makes zero sense.
Oh, man, this is so bad.
This is from Bleacher. Did you guys already do this?
Yeah. But I mean,
this is disgusting.
I get the first 3 totally. In the last one, it just felt like they gave up.
But this is
I found his one.
I got no
that
use
he
for him.
dislikes.
I don't dislike him. I just have no use for him.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I saw.
Yeah.
I like him.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's a nice person. I just have no use for him.
Dang, man.
I knew that. I actually knew that one.
It's in the Mavs list.
All right, so
Okay, and for that list, just by the way, the paragraph or sentence they have for this person just shows that they just quit trying. They're like, this guy was on the team.
Wait, real quick. Corey, your dislike list probably is not very long.
People that I dislike?
Yeah, like me, Bobby, and Kevin, very long.
Oh, yeah.
You, probably second shortest to Choppy.
Yeah, probably so. Because
Like
I'm
other things.
in general, I like people. I give them a chance to make things up. And there are people that have said things though that I'm just like. There's a couple people that have worked here before that I'll never talk to again.
Yeah.
They can try and be slime balls and come up and talk to me again, but I never will.
Preach.
So that'll exist. But my list is probably pretty short.
Okay.
Speaking of short lists, this is the Mavericks Mount Rushmore.
Segue.
Since 2000.
Since 2000 specifically.
Yeah, what is the exercise?
Yes, this is every NBA team's Mount Rushmore this century.
This century.
Okay. Dirk. Don't think we have any problem with this one.
I would hope not.
Luka.
Sure.
No issues. So those are 2 set. We knew these.
Bobby's mad already.
No, I'm just thinking.
Jason Terry
Yep.
and Dwight Powell.
I wish, if there was any segment I wish Mike Bassett was still here for.
So we said we dropped the ball by not revealing that to him live on air and like calling him.
Yeah.
And the sentence they have for Dwight Powell
is a better player.
Stupid.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, Dwight Powell played a lot of games.
He said
Is
he
it
has
just
never
players?
been a star,
Yes.
but his 700 games play trail only Dirk among Mavs this century. It just felt right
No, it
to
didn't.
include such a Dallas staple.
Whose name is on that? I need to know that person's name.
It says all it says is Dash Hughes. So I don't know if that's Troy Hughes.
Dash
Grant
Hughes?
Grant Hughes.
Coach
Grant
Hughes.
If you're
Worst take of the week nominee.
Yeah,
This is
tomorrow.
awful.
Yes.
That's a runaway winner, right?
Listen,
I'm even putting I'm putting Jason Kidd on that list instead of Dwight
Kidd,
Powell.
I would listen
Finley,
to Chandler.
Steve Nash.
Yeah,
Tyson.
if you're gonna stick it just to players and not like personnel department, like executives, things like that, then it would have to be Dirk, Luka, and then some combination of Jet, Finley, Chandler.
Sagana Job. DJ
Finley's
Banga.
eligible for this, right?
Finley's eligible for
Yeah.
this.
So Mike
Steve
Nash
Nash,
is Dwight
Steve Nash,
Powell over
Kidd.
The 2000 cutoff with Finley's a little bit because Finley is what got you through the late 90s.
Yeah.
Is where his impact was really felt.
Nash was pretty studly for those 5 years.
He was, yeah. No,
I would think about him.
I think of him more as though like what you lost than the impact he
That
made.
has to be the worst
Kid or
player of anyone's four.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good
Like
question.
even
I didn't
scrub
look through-
franchises.
Oh, man, that's a good
I didn't
point.
look through
Yeah.
the rest. I looked through.
I bet
let's
if he
see.
went to the bums, the Wizards may not have a worse than that.
All right, so here we go. Here's Charlotte's. LaMelo, Al Jefferson, Kemba, Gerald Wallace.
All better. Not even close.
The Bulls had Luol Deng.
Well, Deng could
not
play.
even close.
The Nets threw Brooke Lopez up there.
Not even close.
Let's
not
see.
even close.
Go see the Heat. Do the Heat have Haslam? I'm sure.
Well, the
Heat are
no.
gonna have
They
LeBron,
have
Wade,
Wade,
Bosh.
LeBron, Jimmy Butler, and Bam.
Go to the Wizards.
Oh, no Bosh, huh?
Let's see the Wizards.
Man,
Who's the
man.
one who stuck around?
John Wall.
Antoine, Bradley Beal, John Wall, Gilbert.
Antoine Jameson or Walker?
It doesn't
Jameson.
matter.
Walker never was
Yeah.
there.
It doesn't matter.
So this is probably the worst.
If you-
player.
Is he the worst player of all the Rushmores?
Yes, easily.
If you expand it outside of 2000,
Pacers.
it's easy for the Mavs. It's Finley, Roe Blackman, Luka, Dirk,
You put Finley
or
above.
do you take Luka out?
Check the
I would
Hawks.
not.
Hawks.
I would not.
And
And
Pelicans.
Rolando Blackman is who I would have on there. Man, I have to
what about
think a little
Aguirre?
bit.
Hawks,
Aguirre.
Horford,
Aguirre-
Trae
Aguirre's
Young, Joe Johnson, Paul
awesome.
Millsap.
Not even close.
And you said Pelicans.
Yeah, Pelicans. I'm just trying to think.
Zion, David West, Anthony Davis, Chris Paul. That's way better.
Robert Pack, yeah.
Yeah, you can't forget about him.
Bruno Sundov.
Pack
Yeah.
on the list.
Lucius Harris.
But Luka, got to blame him a little bit. He apparently wanted that Dwight Powell extension and contract redone here.
Sure.
So keep that in mind.
Yeah, look, there's a long list of NBA superstars.
That
Man,
balances
the
it.
Rockets is kind of mid. Harden, Yao, Capella, and Shane Battier.
I mean, all those players are better than Dwight Powell.
Yeah, but Capella and Battier.
It's kinda
What about
mid.
the Blazers?
That's going to change in a couple of years.
Who could it be for the Blazers?
It's going to have to be Brandon Roy.
Brandon Roy, Rasheed Wallace.
No,
Dang.
it's Lillard, Aldridge, Brandon Roy, and CJ.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
McCollum.
I
He
would
was
still
good,
put Rasheed
yeah.
on
Wait,
there,
did you
but-
say Dame?
Yeah, that was the first.
You said
Yeah.
He said
okay.
Lillard.
I said Lillard.
Man, that would be more shocking if
Yeah.
Dame got left off that list than Dwight Powell making.
All right, today it's the G-Bag Nation from Jake's in Frisco, followed by Fan Phenom, and catch us tomorrow on the road at the Firehouse Tour in Red Oak. The KNC Masterpiece is next on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KRL-FM Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
And Alec Medford is out for the next couple of days.
What are we supposed to do?
Important concert things, among other things. So in his stead, we bring Kevin Walker, and...
Does that mean instead of him? Is that basically the same thing?
Pretty much.
All right.
Yeah, I guess I could have just said that. No need to be overly fancy.
No, I like how fancy
we
you are.
bring in Kevin Walker. Kevin, other Kevin, what do we need to know about you, and do you like the moniker of Khaki Kev?
I do enjoy that moniker. What you need to know about me, I enjoy shoes. So that of just the same as Alec Medford. I enjoy shoes. I am DFW local, so all DFW teams I root for. I'm a depressed Cowboys fan just like the rest of us.
Yeah.
I mean, I love KNC, so I try to tune in as often as I can. I'm going to try to do as good as I can to I can't replace Alec, but I can do what I can, right? I can try.
But do you kind of hope that you could replace Alec with these next 2 days and just be like so good that we're like, well, we got to get rid of him?
I don't want to get rid of Alec. I don't want to get rid of Alec.
Good answer. That was a test.
I have a question for you, Kevin.
Yes.
It's interesting that he thought that Kevin was talking to.
Oh, yes, sorry. Gotta get used to that. Gotta get used to that.
I don't care for that.
I have a question for you, Kevins. Yesterday, my son had his first football game of the season.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And he calls me, because the game's at 7:30, he calls me at 5:30.
Mm-hmm.
Says, Dad, I need to go to the restroom. I was like, go, you have
a phone call worthy?
There's a whole bunch of restrooms at your school. You're at the school, you're in the locker room right now preparing for a game. And he goes, no, I need to go number 2. And I was like, again, plethora of restrooms in that building. And he said, I said, just go with the school. And he said, no, there's no way I'm using that toilet paper. And I was like,
'cause it's thin.
I guess, or it's, like made of crushed glass or something. He was like, I'm not using this toilet paper. And Adrian called Adrian first, and she said, no, I'm not coming to get you. And I sympathized with him. And I went ahead and went and picked him up. We lived close enough and brought him home. Gave him the 15 minutes or whatever, and then took him back to the school and dropped him off. Do you ever had do you not go to the restroom in a public place because of the toilet paper?
So I think,
or is it because of your fear that somebody might know that it was you?
Yeah, I could see that, but I also think it's the fear of the breakthrough on that single ply toilet paper. Because that's going to ruin the rest of your day. You can wash as much as you like, but still,
you're just going to know that it was theirs.
Yeah.
See, I don't know when I got over it, but going in public is not a fear for me at all anymore. I got past that a long time ago, but he was very adamant that he was like, if I don't come home and do this, it's going to happen in the middle of the game. And I was like, you aren't desperate enough to do that at home? Or at the school, you're not desperate enough to do that? You're desperate enough to beg me to come get you? But I also did sympathize with him. And Adrian, on the other hand, she doesn't like doing that in public. So that's another thing. I'm like, hey, you know the feeling, yet you did not care. So that's my question for the day.
I think one of the texters believes you taught him an important lesson about entitlement. And I kind of like the idea of that.
Yeah, I should have just made him walk home. If you really want to do it, walk home.
I don't know if I would go that far.
All right.
Now, we could have Cowboys questions that matter.
Okay.
And I do want to get to that. But first, I feel like, can you play me a Rangers highlight, really from just about any inning, because they were smashing the Angels all evening long?
First pitch to Jock, drilled deep out into right field. Adele going back, he leaps, and it is gone. Adele trying to make a home run saving grab, but that one just gets by him for Jock Peterson. A 3-run homer. Rangers lead 7-1.
And if he would have caught it, the final score might have only been 17-3. Now, the Rangers went off on the Angels last night. 20 runs, 22 hits. This game was not particularly competitive. after, I was going to say the fourth inning, but if you wanted to argue to me you thought it was over after the second inning, I would certainly be willing to listen to that. But you know what's really interesting about this? Not only the Rangers get another win, that's 5 of 6. They win the series against the A's. This is another game where they had created some space. Like, you look at the game against the Angels the night before, you look at least the second game against the Guardians, you've started to create space where, as the way you've put it for some time now, Corey, not every pitch is a high pressure or high leverage pitch. And that's got to be easier for the starters, for the bullpen. And so in addition to getting wins, you are creating some separation that doesn't make life, I would assume, miserable on the starting pitchers and relievers.
And it allows you to attack the strike zone differently, too.
Fact.
And like that's a long known thing about baseball. For pitchers, they have a 3-4 run lead. They're like, I can go out there and throw and not worry about giving up a solo home run. But I can throw strikes and strikes that matter instead of having to eat around the corners too much. And so like that was huge for Latz, Webb, Crivello, Armstrong, Bushley, all of them last night. Very important that they got that
Bushley back up.
That opportunity to kind of go out there with just a fresh, I don't even have to stress this one, 20 runs, baby. And you said record at the Globe Live. That's is that a record now? I believe Evan Grant posted that.
Yes, because they haven't been there too long. So the last time they scored this many runs would have not been in this ballpark.
Yeah. So it was wonderful to see that last night, and everybody like messaging me throughout the evening saying, "Dude, do you see this?" I'm like, "No, I'm watching my kid's football game." And yes, I did tell my kid that he needs to carry his own roll of toilet paper to school now, if that's how it's going to be, because that was my time right there.
He needs to put it in the backpack, right? Or else people will think he's a weirdo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or leave it in his locker.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
And you're getting closer and closer to the bizarre yet intriguing situation where you might find yourself pretty soon the same distance from winning the division as you are to make the wild card.
Okay.
Because, like, we've talked about this. This is one of the agitating parts of this entire Rangers season, is there's been so many times where the rest of the AL West is like, we might not want to win this division either. And it feels like you could have been so much further along. But 4.5 out of the wild card, I believe 6 out of the division lead. So you're looking at a Houston, Seattle, and now Texas team that obviously Houston and Seattle are closer to feeling comfortable, but all 3 of those teams are in the mix as of now, and they're not all 3 going to make it, or at least it feels highly unlikely that would happen.
Yeah. I saw somebody propose the idea of run differential being the decider for wild card teams. And that would put us in good spot, Kevin.
I mean,
so for this year at least.
That's going back to the Pythagorean theory that we talked about, like, perhaps could be a true reflection of what your record should be. Well, the Rangers are in a position where they should be doing a lot better. And I know they destroyed the Angels last night, but you have a 5-run worse run differential than Detroit. Detroit has the second best record in the American League and is leading their division by 8.5 games. And so there are many reasons this team is agitating this year.
It's wild. Every team in baseball has given up at least 510 runs, except for the Rangers.
Oh,
the Rangers haven't even given up 500 runs. And like that's still ridiculous that their record is what it is whenever that's been the case.
And that's where I'm at, because it was only last night that they got back above 500.
Yeah, I know.
Like that.
I know.
That's obviously absurd.
They're just riding this wave. And Kevin, again, it goes to the crazy concept of not every season's going to be the same for one. Like not every, if you won a World Series this year, you'd go, those 2 seasons were pretty much complete opposites.
Right.
But then the other theory of maybe only a month really matters. In being, coaches have told us this since we started doing our job. Like since we started asking coaches questions, they've always said, you just got to be hot at the right time. And we always go, okay, what a great coach thing to say.
I mean,
and the reality is,
here we are.
And Bruce Bochy go look at his history. Is that not a reality?
Yeah.
Where his teams just got hot at the right times?
Now, we're going to switch gears to the Cowboys. And I've got a few more questions for y'all. And I'm going to start with this. You saw names like Ernest Brown, Jalen Brooks, Trayshawn Holden. You were able to get Will Greer on the practice squad as well, Keemon Hall. What do you think about the Cowboys practice squad? And if you didn't have this job, Corey, do you think you would care about it?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Because when I wasn't in this job, I was reading everything. I was paying attention to everything. Like, I was already doing that anyway. So I was preparing for this job, I guess, the entire time. But I was already so focused on, okay, is this guy going to be able to stick around and grow into something? Are these good pet cats that you can use for the future? And how will they be used on the practice squad? You know, like, and how can I elevate them? How can I get them involved in this team? Or will they ever have a chance? Some guys you just kind of knew. It does feel like with the way that this NFL has been more lately that practice squad is a cultivating area,
right?
More than anything else. So yeah, I probably would. But at the same time, we're a week away from football, and we really want to get there fast.
Yes,
that's where I am at right now.
Princeton Fant also on the list. Fairweather. I know a lot of people were curious about him. Jalen Cropper, Sadiq Charles. A lot of, if you've been following the training camp coverage right here on 105.3 The Fan, which hopefully you have this year, and in the past year or two, a lot of names that you are probably familiar with. And then there's still a couple more names that the Cowboys I know are actively trying to, or hoping, get through waivers so they can add them to the practice squad, especially since they made a couple of cornerback shifts in the last 24 hours. All right, my next question for you. I just think this question is fun. How many sacks will Micah Parsons have for the Cowboys this season?
In the first game?
Well, 0.
You don't think he's playing?
Man, if you're hopping on a plane to maybe or maybe not get a fake doctor's note so you don't
or
have to
a real
play.
one.
Yeah, or a real doctor's note that you don't have to play. I don't know. So that's the question. This season, so that factors in how much will he play?
11.
11, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just going to presume that he plays a shortened season. I don't know how.
He might get hit by a car.
I'm not that worried. Dude. Now I actually am a little bit. Now that you bring it up like
That's
that.
why Jerry said he didn't get his extension. He got hit by a car.
Yeah, we want to make sure he doesn't get hit by a car until right before the game.
What? Yes. That is the way he said it was, which was confusing.
They signed Dak right before the game because they didn't want him to get hit by a car. Is what it sounded like. And so they were like, we had to wait until then. What if you got hit by a car walking across the street to the stadium that day? But I'm assuming he's going to play a shortened season. I don't know how shortened it's going to be. I might even say 2 games. Let's go with the Emmitt Smith model because we keep bringing that up. Jerry keeps, hey, don't forget we won the Super Bowl that year.
Back.
You had to go on a bit of a tear in order to win that Super Bowl. Let's not
and
forget.
you're also the defending champion.
You had some luck on your side in that instance too. And then he has to have a few games to get back into form, and then I think that 11's a good number because I think he can do that. I think he can have a game where he has a couple of big moments. And, you know, the Charles Haley moment where Barry Switzer went up to him and was like, hey, it's all on you. And Charles Haley was like, crap. And went out and got 4 sacks. You know, like, okay, have one of those big games and it'll work out. But I think 11's a good number.
Kevin Walker, how many sacks will Micah Parsons have for the Cowboys this season?
I would set it at 10 because I do think he'll miss a game or 2. I'd say 10.
Okay. So optimistic. He's not going anywhere. In your face, Green Bay. Or whatever actual trade rumors are out there. By the way, shout out to Mike Florio for picking up that thing off of Reddit and being like, oh yeah, no, my sources say that Green Bay's interested too. Good work. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola, and maybe, just maybe, time for some Stars talk. Next on The Fan.
Frankel's. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost and only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to get you prepared for all of the different places you could see our show, see all of our shows tonight at Jake's final first round of Fan Phenom off of Main Street in Frisco. Tomorrow morning, Sean and RJ, they're going to be at the Firehouse in Red Oak, 547 Methodist Street with that cooling town towel giveaway, just towel. And then tomorrow we will be at Uncle Julio's in Frisco, 2401 Preston Road. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Can you believe it's a week away?
Man, we're talking about that. You're in game week now, or essentially in game week now. And the Cowboys have already started to make some roster moves. How excited are you that they waived Andrew Booth? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Mickey. But they did make a couple of moves at cornerback, and I know they're still hoping to slide at least one of those guys back onto the practice squad. But any surprise at the movement there, given how much it feels like uncertainty we've had at cornerback throughout training camp?
Yeah, and, I guess we got to see these guys, right? But just doing a little background work or whatever, it seems like they are very enthralled with Reddy Stewart. He was with Matt Eberflus and with the Bears, right? Yeah. And I know he was on the practice squad. I think he only played one game, but from my understanding, they were pretty high on him. And, he may, depending on who's able to play, who's not able to play, he's a slot corner. And they must have thought that this guy was better than the young slot corners or guys they were trying to play there. So, be interesting when they get back into practice tomorrow, just where this guy's lining up. He's 4.45 speed, and he was pretty good at Troy. Now, I know you're going to say, well, it was the Sun Belt, right? But I read where his last 2 years there, he had something like 7 interceptions, 2 returned for touchdowns, and he had and in the Bears preseason last year in one game, and again, it probably was the last game, so who's he playing against, right? I get all that. He had 2 picks and 1 return, 46 yards for a touchdown. So he's got a history at a lower level of being really productive. Now, we'll see what happens, but he's going to get an opportunity. I think it was Minnesota signed him to a futures contract, and then they let him go, so he didn't impress anybody there. But obviously, the Cowboys are relying on their scouting department on, how they graded somebody back then going into the draft. So I think it's interesting just to take a look and see that, after they spent all of training camp with Zion Childress and Keeman Hall kind of in the slot,
which I feel like we kind of like them.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, and now they thought, well, maybe this is better. Now the other thing is, you take a look, and when you claim a guy, he's on your 53, but that doesn't mean that you can't elevate one of those 2 guys on game day if you don't like what you saw. So it's not like you forfeited anybody, since those guys made it through waivers that you could put them on. Well, we don't know yet on Childress, right? That has to happen today,
right?
If he clears. And really, everybody that the Cowboys let go, only Tyrus Wheat got claimed by the Lions. No one else got claimed. So just when you think there's these guys, it's like, oh man, we can't get this guy through, or we can't get that guy through, and then you put them out there, and everybody's got guys like that. So I think that's kind of telling on, only one guy got claimed off waivers.
The practice schedule this week, how does it differ from what the training camp buildup is? Like, reps now go to Dak. Reps now go to first team guy. How much difference is it the week of a game from what they do building up to that?
Yeah. So tomorrow they're going to treat that as a bonus practice. So that might not be indicative of what they do Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, which would be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday in a regular week, right? Yeah, Dak's going to get all the reps with the first team. I would imagine Milton's running the scout team.
Okay. He actually good scout team guy for what they're facing.
Yeah, or Greer, one of the two, how they do it. But usually the backup gets no snaps whatsoever with the first team. Dak gets them all. Now, they may make an exception just because of the situation they're in right now. And who knows? Depending on who they want to elevate, they can elevate Will Greer onto the active roster on game day. So you never know
that would be
what
surprising.
their thinking is. Yeah, I mean, they might, which would be very telling about Joe Milton, right?
Yes, and his readiness to be prepared to be back up in game one.
Day one in the game. I mean, you can manipulate the roster that way. So those are always the deal. And then the other guy, they got Triquez Bridges. He was kind of a safety corner, and we'll see. I didn't hear much about him, but I heard that they were big on this Stewart guy, so we'll see.
Now, you talked about getting ready for the Eagles. Terrence Steele has been talking about that. Dak Prescott has been talking about that. And one of the things that Dak said is, watching their playoff run last year, a couple of games against us. Do you get the sense, or how much film study, if at all, is taken away from the preseason, especially given how much we've moved away from your playing your starters in these games?
Yeah, I think you're relying mostly on what you learned about the team last year, and the Eagles, defending champs, right? But they got some issues on defense. They lost 5 starters.
Sure.
So there's some guys that are going to be playing that you're not totally familiar with, or you have to look at, well, where'd they come from? Where did they, what were they doing then? The system's going to be the same. So for the new guys, and there's a lot of new guys on this roster, it's basically, and I'm sure they've already started that, but concentrating more on the system. The offense, you can probably, it's not going to change a whole heck of a lot. So the Cowboys at least have a kind of a hold on what that is, more so than the Eagles have on what the Cowboys are going to be doing, since both coordinators, and I'm calling Schottenheimer the coordinator on offense, and then the new coordinator on defense, Eberflus, they're going to have to go look and see what he was doing from a scheme standpoint with the Bears. But it's not the same personnel. So there's probably a little bit more unknown for the Eagles than there is for the Cowboys. But if you're, a veteran guy knows that, you better have been studying film all week, even though you had to have the mandatory 3 days off.
See, Kevin, that's why. That's why I discussed the Joe Milton thing yesterday.
Yeah.
I would throw all the wacky packages at them because they'll be like, what the hell is going on right now?
Yeah. Hey, look, and they can be like, well, they won't beat us again with that. And I'll be like, hey, it worked the first time.
You don't know.
Well, at least it won't be vanilla, okay?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Or a 7-iron.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Play with the whole set of clubs.
So, when you look at the roster, the way it panned out, I don't know that there were great surprises there on how it all turned out. And, and I think it's indicative of their kind of concern at the cornerback position. How I'm sure Diggs is going to get out there, but how much, right? You don't know that. We have no idea about Parsons, right?
Yeah.
And so those are things that, they haven't been answered. They still haven't been answered. And I don't know how far you go before you get an idea. And by the way, with this back issue, seriously.
Well, I was about to ask you if you had fiery opinions about.
Well, I do, because he was working out in training camp. He was doing, not with the team, but he was doing conditioning work. And, when you're walking around the tennis courts there, you see things. And sure didn't look like he was limping around. So I think this is chapter 4 of the agent and negotiating book.
Right. So
we've hit a stalemate, and now we're worried that they're going to put him on some reserve list, and the only one I can think of is non-football injury, right?
Yeah, so
because you're refusing to participate.
It is a fair thought that he might be just seeking out.
I mean, I don't mean non-football injury. I meant to say conduct detrimental to the team. That's what I meant to say.
No, I understand.
And then if you're on that, you don't get paid. But if you're hurt and you're not playing, then you get paid.
Right.
So now they're worried about that, and they've been worrying about if he got the fifth-year option as a defensive end or a linebacker.
Yeah.
Right? Now that's come up.
Yeah.
And it's $3 million difference. But as I like to say in the salary cap, every $1 million counts. And I'm sure in your back pocket, it certainly counts.
Well, and it could be a big difference if they decide eventually to go with a double franchise route, because then that's an elevated price in future years as well.
And it has to be 20% more than your last salary. So, so yeah, there's a lot of things going on right now. And I just kind of warn people, just be careful who you believe, who's reporting what. That's all.
Do you want to tell us anybody we shouldn't listen to reporting-wise?
Twitter.
Oh!
just all of Twitter.
Just all of Twitter.
All right.
Make sure it's a name you know, right?
Okay.
Or trust. Let's put it that way.
Okay, I like that. Well, we know and trust you. We'll catch up with you tomorrow at a different time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I appreciate that too, by the way.
No problem.
All right, talk to you.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Evan, I do have this question. Do you think that, like, there was a more discreet way to get on an airplane and travel to this place?
Obviously, you go on Spirit. No one. I don't even think they have flight logs. There's no way. And so they'd be like, "Did Micah fly somewhere?" You're like, "I have no idea." So yeah, you hop on Spirit
under the name Picah Marsons.
Yeah, Picah Marsons, and then you'll be fine.
I just feel like that was a very hey, I'm a very recognizable figure wearing Cowboys gear. By the way, walking through the airport. I feel like there was you can private jet it. I have no clue, but I guess to get away from maybe where people that Jerry Jones might know, he had to go somewhere further. And
it was very much the Dallas thing to do. You go somewhere to be seen, not necessarily for the activity itself. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I feel like we got about that time. Can you give me cut number 3? Because it's time for this.
Zone, Robertson in front, tip, score! Jamie Benn, the captain, completes the comeback!
Now, the Dallas Stars, we've been fired up about them, obviously, for years and years, because, they actually make it to at least the conference championship. Right. They are going to have 16 national games for the upcoming season.
Is that good?
I think it's good, but then again, depending on what streaming service you have, some people might listen and be like, that's not a national game. They're going to be on ESPN twice, ABC once, TNT 7 times.
What?
And the ESPN Plus Hulu combo 6 times. So that's 16 national games, and then the remaining 66 will, of course, be on Victory Plus. So hopefully people are pumped about a continued broader national profile, as the Stars have been on the brink for several years.
Yeah, when you're in the Cup all the time and losing, you should definitely be more of a national figure.
They get to the round before that.
Okay, yeah. If you're around it and losing those,
yeah. Or
you should be there.
Maybe the Stars are like, if we just make it to the second round, and sometimes the first, and sometimes not even make the playoffs on a consistent basis, then we'll always be on national.
This is going to be their year, dude. They got Gulletson, baby.
Oh, I like it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where the Rangers continue to mash, and we power rank the MLB Power Rankings. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we're live at...
Seager, he swings and belts one. Deep right center, that is on its way. That ball is history over the bullpen. A monster shot for Corey. Make it 9-1 Texas in the fourth.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers would go on to score 20 runs in their 20-3 victory over the Angels. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. And let's start with those very Texas Rangers, which makes sense. Feels like that would be rude if we didn't talk about them. They scored 20 runs.
Hey, are you going to pay attention to us now that we scored 20 runs?
Yeah, I will.
Somebody asked Kevin if I'm still leaving the white flag up.
Yeah, because they're one whole game over 500.
I will leave the white flag up until they solidify a playoff spot.
Okay.
And then y'all can be like, you can't get back on the bandwagon. I'll be like, I was on this bandwagon before you were even born, all right?
I will not say that.
That being said, they haven't proven to me a long stretch of success.
Sure.
So
not even close.
And so that's where I gave up. I was like, I need them to be successful in this 7-game run. And they were like, no, they gave me the middle finger. And then I was like, all right, so that's it. That was my signal. I'm done. But you know what? That doesn't mean that I'm not rooting for their success. I love those guys, and I'm hoping they do it.
All right, let's go to New York for a couple of different stories. So Nolan McLean for the Mets has been phenomenal to start off his career. Last night, he threw 8 innings, was masterful in the 6-0 win over the Philadelphia Phillies. That created a 3-game sweep for the Mets. But also, McLean became the first Mets pitcher ever to win his first 3 starts.
Well, that's cool. Not even Doc Gooden?
Probably his team blew it for him. He was probably awesome. That's what ESPN Stats and Information says. That feels like a low number. Like 3? If you said to win your first 7 starts, I was like, oh, wow, that's a lot.
I can get it because let's say you win
that. You said you could get it.
I understand. You win the first one.
Mm-hmm.
No decision the second one.
Mm-hmm.
And then win the next one. That's, I understand that completely. So, but that does, and it's the Mets. This is just the Mets. This isn't all of baseball history, right?
No, correct.
So yeah, it's the Mets. So they're weird.
That would be really astonishing.
They're weird. They're a weird bunch. We've always known that. That's often been said about them.
True.
So we can totally get. Hey, all right. So, and by the way, no decision or win for Dwight Gooden.
Oh, he lost his second one?
The second one, 2-11. He went 3 1/3 innings, gave up 6 runs.
Oh, no.
So he was booty in that game.
Okay. Well, he was outstanding after that for several years. Now, let's go to the other New York team, the Yankees.
6th game, he gave up 8 runs.
Okay. Well, he turned out to be really, really good.
Only went 2 1/3.
Dude,
Dude, it was the end of the season that he was awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where you really need to pay attention. I'll go back. We'll go do a deep dive on it later.
So the Yankees beat the Nationals 11-2, and that was on the strength of 1 half inning where they scored 9 runs, and the half inning took 41 minutes.
Really? That's a long time.
Usually it doesn't work perfectly, especially since they sped up the game, but you could kind of like chunk out 10 minutes per half inning to kind of gauge, if you're going to get a 3-hour game.
And you know this specifically. I don't know if you knew this beforehand, but when we worked nights, we kind of were figuring, okay, how much time do I need to get to the station? And I knew that if it was about, the 7th inning, I was like, I need to start getting prepared to head up to the station.
Right.
Because I got about 30 minutes
Exactly.
here.
Exactly. Yes. I definitely became far more interested because of that. All right. Let's go from that to, unfortunately, the Mariners continue to win. They were victorious 4-3 yesterday. But one of the things that I thought was of note in that game, Brian Wu, he was fine, but he didn't get to 6 innings. Brian Wu had pitched 25 straight starts with at least 6 innings.
Wow.
Now, I know back in the day, a lot of people would be like, oh, well, you're soft. But now, if you go 6 innings, at times it feels to me like if you make it through 6 complete innings, that is almost the same as a complete game back in the day, even though that's ridiculous.
Is quality start 3 runs?
Correct.
Okay, man, that's a good run, though, man, of quality starts for him, too, though.
Which I also hate. I think we need to revisit that, all right? Because if you had a pitcher who had a 4.5 ERA, wouldn't you be like, okay. But a quality start is 6 innings, 3 runs. That's a 4.5 ERA. Now, if you go more than 6 innings, I know that could lower the number, but I feel like we need to have more stringent numbers on a quality start.
Man.
Or maybe with modern baseball, if you get to 6 innings, it doesn't matter what you do. That's a quality start.
It doesn't say fantastic start, Kevin. It says quality. And quality's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike Bassick had a... Oh, crap.
Don't you dare call him out. He knows. He knows his stats really well.
It was a 5.46 ERA. I was hoping that it was like a 4.5, because then I'd be like, Mike, and then you could be like, you know what? You got a good point. Mike was a quality pitcher. Now you're saying he wasn't quality.
I will defer to Mike on that. I believe he might have that opinion. I will not speak for him. All right, let's go to the Cy Young rankings. Or do you just want the overall power rankings for baseball?
Well, now that Evaldi's out, DeGrom's got to be out too.
Does he?
The only person that's available
is Jack Leiter.
Patrick Corbin.
I mean, he did have an incredible last start.
He's had some quality starts.
Yes, he has. So Tarek Skubal is currently ranked number 1 by MLB.com in their quest for the Cy Young in the American League. Garrett Crochet is next. Hunter Brown is 3rd. And now Jacob deGrom is 4th on the list and 6th overall among pitchers for AL Cy Young. With the departure for the rest of the regular season of Nathan Eovaldi, though, I just don't see it. I thought he had a shot, and even he had long odds. So this will be another year, unfortunately, in which the Rangers do not get a Cy Young. But
DeGrom could throw, 2 shutouts down the stretch here and get it?
If he threw 2 complete game shutouts, that might change things.
What about 2 perfect games?
Then, look, it stands to reason if I think 2 shutouts would change things.
In a row.
2 perfect games, which has never been done. I know they had the back-to-back no-hitter and not back-to-back perfect game. Then I think he should win it. Sorry, Tarek.
Yeah.
By the way, for the...
All right, Jacob. That's all you got to do. I know you listen to us. All you have to do is go pitch 2 perfect games in a row.
Yeah, and it's not that Eovaldi would
Kevin says you can't.
That's true. I do say that you can't. It's not that Eovaldi is ineligible for the Cy Young now. It's just with the number of innings he's pitched, and he won't be a qualifier for the ERA title and everything. Unfortunately, he will not win. The Texas Rangers are up to number 15 in ESPN.com's power rankings, up from 16 to 15.
Because they put 20 on them?
I don't know if it was just that. I think it was the 4 or 5 that they had won before. Last night.
So if it had been last night's game, they would have bumped up 3 or 4 more spots, right?
I mean, it does encapsulate last night's game. So
okay.
I don't think so.
Congratulations.
But fear not, the Colorado Rockies and Chicago White Sox remain at the bottom of the heap. And probably not surprisingly, the Milwaukee Brewers remain at the top of the power.
They're still on
rankings.
fire, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
They're good at baseball.
Do you think they could win the World Series?
Well, they're on a 1-game losing streak right now. So
is that a losing streak?
It's what it's Kevin on ESPN.com's app website. In the standing section, it says STRK. What does that mean?
I guess streak.
So I'm just it says current streak, and then under that it says L1. So I'm just going to go based on what they say. I don't agree with it. I just want to let you know I don't agree.
Thank you for
I'm
that.
Just reading the facts.
And then also Shohei Ohtani struck out 9 last night over 5 innings as the Dodgers were victorious 5-1. The total for the night, the Dodgers registered 19 strikeouts. That is a season high for the club and a franchise record for a 9-inning game since at least 1901. And before that, they were like, I don't know. I had to go do a whole bunch of other things after the game, go back to the farm. So they had other stuff to do, and they do not have reputable stats before that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL teams primed to make a big jump this season and those ready to fall. Next on The Fan.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I may or may not have told Corey about a segment, and he stuck his tongue out and gave me a thumbs down, which hurt my feelings.
You seem to like this other segment idea more, so that's on you.
We have brainstormed this segment for zero amount of time. Corey told it to me maybe 35 seconds ago, and I said, whoa, I love it.
But you created it maybe 45 seconds ago.
There you go.
So,
all right. So the segment we are now completely changing to. What is your biggest Micah Parsons conspiracy theory? Now, we say conspiracy theory because hopefully we can have a little fun with this, or maybe you 100% believe what you're about to tell us.
And here's the thing. I would like it if you didn't go to your friends or go to Twitter and say, well, KNC said this.
Yes.
These are all, as the great Randy Galloway used to say, grassy knolls.
Ooh.
These are all conspiracy theories of what's actually going on, because Kevin, I've thought from step one this was content driven.
Yes.
Because TNT used to know drama. They used to say that. That was their saying.
That's true.
But Jerry Jones proved with The Gambler, he knows drama.
Can we also add in what the great Chuck Morgan would say? This is for entertainment purposes only.
Yes.
No
Yes.
wagering, please. All right. So obviously the conspiracy theory that I'm going to go with, which I 100% know that there are numerous folks out there, both in and out of media, who believe this is the case, is Micah needed to get spotted going onto the plane and needed to leak out the idea that he was going to get another opinion from a doctor. I think my conspiracy theory would be he is seeking out a predetermined opinion from a doctor that will give him leverage to not play for the Cowboys while also not getting fined game checks, and that same predetermined MRI would miraculously disappear the second he signed a new contract. So that would be the conspiracy theory that I have. I am willing to bet that other folks believe that as well.
Okay. How much are you willing to bet?
Well, as I just said, no wagering, please.
Oh, yeah,
that
that's right.
was a turn of a phrase, so I will, in fact, not bet on that. So I'll rephrase. I'm thinking a lot of people might be thinking that too.
All right.
How about that?
What kind of play you want to make on that?
Oh my gosh! Stop it!
All right, so
I told you, Jeremiah Smith and Arch Manning are the ones to keep an eye out on for the Texas-Ohio State game.
That is true. He did tell you. My conspiracy theory at the moment, 877-881-1053. What is your Micah conspiracy theory? My conspiracy, not about necessarily the flight that that he got on very publicly. But my conspiracy has been from the beginning that that meeting where Jerry and Micah sat down was a timeline meeting. And they started looking at, hey, here's where we need to start dropping things publicly in the media so that we can keep this story going. Not necessarily because they don't have a contender on their hands, but because Jerry knows that if there's no story, the Cowboys are irrelevant. And he's very big on that anyway. So he's like, I
disagree with that so
I
much,
need
too.
at least a story. If otherwise it's they're going to be focusing on Dak and the offense and if things are bad. So we need something to to be dramatic to take over the storyline.
So,
and in every great soap opera, there's always the one that you care about more. The one storyline that you care about, you're like, I could do without these other ones. This one's the one that everybody seems to care about more. So this is all they went through the timeline, and this move that he just made, getting on the plane, was a predetermined move. That they'd already said, look, you make your plays, I'll make mine. We won't get hurt about any of it because it's all part of the game.
All right, so you'll love this one from the 817. The deal has already been made for some time. They're keeping it quiet to stay relevant in the media. From the 817, man, I do not want to be a part of this one. My conspiracy theory is all the media has gotten together and paid Micah not to sign so they can have something to talk about.
Dude, we don't have that much money.
Lazy, and crappy media is what you should have added in there.
But they don't have that much.
I know, but I'm saying good media doesn't want to talk about this because I said this 6 months ago. Corey, I know you've probably believed this for more than 6 years. I also think this ends with the deal getting done, everyone smiling, Jerry being like, we knew we had to have him on the field. And like
Micah who?
Yeah.
Remember they made shirts? They made shirts out of Zeke who?
Exactly. And so all of that's going to be taken care of, and everyone's going to be smiling, and I never wanted to leave the Cowboys. It was all negotiation, blah, 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 blah. And the number will come out as a number that makes the Cowboys look foolish and continue to be inept at negotiating. I believe that is all done. That's why we haven't talked about it a whole ton on our show. And then you get a lot of people who are like, why aren't you talking more about Micah? Because I think a lot of this is fake.
From the 817, just wanted to let y'all know I started a Back to the Future DeLorean Lego set the other day. I'm very pumped for the final product. Even Khaki Kevin right there is pretty excited about it.
I have that one, so it's a good set.
Do?
I do.
Okay.
So,
I'm looking at. I'm
that
sorry.
changed everything.
I need to focus on
from the 817.
Show, but
Micah wanted to have a part in the Jerry Jones Gambler, but he said no. So Micah said, I'll put my own soap opera together. That's a good theory. Okay. What about this conspiracy? The one that started this, Kevin. This question for me. That the Cowboys are having him hold out so that they can throw off the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, I love the idea of not showing anything. They didn't show anything defensively in the preseason. How many starters played? Like, very few during the preseason at all. So, as Mickey pointed out, personnel-wise, the Eagles kind of have to look at a lot of different things. We don't know how they work together anywhere.
Right.
But the theory would be that you're really going to throw off the Giants in week 2. But you're really, it's week 1 that you're focusing on. You got to take down the Philadelphia Eagles.
Look, man, if you're able to throw off another team after week 1,
okay,
that team just sucks.
All right.
At scouting. Oh, well, he played in that first game. Maybe he wasn't going to play again.
Well, what if he did this then? He plays the first 3 quarters, takes the 4th quarter off, and everybody's like, oh no, he was hurt. And then he comes out and he's like, oh yeah, definitely. And he says, no, I wasn't hurt. I just didn't want to play a 4th quarter, and that's how it's going to be. And then all week, they're like, is he even going to play against the Giants? And the Giants are like, we didn't even scout Micah. We don't know what to do. Bam. Then you got the 2 weeks in a row where you've thrown off NFC East opponents.
Well, I remain committed that the Giants should probably totally rethink their leadership group if that is the case. From the 901, biggest conspiracy theory, he says he wants to win and wants a ring, but he really only cares about money and celebrity. Now, that feels more like their current opinion as opposed to a conspiracy theory. But Broadus has said this, I believe, the last 2 days, is he believes Micah regrets going to Jerry and the way the situation has played out. And I stand firm by this. I understand to a certain extent the pressure that the NFLPA can put on other players, especially top-end players. But at the end of the day, your agent, no matter how powerful they are, works for you. And if they're not working for you, go get a different agent because you will still get plenty of money. And I wonder if Micah is to the point where he's like 43, 40 and a half. I need to get on the field and I need you to work for me and get the deal done, even if it's 2.5 per year less.
You've read Rich Dad Poor Dad before, right?
What is it called?
Rich Dad Poor Dad. It's a how to make money book. You got different ways: real estate, paper. You got different ways to make money. And one of the things that he says in the book is, if I go in on a real estate project and my agent can't make me 14%, then I don't want that agent anymore. I want a 14% return on my investment.
Right.
And so that's the number he sets there. And my theory on this, Kevin, is why do you hire an agent, though, if you're not going to let him do his job? If you're going to tell him, hey, you work for me, well, then let me do my job here. Let me get this thing done. But that being said, if they're not getting you the return you want, you can very well say, then I will go find another one. That's a reality, too.
I guess I would disagree with that analogy because don't you think that real estate person is probably just doing it for the money? Do you think they love real estate?
Do you think
Mike? I think Micah
agents?
does. I'm saying for Micah. I think Micah loves football. So
and I love real estate, and I want you to go make me the money.
Okay, maybe.
But
I don't know if I think that person loves real estate in that analogy.
Okay.
I think they love money.
All right.
And so I think Mike is getting to the point where he's like, just get the deal done.
And that's what I'm saying, though, is like you can always fire your agent. That's always a reality. Yeah. But if he's not doing the work because you won't let him and the owner won't let him, because somebody said this, their conspiracy is Jerry's trying to push agents out of the game completely. Player only focus on money, not fine print. Owners get away with things by not having agents in the way.
And I believe that.
Like he's already said. I know what's interesting about this is during the Deion Sanders part of The Gambler, they go in and Jerry says, I got his agent in one room. I got Eugene Parker in one room and Deion in another. And I went to talk to the agent first. Yet he's told us he never talks to agents.
Yeah.
So that's another weird.
Sometimes he says things that are not entirely factually accurate.
Yeah.
All right, Kevin Walker, do you have a Micah Parsons conspiracy theory?
Y'all have kind of already hinted at it. I think that my conspiracy theory would be that they're purposely delaying to sign him until the day of the Philadelphia Eagles game so they can spoil the ring ceremony, and they'll send Micah out there.
I like that. And so he doesn't get hit by a car.
He don't even have to play. They can just sign him.
So this is the...
And that would spoil the ceremony because it would attract all the attention.
That's true.
Dude,
you're right.
The entire broadcast.
Right. I concede.
Would be like, can y'all believe it? And they'll be like, hey, we've got one of these Super Bowl rings. They'll be like, yeah, but Micah just signed.
I concede.
I like that.
Much like, was it yesterday with the engagement or the day before with the engagement, that I think that Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift getting married on July 4th could undercut the celebration of our 250th birthday. So I agree. It's that big of a deal in some media circles that perhaps that could happen. Now, I like this from the 817, my conspiracy theory. Mark my words. They put that in all caps. Tomorrow, the deal will be done, and it will break on KNC. While we're at Uncle Julio's in Frisco, and then Jerry will call in and say, chocolate pinatas for everybody.
Dude, Jerry,
I don't know about that.
I know for a fact that Jerry loves a chocolate pinata. Like, that's like, who doesn't? Like,
Right.
Everybody loves a chocolate pinata. So I know for a fact that he does. I did see, I think it was Wolchuk had retweeted this, and it was Dan Graziano saying on NFL Network, here's the quote, Kevin. Based on conversations that we were having yesterday and last night, that a resolution feels like it might be pretty close. Now, what that resolution is, I think, is still up in the air. Then added, I think in the next couple of days, maybe by the end of the weekend, we could have some resolution on this one way or another. So that was his quote, Dan Graziano, who's NFL insider. So whether, I don't know exactly where to take that, but that could be just another part of the conspiracy theory.
I know I said I think it's all predetermined and bought and paid for. I have a hard time believing that season opener, Cowboys, Eagles, Micah's not on the field. I know people have talked about he might not be on the field all the way. I get all that. I just have a hard time believing he won't be there.
If Diggs is on the field, I don't think he's going to be out there 100% of the snaps.
Agreed.
And I think the only person that's going to get 100, man, except for in my grand scheme, Dak is the only person I think is going to get 100% of the snaps. Maybe your offensive lineman.
Yeah.
But the defensive line, they're not going to do that. But Dak and the offensive lineman. But if my grand scheme of things and Joe Milton has a couple snaps to surprise the Philadelphia Eagles.
I like that idea.
Yeah, you should listen to that one, Shotty.
By the way, somebody texted in and said we should invite Jerry Jones to Uncle Julio's. I'll tell you,
he's always invited Uncle Julio's.
All right, spread the word. You can get to Jerry, right?
I've known him for a long time.
Okay. Jerry, come to Uncle Julio's tomorrow. It's pretty close to the Star.
It's very close.
2401 Preston Road in Frisco. I'll tell you what, I make you this promise right here, right now. If that Micah Parsons deal is done by the time our show happens tomorrow, any point in our show tomorrow, I will buy you a margarita and a chocolate pinata. Gosh. Jerry, all you got to do is come on down to Uncle Julio's. Get the deal done. I will buy you both of those things or give you the cash equivalent.
Yeah. And if I was him, the first thing I'd say to us is, guys, where is Uncle Julio? Like, that would be the first thing I would ask us.
Actually,
I wanted to meet the man before I sat down at his establishment.
I actually could see that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now it's time for the most controversial segment of the day. It's Masterpiece Theater. What was the single best film performance of the past 25 years? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Maidens?
Paprika.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or trick wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to for car and trick wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Now, Kevin Walker, I don't want you to feel bad. We will get you a plethora of Mike Bassick ad reads, and you just sounded like Walter Cronkite right there compared to him. So don't worry about it.
I'm pretty sure Kevin this morning said he was going to give away a town. But my first thought, Kevin, was,
oh man,
which town would you want to give away the most?
Imagination Land.
It's a good place. Back to you, Kevin.
All right. But yes, you're doing a good job. Thank you very much. All right. Wanted to give you a sports update. Caden Scarborough. So MLB.com had their list of fastest rising pitching prospects in each system. So Caden Scarborough, who we've talked about a few different times, he got moved up to high A after 5 innings of no-hit ball, and then he followed up with 5 innings of 1-hit ball with 9 strikeouts in his debut at high A. Scarborough has allowed 1 or fewer runs in 7 of his last 8 starts before the promotion. Since the promotion, he's gone 16 innings since he gave up an earned run.
Wow.
He has a 2.7 ERA with 104 strikeouts and 80 innings this season. So, again, high A, still a ways away, but a positive thing right there.
Yeah, Scarborough's fair.
Okay.
What?
You did not care about any of what I just said, did you?
I didn't hear a word you said.
Yeah.
All I wanted to do was get that one in there.
I figured. All right. Right now, it's time for some Masterpiece Theater.
Welcome to another edition of Masterpiece Theater, where we discuss theater with you. And now, 2 guys who know absolutely nothing about theater, Corey and Kevin.
So this came from a list on The Ringer, that some of which I think is tremendous. There are others that I don't quite agree with, but that's fine. The 101 best movie performances of the 21st century. So we asked the question, what do you think was the single greatest movie performance of the past 25 years? And just to show that maybe The Ringer was doing some bits along the way, number 101 is Kevin Garnett as himself in Uncut.
You think they were doing bits, or do you think he actually did a good performance? Being himself.
It was a good performance.
But there are plenty of actors who are just themselves.
Oh, yeah.
Julia Roberts was the first one, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's the one everybody kind of points to and goes, yeah, Julia Roberts. She's the same person and everything.
I feel that way with Olivia Munn. And she's like, have you ever seen her where she's kind of like a sassy, back-talking, strong lady?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, I've seen her in that before.
Everything that she's ever done.
I found it interesting. The most nominated roles for it was Denzel Washington and Philip Seymour Hoffman. 2
Makes sense.
Fantastic actors.
Makes sense. And by the way, it's not going to be Philip Seymour Hoffman hate as this segment goes along. It's the fact that the movie The Master sucks, and they have 2 entries in the top 10. It's boring.
I've never seen it, and I'm not sure I wanted to. But since it's on this list, I feel like I have to.
You don't.
I mean, it's got 2 nominees in the top 10.
Yeah, and that doesn't change the fact that it's boring as hell. All right, so out of the top 50 performances, I've seen 35 of these because I know how to party. But would you like to go first with your single greatest performance in film in the last 25 years? By the way, I think somebody said Green Mile. I believe that came out in 1999. So this is since 2000.
There are plenty in the top 10 that I agree with. I thought, Kevin, number 48 was too low for this guy's, and that was J.K. Simmons in Whiplash.
You think I'm f***ing stupid?
What?
I know it was you.
That dude, right? Dude, It was hard to find audio for this because
he swears a lot in that movie.
A lot of, yes, that too. But a lot of the intense moments in that movie were actual drum scenes, like them playing the drums.
Plus, don't you think Simmons did a really good job with the looks?
The way he stared you down and the way he was disappointed. Dude, I was nauseous for Miles Teller during watching that movie because of how. And J.K. Simmons, I think the line they put in there is a very fine line to walk between being hateable and likable and all those things, and he did it. J.K. Simmons did it perfectly.
Do you ever feel bad for Miles Teller? I feel like he doesn't get enough credit for.
He's in a bunch of really good movies,
and but specifically in that movie, and he learned how to drum.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's really good at that movie. It's just unfortunate that he goes up against that.
Yeah,
what are you supposed to do?
A character that is Darth Vader-like in hate.
I could see
by the end of that movie, you hate J.K. Simmons and you're rooting for Miles Teller's character. So I just thought that one was way too low, and I thought it should be a top 10 performance, not number 48.
Yeah, no, I think I'm inclined to agree with you for sure. All right, Kevin Walker, do you have a vote for the greatest film performance of the last 25 years?
I do actually, and one that I've seen recently, but it took me a while to get to. Would it be a list without Matthew McConaughey? And no, I'm not talking about Interstellar, Dallas Buyers Club.
What are you doing here?
Well, I live here.
Where's Rayon? You roommates?
Not exactly. What are you doing here?
Roger Thompson. This is my patient. You treating these people?
Oh, they're treating themselves.
With what?
Vitamins, peptide T, DDC, anything but that poison you're hawking.
Woo! Dallas Buyers Club.
Hey, leave that poison you're hawking. I haven't seen this movie.
It's very good.
I feel
him and Leto are excellent in that movie.
They won awards for what they did.
Did they both win an Academy?
I think Leto did.
Okay.
Did he not? Anyway, I know he gave a speech after he won an award once. Matthew McConaughey, that is. But I haven't seen it, but it was one of those where I was like, do I want to put myself in that place? And I didn't want to at the time. I just wanted something funny. So I probably should go back and check that one out because I've heard nothing but great things.
I didn't know what it was about, and by the title of it, it didn't entirely inform me on what it was about. So I just started the movie and was instantly shocked. And then I was like, well, I've got to finish this now.
Yeah.
So
Yes. And you really liked it, I take it.
It was a very good movie.
Now, from the 817, Daniel Day-Lewis in Lincoln. You know you're a good actor when multiple people are texting in the thing that is not even your top on the list. So, Daniel Day-Lewis.
You said you wanted Daniel Day-Lewis to play you in a movie because he can play anybody.
Yeah, he'll figure it out. He'll figure it out. I don't know how he's going to do it, but he'll figure it out. And then randomly at some point, he'll be like, I drink your milkshake?
It's such a weird line.
So
I still don't get it.
He's phenomenal. Go watch it. Even in the context, you'll get it. But yeah, go watch that movie. It is phenomenal. So I'm going to run through the top 5 on this list. I'm going to tell you the one that I think it should be. Naomi Watts in Mulholland Drive is number 1. And I know that Bobby loves that movie. I have to admit, I have not seen that movie. Daniel Day-Lewis in There Will Be Blood is 2nd. Philip Seymour Hoffman in The Master is 3rd. I think that movie sucks.
But you don't think that he's a...
No.
You think he's a great actor.
He is a great actor. I just think that movie is super boring, and it's tough for me to give him credit for that. Kate Blanchett as Lydia Tarr in Tar, where she is the conductor. And I almost voted for this one. I really almost voted for this one. Tell me if you think cut number 11, could this be the greatest single film performance of the past 25 years?
How much? 69, see? And the gas. Y'all getting any rain up your way? What way would that be? I seen you was from Dallas. What business is it of yours? Where I'm from? Friendo. Dude.
All right, go ahead and pause it right. Go ahead and stop it right there. Because Javier Bardem is terrifying in that movie. I had nightmares about people murdering me with that air gun or whatever.
Michael Myers, him.
Yes.
Like that's like he is. You think that he's gone, and he just walks slow.
That movie, I think like the first 2/3 of that movie are tremendous. I feel like the way they wrapped it up, not really satisfying for me. I think that is a viable candidate. Let's go to cut number 12. Would you consider, you mentioned it, most nominations, Denzel Washington. Is this his best performance in the past 25 years?
Oh, you must love this. Okay. All right. I'm putting cases on all you. Huh?
There's a lot of swearing in this one, too.
Jay! You think you can do this to me? You little punks will be playing basketball in Pelican Bay when I get finished with you. Shoe program, brother. 23-hour lockdown. I'm the man up in this piece. You'll never see the light of day. Who the hell you think you messing with? I'm the police. I run things here. You just live here.
All right, guys, let's cut it off right there.
Oh, dude, I got to go watch the movie again right now.
Denzel Washington also looked like he was having the most fun in the world playing that role because he's like, oh, Denzel's a bad guy. And he's like,
it was a finally moment.
Yeah, and he's like, yeah, and watch, I'll be the best bad guy you've ever seen.
Yeah.
And like at the time, it felt stunning. That movie is really good. He is awesome.
He was on a run right then,
movie.
too. Like, Remember the Titans, Training Day, Man on Fire, Manchurian Candidate, Inside Man, American Gangster.
Ooh, Inside Man is really good.
Book of Eli. Like, he had a run right there that just Two Guns. Like, God.
And that's another.
I don't know if you've seen Two Guns, Kevin,
yes.
but that should be a top 15 at least.
Yes, I have.
By both him and Mark Wahlberg.
I feel like Ethan Hawke, I feel bad for him in that movie because I think he's very good
Ethan
in that
Hawke was
movie.
great in that movie.
But he doesn't matter compared to Denzel. And then we get from the 940, Jamie Foxx in Ray, Christoph Waltz in Inglourious Bastards.
Really good.
That's number 14 on the list. Leonardo DiCaprio in Wolf of Wall Street. I believe that's like 12-ish.
From the 972, they said blasphemy not having Heath Ledger.
Wait! We're building up to that.
In the top 5.
We're building up to it. But
so they said.
It's as close as you can get to the top 5 without being in the top 5. But I do agree. Leonardo DiCaprio is 13, not 12. By the way, I saw this. A couple of people have said Tom Cruise in Tropic Thunder not being in the top 10.
It is pretty genius.
So my wife had never seen that movie. We watched it a few weeks ago. She certainly understood, while perhaps some people don't care for it. And at the very end, she goes, "That's Tom Cruise?" And I was like, yes, that was Tom Cruise. Now, you mentioned it.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Because he's not in the top 5.
He isn't in the top 5. It's blasphemy.
But he's number 6. So if you... So look, I don't know if that makes it any better, but he did say the top 5. If you've ever seen any of the comics of Frank Miller and different things along that line, and you were like, man, I would love to see this version of not only Batman, but of the other characters in the Batman universe, I finally decided to go with cut number 10. This, I think, is the best performance in film in the past 25 years.
Even to a guy like me, that's cold.
Where's Dent?
Those mob fools want you gone so they can get back to the way things were. But I know the truth. There's no going back. You've changed things. Forever.
Then why do you want to kill me?
I don't want to kill you. What would I do without you? Go back to ripping off mob dealers? No. You complete me.
This is a guy that was in 10 Things I Hate About You.
I know, it's crazy.
A Knight's Tale. You're like, okay, I get it. And then he drops off just a amazing performance like that. And again, like as you said, gives you he recreated the Joker character for other people to follow.
Yes.
Like there was this kind of campy version of him. And then after this one, everybody was like, I want to do a version of that instead.
Oh yeah. And I feel bad for the actors who were like, that's what I wanted to do. And you're like, well, you missed your chance.
Yeah.
And so this is one of two movies I could think of where studio executives saw it and they were like, hey, what is he doing? Because the other one was Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean. Like, the studio executives saw the film and they're like, what is this? This is no.
They were like, acting.
Yeah.
I know you're a studio exec and you're trying to sell something. This is called acting.
And then both of those obviously turned out to be iconic performances. But yeah, that was the word, is some people saw Heath Ledger on the set and they were like, oh my God, this is terrifying and it's going to be amazing. And other people are like, no, what is this?
Yeah.
Clearly, the former proved to be correct. And so I did see a whole lot of people vote for that, although Javier Bardem is getting a ton of love as well. I think Heath Ledger is that's the performance for me, but there are so many great performances, and yeah, the rest of the top 10, Heath Ledger as a Joker, number 6, Denzel Washington from Training Day at 7, Jesse Eisenberg from The Social Network at number 8.
I'll give Cillian Murphy in Oppenheimer. He's 30th. I think that one could go up a little higher too. He was really good, and he's good in every, like Peaky Blinders. He's phenomenal,
and I think he's great in 28 Days Later.
Yep, he's a good actor
as well. Joaquin Phoenix from The Master, so clearly The Ringer. Love The Master. Me, not so much. And then Kirsten Dunst in Melancholia. If you've never seen Melancholia, it's very strange. If you're looking for a movie that pretty much has a straightforward narrative, this might not be the movie for you. If you're looking for a movie that is super weird, entertaining as hell at times, confusing at others, and has nudity, this might be the movie for you.
I like what you just said.
Okay, that's how we tried to sell Colby back in the day on Love Actually.
Things are going to blow up.
It has Hans Gruber, Liam Neeson, and there's nudity. He said it had love in the title, though, so he refused to watch it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Picks for the top awards a week out from the start of the NFL season. Next on The Fan.
Coming up.
Remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel, oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Right, but I just mean that this is your hair. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair, okay?
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika.
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Upcoming football talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today or visit carsforkids.org.
Jackson will keep this time. And look at the speed. Lamar Jackson is gone. Touchdown, 48 yards.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Dip it and rip it.
I like that. Now, Corey, I thought you would be fascinated by this. Did you see that the Browns signed Bailey Zappi, the quarterback, to their practice squad?
It's frustrating that they got rid of Kenny Pickett.
They need more quarterbacks.
And Huntley and don't have 7 quarterbacks. That's the thing that's most infuriating about all of this.
Right. Yeah.
I wanted them to have all the quarterbacks.
Okay.
Which essentially has happened in Cleveland over the last 30 years.
Yes.
Like, they've had all the quarterbacks and they've been like, none of them are good.
Want everybody to know that this part. Go ahead.
Let me ask you this question.
Sure.
You know, we often ask if a person has had so many dates and then they're, hey, at what point is it you that's the problem?
Right.
At what point will Cleveland look at themselves and go, maybe it's not the quarterbacks?
Well, we're going on year 30 here, so maybe they still got some more time. I'm sorry, is that not the answer you're looking for? This is a sports story. But since Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift got engaged, his jersey sales went up 200%.
200%
in the span of 2 days.
I got a theory on this.
Tell me.
A bunch of Swifties went out and bought the jersey, obviously. All right? And a bunch of guys who have girlfriends who are Swifties or are being manipulated by those girls.
Oh, my goodness.
They said, hey, if you get me the Travis Kelce jersey, I will wear it for you, if you know what I mean.
Oh,
and
the
so,
no pants thing. I gotcha.
Gotcha. And a dance.
All right. Oh, all right. Let's go from that to NFL predictions for the top awards in the league. Who would be your pick right now for MVP?
Caleb Williams.
Ooh.
That would be my dark horse
Interesting.
pick. That would be a very dark horse pick.
So, NFL.com, 11 votes for Lamar Jackson, 9 for Burrow, 4 for Mahomes. Jalen Hurts got 2, and then Jaden Daniels, Baker Mayfield.
Oh, Jaden Daniels,
and
yeah.
Bo Nix each got 1 vote.
Okay, all right.
None for Josh Allen.
It's interesting with Joe Burrow because you pointed out the other day how the discrepancy in your team,
unbelievable.
No matter how good you are, well, you weren't good enough to transcend for your team to win those games.
Absolutely.
You're like, I did everything I could.
Yes, and it wasn't enough.
And then Trey Hendrickson's out here want a new contract.
Offensive Player of the Year. Who would be your vote?
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jahmyr Gibbs tied for second with Bijan.
All right. Bijan Robinson.
Okay. I just told you.
Look, I got 2 of the top 3.
Okay.
Saquon Barkley.
You know what? Now I hope you lose. Kevin Walker. Who is your pick for Offensive Player of the Year? I really hope he gets this. That does not inspire confidence.
Jamar Chase.
That is correct!
Dude.
Yes!
Proud
you
of
just
you,
got
man.
shielded right there. Jamar Chase is number 1 on the list, followed by Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson tied for second. Saquon and Derrick Henry tied for 4th. Defensive Player of the Year.
Sorry. You know, we did a conspiracy theory segment earlier.
Correct.
From the 817. People are trying to get the Kelce jerseys before the name changes to Swift. That's their conspiracy theory.
Can you, I'm not kidding about this, can you fathom
the outrage?
No.
There would be outrage.
You're right 100%. Can you imagine Travis Kelce plays this season? They get married on July 4th to undercut America.
Like you've always predicted.
And then Travis Swift now plays 1 more year with that jersey. Like, you couldn't print those fast enough.
No, you couldn't.
To sell
They
them.
wouldn't have enough material to make them.
I agree. Defensive Player of the Year. What is your prediction?
Micah Parsons.
Mike Parsons, second on the list with 5 votes.
Miles Garrett.
Miles Garrett, third on the list with 4 votes. I go to Kevin Walker once again for the Family Feud style steal. Let's see if he can get it done back to back. Who is the pick for Defensive Player of the Year?
TJ Watt.
TJ Watt only got 1 vote. Will Anderson.
Really?
NFL.com's pick for Defensive
I would not have said that.
Player of the Year.
I wouldn't have either, but
that was tough.
The dude's a good player. Like, he's fantastic. So.
Absolutely. Offensive Rookie of the Year, Ashton Genty. Defensive Rookie of the Year, Abdul Carter. Comeback Player of the Year, Aiden Hutchinson. And Coach of the Year. Who would be your pick for Coach of the Year?
Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson is in fact number 1 on the list.
Dang it.
Followed by...
I screwed that up, Kevin.
You
Sorry.
really did. Mike Vrabel, Sean Payton, and then Dan Campbell, and the other guy I know you've talked about quite a bit, Pete Carroll, tied for 4th on that list. All right.
It's a good list.
It is a good list.
Where's McCarthy?
I have terrible news for you, Corey. He's out.
No!
Cabo list.
Yeah, he didn't make it.
When did this happen?
I feel like you talked about it a lot. So something to keep an eye on. Good news for the Broncos. Marvin Mims, he left practice yesterday. That's not the good news with a groin injury, but the team is evaluating him and is said to be not overly concerned. That's a Frisco Lone Star product right there. Go from that to some more details have come out, and again, allegations, but that Shaq Mason, per the police report, allegedly choked out the mother of his child before he was arrested. So the allegation is that Mason broke into the woman's home at 3 o'clock in the morning. made his way into the bedroom, choked her out, allegedly punched her in the mouth before saying that he was going to kill her.
Dang. That's not okay, bro.
Yeah, that is horrifying. And as we always say, accusations and police reports, that is what they are until we get any more information. But
I feel like I've been on a real good comedic roll this morning, and you just crushed that vibe.
I'm sorry, but
that's a tough one right there, man.
Yeah, he is currently a free agent, and
he would be until anything's resolved, right?
I think technically you could sign him.
No, but if you're a team, like it just seems like
there is no chance in hell that I would sign him with all of this kind of lingering out in the world. And by the way, if you're hoping for big and better things for Anthony Richardson, Shane Steichen said we'll see if he gets short yardage packages at least. So that didn't maybe sound super optimistic either. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll try to get back to comedic fun for Corey, and we'll do some NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we're going to kick around a little NFL overreaction or reality, but don't forget tonight at Jake's, or I guess this afternoon and tonight at Jake's, you can go see the G-Bag Nation off of Main Street in Frisco, and then once their show is over, the final first round of Fan Phenom. Then tomorrow morning, Sean and RJ at the Firehouse in Red Oak, 547 Methodist Street. They're going to be doing the cooling towel giveaways. And then, for selfish reasons, I'll say the main event. 2401 Preston Road in Frisco. We will be at Uncle Julio's tomorrow, and I believe we've just learned of a new giveaway we'll have going on.
I just tweeted it out, add in the majors on the Twitters, or X, whatever you want to call it.
I call it Twitter.
It is Tolo shirts, black or white, and it says Tolo right there in the middle. Long sleeve, by the way, so we're getting you ready for a Texas winter, because, long sleeve but thin, because it's not really that cold here. So, yeah, Tolo shirts, dude. If you want them, you got to come up and while they last, because those things are going to be gone fast.
I like it.
See you at Uncle Julio's for margaritas and shirts.
Absolutely, and chocolate piñatas. All right, NFL overreaction or reality. Tyreek Hill will get traded this season. He is now on track to play. I think we have discussed the potential perils for the Dolphins in the season to come. So overreaction or reality, Tyreek Hill is going to get traded this
During
season.
my fantasy draft, my friend had one of the greatest lines.
Oh.
It was time for him to draft, and Tyreek Hill was right there for the taking. And he was the best receiver available, and he's looking at it, and everybody goes, he's right there. And he goes, I know, but he's such a little B. And,
man.
And that is the mindset of that's how fans feel about him is he has this potential to be amazing.
Sure.
But if he's unhappy, man, it's all over him. And I think the Dolphins are at a place. I said that I think McDaniels could be the first coach fired.
Yeah.
And therefore, if that's the case, they would start unloading players to unload some monies and start looking towards the future and a rebuild. So I could see it. I say reality.
Kevin Walker, overreaction or reality. Tyreek Walker, nope. Tyreek Hill.
He loves your last name so much.
Obviously. Will get traded at some point this season.
Has to be reality at this point. That Dolphins team is close to just getting blown up to bits.
All right. Now, this one, I want to make this very clear. I understand how negotiations work. I'm not telling you how you should feel one way or another. Overreaction or reality. The contract saga with Micah has made you like Micah less.
Overreaction.
Okay.
Because I don't believe it. I'm not in that mind. I feel like this is played up a lot. But maybe it is. Maybe I feel that way because I see it so much.
Yeah.
But I just also feel like it's just been the Cowboys have been that way. It seems like a lot of contracts end up being not this messy. This is extreme. This is more messy than we've seen before. But it doesn't feel like there's any real personal shots that have been thrown out there. It feels like there's all some surface level stuff.
You don't think so?
What? Like what's?
I was just trying to think. It felt like maybe he took it personally in the presser when they were like, plus he just got hurt and, I don't know if that counts.
that
Does
part,
that count?
I understand you brought that up early on that you felt that was a personal shot.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's something that's very surface level and not too deep. But the I don't think that it's gotten to a point though, Kevin, where I'm still tired of it because I would rather talk football than contracts any day of the week
for sure.
But that's not necessarily his fault because Jerry Jones is involved in this too. But there are two sides in this, and I didn't pick a side on either one of them.
All right, Kevin Walker, overreaction or reality? This contract saga has made you like Micah Parsons less.
Overreaction, and I may be in the minority here. I would say it's made me respect Micah more, taking it to Jerry this way.
You know what? I asked you that question earlier, and I'm glad that you said that, Kevin Walker. Does Micah look a little more resilient in this going up against a very well-known, very successful businessman in negotiation? And instead of saying, you know what, a lot of other people could have folded already. And Mike is like, no, I'm sticking to it. I'm going through every one of these steps in order to try and make this negotiation work. And a lot of times, whenever you have somebody with that kind of power, that kind of pull, people are just like, I got to give up. And he's still sticking to it.
Now I'll take your phrase. I might be in the minority here. I always get the sense it's so much harder for people to put themselves in the shoes of the owner than the player. And I think that's why the players get dumped on in this situation sometimes. Because it's harder for people to be like, well, if I had a $3 billion company versus, I played football and I played it for the love of the game and you're getting paid $40 million. I think that's why not as many people stand up for the players when they stand strong. Plus, it feels like people already don't like Jerry Jones. And so now they're like, so Micah, I need you to be the person I like and just come play for my football
team. Put the white hat on and be the... And Jerry's said often, I'm not the white knight riding in and saving
for sure.
the town.
And I'm not saying that's fair to Micah whatsoever. I just get the sense that that's why maybe some people don't dig in as much and oh, player, I hope you get all the money that you want. NFL overreaction or reality. Amari Cooper's still got some juice left. Now, this is the specific phrase that he used as he reunites with the Raiders. Do you believe Amari Cooper last year? 547 yards on 44 catches for 4 touchdowns. Do you think he might have something left?
I do. The year before that, he had 1,250 yards. And so I know last year was kind of, he was Cleveland, chaos place. B, he got thrown in Buffalo and then was never really truly healthy, I didn't feel. I still think he has a little something, so I went ahead and picked him up off the waiver wire, and we'll see. I think Pete Carroll knows what his offense wants to be, and I think Geno Smith knows what he is now.
Amari Cooper is 31. How is he not 38? Doesn't it feel like we've been talking about him forever? He is 31 years old.
He walks like a 50-year-old man.
I could see that. All right. Kevin Walker, overreaction to reality. Amari Cooper, he's still got some juice left.
If he does, Brock Bowers is going to be able to help him out a lot. I think this is a place where Amari could not have to be wide receiver 1. He'll benefit from that.
Ooh, okay. Spicy. I like it. NFL overreaction to reality. Trey Hendrickson's return means the Bengals are once again a bona fide AFC contender.
Were they when he was on the team last year?
No.
I mean, offensively, they were. That defense was miserable.
You know what I think about a lot with the Bengals? They're a theoretical contender where I'm like, oh, yeah, no, they should be good. And then you watch the defense and you're like, oh, yeah.
Oh, I see why.
That's why you're not good.
They have struggled so much. Yeah, that's where I am with them. And I think that offense can keep them flying. I think they can, but it's their defense isn't going to be any different, I don't think.
NFL overreaction or reality? Bengals contender? Yay or nay?
Overreaction. That defense just is not going to cut it. It doesn't matter if Burrow puts up 41, they're going to give up 43. It's just going to happen.
Do you think there's any chance, if he broke, let's say, 2 passing records, yards and touchdowns, but the Bengals went 5-12, that he could win MVP?
Yeah. I think so.
But he'd have to break those records, right?
Yeah, 70 touchdowns.
And even that.
6,000 yards.
I could see him throwing for 6,000 yards and 70 touchdowns and them still having a losing record.
He's just like, I don't know what to do, guys.
I could. By the way, Sports Business Journal, in case you wanted to know, says that the NFL preseason had its highest overall viewership in 7 years.
Really?
So, Mark Cuban, I know he said that they were done for, but
NFL's over.
Yeah, and really quite worked out that way for him now, has it?
I don't think. Has he commented on that since?
No.
Has he been like, hey, you know what? I really missed the mark.
You know what? And maybe he did, and I just haven't seen it. I just it was really weird overnight. Oh, Mark Cuban says he thinks the 2006 NBA title got stolen from the Mavs. And I was like, yeah, he said that 10 times in the past 10 years. I feel like we all think that. Mm-hmm. So I didn't think that was as much of a shocking headline as apparently some other people did. NFL overreaction or reality. The preseason makes you think the Bears' offensive rise will take longer than previously thought. Ben Johnson has slammed his offense numerous times. I mean, it's sloppy. It's not good enough. And is there any part of you that thinks like, oh, yeah, this is probably going to take some time?
I mean, Jimmy Johnson had that style.
Yeah.
And it still took time for him to get the talent. I think they have the talent, though. That's the other thing. I think they still had some place pieces they had to fix. But I thought I think they have some pretty good talent in certain areas. But man, doesn't he have the skins on the wall to say that to them?
Yes.
Because I just was the offensive coordinator for one of the best offenses in the league. So do you believe me or not? Y'all have to do these things in order to be better. And if you don't, and that's the thing though, Jimmy Johnson had the hammer. He had the power to be like, at that time, he had the power to be like, and if you don't get with the program, you're out of here. And I wonder if Ben Johnson has that same kind of hammer. I think salary cap has always taken away that power from coaches. Man, maybe that was the reason Jerry really wanted the salary cap, so you could take the power away from coaches to just cut players and get rid of them. But yeah, man, I think that's he's probably right. What was the question?
Oh my God!
I said a lot of things about Ben Johnson there.
That the Bears' rise offensively will be more difficult than previously thought.
Oh yeah, that's true too.
I'd say reality.
It'll take some time.
Also, they're just a really young bunch of guys.
Yeah.
So it's going to take a little bit, and that doesn't mean they have to give up on them.
Okay, that's fair. All right, I just mentioned that Anthony Richardson couldn't even get the thumbs up for a short yardage package. So NFL overreaction to reality. Anthony Richardson has played his last meaningful snap for the Colts.
Overreaction.
Okay.
If something happens, they might go, you know what, we got to turn to you. Injuries happen all the time.
That's true.
You know, maybe there's meaningful play. But then again, are there any meaningful plays and meaningful snaps for the Colts?
Wow.
Or are they just going through a season and waiting for their coach to be fired?
You know what? I do kind of think that sometimes.
There are some teams where you're just like, that coach he never had the right shake.
Yeah.
And it was never going to work for him.
All right. Kevin Walker, NFL overreaction to reality. Anthony Richardson has played his final meaningful snap for the Colts.
Reality. I think there's a market out there where Richardson could maybe be worth something. I don't know what that something may be, 3, 4, 5, somewhere in that pick range. I think they would probably just trade him off and get what they can out of him.
Okay. I like that. Now, we got time for one more, right?
Sure.
All right. NFL overreaction or reality. Jared Goff is better than Jalen Hurts. Now, we've been running through the NFL player top 100, and I thought these two were interesting in particular because Jalen Hurts is at number 19 and Jared Goff is at number 15. So obviously they're really close on the list. NFL overreaction or reality. Jared Goff is better than Jalen Hurts.
Immediately, I go, what are you talking about? They're not in the same. What's the conversation here? So far, Jalen Hurts has not surpassed 23 passing touchdowns. Now, I understand he also is a running touchdown monster. Jared Goff the last 2 years had 67 total. He's passed 30 touchdowns multiple times in his career. His quarterback, his rating, 111, 97, 99 in the last 3 years. Jalen Hurts rating in the last 3 years, 103, 89, 101. So it feels like Jalen Hurts is very good managing this thing. And I would say, just on thought, that Jared Goff is a bus driver. But then I look at some of these numbers, I'm like, man, he drives that bus pretty fast.
Yes.
But Jalen Hurts works well within the confines of what their offense is. If I was going to take a... You're setting me up. See?
Oh!
You've been setting me up this entire time.
What?
I'd take Jared Goff.
Okay.
And that's because of you.
Well, I didn't even say anything.
And the fan text.
Okay.
Although I feel a different way.
Oh, what? Don't Skip Bayless me. Tell me your real opinion.
I probably would take, if I was starting a team and I had to choose between the two, I'd probably take Jalen Hurts because of the ability to run. Is so much of what Jared Goff does relies on his arm, and Jalen Hurts has a little combination of both, and I like that.
NFL overreaction reality. I'm still not sure how we fell on that. Jared Goff is better than Jalen Hurts.
I must say reality. And the way that I came to this, because it's a really good discussion, is
was
how
listening to Corey just then.
That was part of it. How would Jalen Hurts work for the Lions, and how would Jared Goff work for the Eagles? I think Jared Goff could thrive with the Eagles. I don't know what an offense would look like with the Lions with Jalen Hurts at the helm.
And Goff has proven he can be good in another offense.
I think he's pretty
anyway,
versatile.
With McVay, who's a really good play caller, and Ben Johnson. Now, I don't know. Maybe the play caller for the Lions isn't as good, and Jared Goff struggles. We'll see.
All right.
We'll find out.
Oh, okay. Yes, we will find out. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. The 2025 Rangers will never allow us to stop believing. And also, in studio, we will have SMU icon Craig James. All of that next right here on The Fan.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it SpongeBob?
This way is brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Here's Higashioka. And Kyle swings and lifts one high into the air, deep left field. Ward going back. He's at the wall. He leaps. It's gone. Well, Higgy taking advantage as he slugs one out of here. The third three-run home run for the Rangers tonight. The Rangers are at 20, leading now 20-3. And for Higashioka, his 10th home run of the season, giving him now 10 or more home runs in 5 consecutive seasons.
And that would give the Rangers, that would be the final score as well. They win 20-3. We're going to have SMU icon Craig James in studio in just a few minutes. But some numbers from the Rangers bludgeoning of the Angels. Now, going into this game, they were 23rd in the league in runs scored, 26th in slugging percentage. I'm not saying one game changes that, but here are some astounding stats. Adolis Garcia, Jock Peterson, Kyle Higashioka all had 5 RBIs. Rangers scored their most runs since playing Minnesota in 2011. According to ESPN research, and not my research, it was just the 10th instance of 3 teammates recording 5 or more RBIs in a game since that became an official stat in 1920.
Oh, wow.
So in 105 years of baseball where they cared, this is only the 10th time it has ever happened. Now, for the Angels, it was just the 4th time in franchise history the Angels had given up 20 runs or more. They previously gave up 21 runs to the Mariners in September of 2007 and the A's in 2018. And so this has been an issue against divisional teams, but just a destruction on all levels. And then I don't want to leave out Jacob Latz, because this is another, I know it didn't end up mattering as much, but this is another spot start for him where you're like, great, we really needed that.
Yeah, and that's what Bochy told us on Wednesday was, this is an opportunity for him, and, we trust him in this place as well. And he was telling us, this is where we were what we were looking ahead for. So, like, that is nice that he gets those opportunities and takes advantage of them. I'm very interested to see what the future is for him and how we might manage working with him a little bit more down the road. That might be something we see.
Absolutely. And for the Rangers, as we get this all set up, Craig James is here. We're going to talk with him in just 1 second. That is 5 of 6 for the Rangers. We talk about it. Still 4.5 games back in the wild card, now 6 games back in the division, and that's the biggest thing. As long as you keep winning games, it feels logical that you will pick up ground somewhere or another, and obviously you will not lose any ground along the way. So positives right there. Now, another positive. We bring in, I've described you all morning, and I hope this is acceptable, as SMU icon Craig James. Welcome to the program.
Well, it's great to be here with you guys. If you're an icon, that means there's darts that can come your way.
Oh, yes. I'm sure you've never heard anything negative about you or anyone involved. I can't think of a single instance when that might have happened. Well, thank you very much for joining us. And since we were just talking about the Rangers, how debilitating do you think it would be to be out in the baseball field and see that your team has given up 20 runs?
Well, it's just a kind of a new thing in baseball, So did they put in the shortstop to pitch?
Yes, and he threw the ball 40 miles an hour.
So is that really good for baseball?
No,
I don't think so. And the Rangers have done a great job of staying respectable and at least giving themselves a chance at the end here. I grew up in Houston, so I'm an Astros fan. I'm a Rangers fan, but I'm a Red Sox fan.
It's a weird combo,
Patriots
but I like
days.
it.
Well, in my New England days, at that time, Roger Clemens was playing for the Red Sox. Roger and I grew up playing against each other in high school, so he'd come to my games, I'd go to his, so I sort of became a Red Sox fan.
That's actually pretty cool. That's actually really cool that you were able to be there at the same time, considering.
Yeah, and we're still friends. He, the Rocket Man, he could bring it, man. He could throw that heat, and I hit a home run foul ball on him one time. And, so it was just a few feet.
It was the furthest foul ball you ever hit.
Ever hit in my life. And the next pitch was a curve ball, and I was a strikeout victim. So,
and that can happen like that. Because one time I remember I hit a foul ball that went just over like the football field, and I was like, man, don't throw that pitch again. My coach was like, yeah, absolutely throw that pitch again. It'll be another foul ball.
Do you happen to know offhand if Roger Clemens is pumped that the president stepped out and said he needs to be in the Hall of Fame right now? It's not every day you get the president to be like, put him in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I think Roger's in the mindset that he's just kind of moved on from that, and that it's just not going to happen. And if it did happen, then that would be one thing. But several of those guys who have not been admitted, it was what it was back in those days. I know I watched Roger Clemens work hard to be the best he could be. And within that era and what all was happening within that era, he wasn't the only guy, if he were doing anything, to have been doing something. So the guy was amazing. He was a great pitcher.
Yeah, actually, going to the football side of it, Eric Dickerson, your friend, we were sitting down years ago talking, and he had made a comment, and this is one of my biggest regrets in journalism history. And he was like, man, when you round that corner and you hit a linebacker, you knew which one was on steroids. And I was just laughed, and I went on, and I didn't follow up with, like, who? And then that's the biggest regret I've ever had. And that's those eras, there were a lot of different players that understood.
A lot of different things going on back then. I remember my rookie year, I averaged 4.9 yards a carry, rookie of the year, and had a good season. The next year, I'd run for well over 1,000 yards, and I had been the Lombardi Offensive NFL Player of the Year. And the next year after that, our guys decided on the offensive line to get clean and get off steroids. I couldn't get back to the line of scrimmage. I don't think I lost my ability. And I was like, after about halfway through it, I was like, hey, guys, you may want to think about getting back on that stuff.
See, and Kevin, you're glad for them for making the right decision, but not so glad for
not
yours.
while I'm playing.
Yeah.
That is the, we talk a lot about the Cowboys offensive line and how much of it is the blocking and how much of it is the running back's responsibility. What is that balance? Well, how beautiful is that sequence that it has to be for those things to work?
If I were building a football team, I would build it starting with the offensive line. The offensive line has to block. And if they're not blocking, I don't care how Barry Sanders may get away with it, but there are very few running backs who could get away without an offensive line. And the running backs are important because they have to hit it and go. But I'm glad to see that in football, the teams who are really good in the NFL and in college football, football has not changed in that you got to run, you got to block, and you got to tackle. And if you can't do those things, I don't care if it's the 1950s or 2025, you're not going to be successful.
Yeah, that's the game. That's how it works.
Now, going back, because we have a whole lot of ground to cover, hopefully, if that is okay with you, as we lead up to the Pony Express Award, which obviously you and Eric have helped put this together with the Pony Express Huddle Foundation, and that is super cool. I want to get to that in just a second. I'm hoping, because I just don't remember your thoughts about this, why go the route of the USFL when you came out of college and how that transitioned into the NFL?
Okay, so I just said this on the elevator coming up. I have to stay within the context to remind myself why I did that. That made that really dumb move. Bill Walsh had the number 9 pick in the first round with the 49ers, and he kept calling me saying, please don't sign. I'm going to take you. Well, okay, here's what happened. I go as a courtesy to the Washington Federals. They had drafted me the 4th player selected in that draft. It was an honor to be drafted that high. I sit down at lunch with this ownership group, and within 2 hours, I realized they were very serious about trying to sign me. And in those days, I knew the slotting process financially in the NFL. First rounder, you're going to make around $250,000 a year, and these guys had doubled that immediately on the table. And so I was the highest paid player to enter pro football at that time. And it was a financial deal. But I also enjoyed the kind of the pioneering concept of being able to be a part of something new.
Yeah.
And I wasn't alone. There were a lot of great football players.
Marshall Walker, Jim Kelly, Reggie White. There's a plethora of awesome people that went through there.
Yes, there were. A lot of really good players. Unfortunately for Washington, our ownership group, there was an imbalance there. We had other guys spending money on a lot of players. Our guys forgot to buy an offensive line. We forgot to get a lot of other pieces that were pretty important. We had a really fun team, but we didn't have a very good team. It was the worst team I ever played on in my life.
Wow.
3-15. Hey, I won a state championship undefeated in Texas as a senior in high school. I had 2 college championship teams. I had played on a Super Bowl team. So, I mean, I was used to kind of, that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, my middle son is he's playing middle school football right now. and they've won a lot of games. Like, his team has been very fortunate. They're very good. And he's like, that's so easy, Dad. I'm like, it's not as easy as you think, but y'all are really good. And it's fun to watch, and it makes it a lot more fun to play that kind of game.
Well, the Dallas Cowboys here, we're watching 30 years of absence, right? To tell you and show you how hard it is to get back. Our Super Bowl year with the Patriots, the next year I thought we were going back. We were a better football team. We went out to Denver and got beat by John Elway. And the point I'm trying to make on that is you got to get lucky. And it's really hard to repeat in professional sports.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And when you talk about like whether you got lucky or not, obviously the year before in the Super Bowl, you go up against a team that still many people believe is at least a top 3 team in the history of the NFL.
Yeah, the Chicago Bears, they had the it factor. And not only that, they were unique on defense in their scheme. And Buddy Ryan was their coach. Mike Ditka was the head coach, but Buddy was the defensive guy. And this whole idea of the Super Bowl shuffle and the Jim McMahon quarterback. We're in the Super Bowl in New Orleans that year, and the word got back to us and our team that the Chicago Bears were out on Bourbon Street partying all week. We were going to bed. We had a curfew at 11 o'clock. We were getting in bed and going to sleep. And I thought, man, they're going to get blown away. You know what? We're going to hammer their fanny because they're out partying. So after the game and later on, as I look back on that, I was like, oh, the next time I play in a big game, we're going to go party every night. And I'm not going to sleep and just have fun. Arguably one of the best defenses in the history of the NFL.
For sure.
Mike Singletary. They had some great players.
Steve McMichael, who unfortunately just passed away.
Yeah. And they were unique. Richard Dent. They had a lot of, I tell Richard when I see him now, I had an illustrious game that day. I had 5 carries, 3 yards, 1 fumble. And that fumble was by Dent. I said, I helped you get that yellow Hall of Fame jersey. Give me credit.
Now, you had mentioned, so we talked about the Super Bowl. You mentioned the championship game for Texas high school football. I just want to run a little experiment real quick. Hey, Corey, what high school does your son go to?
He goes to, my oldest goes to Plano Senior.
And what was the team that you guys beat in that state championship in 1978?
Them Plano Wildcats.
Corey
Are you trying to cause
Majors,
conflict
what
with
do
being the
you
guest right now?
think about the fact that the Plano Wildcats have 7 state championships, but if not for Craig James, they could have had 8. That could have been your kid's school.
I got to give credit where credit's due. They were the better team that day.
Okay, you weren't even born then.
I was
you
not
don't
born.
know.
Now,
Just one more question about that game. At the time, there was about 30,000 people, give or take, for that game at the Astrodome. I'm sure you were used to high-level games, but did that amaze you at all to see 30,000 at the Astrodome? Or were you like, no, we had a couple like that?
Yeah, no, it did. And Plano was a result of that. I mean, they brought a lot of people down.
Great traveling
to the Astrodome. And so it was a surreal atmosphere for us to play in that game. And we were a fairly young, new high school. I say to this day, it was the best team I ever played on, including making it apples and apples. But yeah, I mean, we were 15-0. We ran the old wishbone. You couldn't stop us. We had undersized guys, well coached, but it was just a great team. And if I could go back and play one more year of football, it would be my senior year of high school.
Yeah,
wow.
I hear a lot of guys say that too because of how much, especially if they were winning, how much they enjoyed that group and those friends.
This summer was blessed to have gone into the National High School Football Hall of Fame in Canton.
Congratulations!
And up there on that stage with a lot of great players like Ray Lewis and Steve Atwater, and every one of us said the same thing. If we could go back, it'd be one more time at that.
There was a Plano player that I had talked to who eventually made it to the Super Bowl, and a reporter asked him, "Hey, what's it like to get ready for the biggest game of your life?" No, it was not. It was not Rex. But he goes, I already played the biggest game of my life. It was a Texas high school championship game. And I just love that, that kind of vibe and everything. It's the Super Bowl. And you're like, no, yeah, I already played that. We did that already.
We covered some high school sports before we got to do this. So we have a lot of love for that part of the game, too. I'm going to get somewhere with where I'm heading here. You had an opportunity you had a contract offered by the Yankees out of high school?
Well, actually, the Phillies. They didn't technically draft me, but they offered me first-round money at that time, $120,000, which was a huge amount of money. And I was so far down the road, they knew that I'd been the high school player of the year and that I was committed to SMU. So a guy named Doug Gassaway was the scout, and he was a legendary guy. And I remember Doug, he's since passed, but I deliberated over that. I was like, man, $120,000, which back then was a huge amount of money for a free baseball guy. And the Yankees, I could have played after my junior year of college, but I was at that point so far down the road in football.
Did you? Well, that's the. Was there a different passion for football or did you see a financial future that could be different heading towards the football path?
I passed on the Phillies out of high school because of one thing. I had a girlfriend at SMU a year ahead of me. I was in puppy love. I'd started dating her when I was 15. And I just couldn't see me on a bus in minor league baseball. I'd have been an 0 for 40 route, man. I'm wondering what the heck is she doing in Dallas? You know,
okay,
I was honest with myself, right? I was like, that ain't going to happen, man. So 43 years later of marriage, 4 kids, and 9 grandkids, that turned out to be a pretty good decision.
Had it not, would you have occasionally been kind of bitter about that? You've been like, oh, I could ruin my baseball career. No, I'm absolutely glad that worked.
Kevin, the reason I was kind of navigating towards that was because at that time, SMU did have some unique ways to recruit. And we know the history on that. We know the conversations there.
To be fair, so did A&M. We just failed at getting
they did it differently. So did Texas, so did UCLA, USC, Baylor, every one of them.
I got a little audio from a guest that was on our morning show a couple days ago. And his name's Josh Pate at ESPN, and he covers college sports. And he had an interesting perspective on where SMU is right now.
I think SMU is as aware of their existence as pretty much any program around. Who's a really good comparison? Oregon, I'll tell you, is a good comparison here. They are not similar. Like, they're not apples and apples to compare against each other. But from a principled standpoint, Oregon, a long time ago, realized we are tucked away in the Pacific Northwest. There is not, in any given year, a single 4-star recruit in our state. We are going to have to leverage Nike, really, really flashy uniforms, and national recruiting in a hopes of competing. And they've done that. That is being aware of oneself. The University of Georgia does not have to think the way that Oregon thinks, but they're trying to get the same result. At SMU, they were aware, for instance, that we're going to have to do something different. We're going to have to bend over backwards even to get that P4 affiliation. And they did. They kind of paid their own way in. And now they had immediate return on that investment in year one. I think the follow-up question, which is fair, and it's one I'm asking too, is will you have staying power? And this year, they don't even have to be in Charlotte, but if they're in the ACC championship picture again this year, to me, that goes as far as anything last year, because you know as well as I do, a lot of folks last year are looking and saying, hey, that was a great story, but it was mainly a product of schedule. If you guys would have played a harder schedule, you wouldn't have been there, which you can't prove a counterfactual, so there's no way to know if that's right or wrong. But there is a way to handle your business this year and then look back and say, all right, well, now what? We played the tough schedule. Now what?
And so that mindset of having to be creative because you're not a Georgia program where it's just like, oh, I want to go to Georgia. Being in Texas, recruiting against all the big schools in Texas too, SMU's up against something a little bit different.
So here's the parallel. Oregon had Nike. SMU has Dallas.
Yeah.
Okay, Dallas, Texas.
Yeah.
In 1979, I got fired up about coming to SMU because of my girlfriend, but really because of Dallas, that campus, that education, those opportunities there. Dickerson, all of our great players that came here in 1979 came because of enthusiasm for all the above. I knew immediately when we got back into a major conference that we'd be right back where we are recruiting these great athletes. If you're a great athlete, you want to go where there's a vibe. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing against College Station. One of my daughters is an Aggie. There's nothing against the Red Raiders. 2 of my boys are Red Raider graduates. There's nothing against any of these other schools.
It ain't the same. I went to A&M. Yeah, I'm with you.
The same.
Yeah.
And Nike's not the same as Dallas. I mean, we've got something here that is lasting. But in order to do that, everyone can offer you the $1 million to go play football, or baseball, or basketball, or if you're a great softball pitcher, go to Texas Tech and you play in a national championship game. Right? That was a great investment.
Fact.
Okay, so you can everybody's offering money, but they can't offer Dallas to go along with it, or our campus and the afterlife that comes with that education. If you really put yourself to it. Everyone has life after ball at every university around America. We try to act like it's the uniqueness of SMU. No, it's not. What is unique, though, are the group of people that you're assimilating with over 4 years and getting that education. I'm in the real estate business, and I do business with Red Raiders, with Aggies, Longhorns. We have a lot of those. But there is a group of SMU alums that they are kind of influential, and they can make decisions and do things. And so that's why SMU is not going to just be a flash in the pan. And then to go along with that, on top of it, you got a head coach who can assimilate those 40 new faces every year, Rhett Lashley.
Yep.
Rhett's a unique coach, and he's just a perfect fit for where we are right now.
And what's that level of pride or that next level of progression? SMU's ranked 16th to start the season, highest in a preseason poll since '85. They just finished a season where they were 12th, highest in a final poll since '84. So you're seeing some parallels to the golden years of SMU. What do you think about that progression, or what's your personal level of pride in that?
It's going to be a harder year, tougher season. We don't have the schedule that we had last year. Nobody knew Florida State was going to be bad like they were last year. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that are different this year. This is a tougher season. Kevin Jennings, though, is returning, and we're going to build around that.
That's awesome to have a quarterback returning that you can say, okay, we're comfortable. We know we love this star.
And he is a star. And they've got an offensive line that they didn't start with last year. So there are some things that are good there. We don't have the defensive line that we had. Now, like other schools, we have a lot of possibilities and all these guys that have transferred in with stars. But that doesn't mean you're going to be a good player.
Right.
Who's going to be the Florida State team this year? Who's going to be the Indiana team this year? SMU should have been in the playoffs. So should Alabama last year. I mean, Alabama probably, so I'm being honest about it.
Yeah.
So this year, if the three of us are in the committee and we're voting on it, and it comes down to that scenario this year again, SMU's not going to get the nod. So SMU knows that. They've got to go out and earn it and win on the field.
Kevin and I have this ridiculous plan that it doesn't need to be just this many teams. Every year it could be different. Maybe this year it's 16. Maybe this year it's only 4 that deserve to be in. It's a ridiculous plan, but
before they expanded out the playoff, I really think we should have had like a flexible playoff, because there were years when you're like, we need a 5th, and there are other years you need a 6th. I understand for scheduling purposes why it didn't happen, but it was always a dream of ours.
Yeah,
I was an AP voter for a long time, and I used to easily lay up on the top 4. It was easy. And then they get to 5 through 8, 9, 10. Okay. But then from 10 through 25, you'd be like, flip it up, and it's a coin toss.
Yeah.
And that hasn't really changed that much. There's still the top 4, 5, or 6 teams. You really know who they are. I know I threw out this idea the other day to someone. It's create kind of like an NIT. I don't think a 30-team playoff works.
Yeah.
I mean, because those guys are not going to. This is football.
Yeah.
And you're just wasting a Saturday somewhere. So, but 12 teams, you could have number 12 that could be a Cinderella.
And I did like the idea of having those first-round games on campuses. I thought that was a tremendous idea for the vibe and everything. Now, we're talking with Craig James, as if you didn't know, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Can you tell us about the origins of the Pony Express Award and, what is the goal of this? Who does this award go to?
Yeah, thanks for asking. So Eric and I have remained really close friends. I love the guy. He loves me. We're brothers in Christ. We have a similar background and thought process. And so this award, it recognizes a tandem, teammates working together. In a we era, it's nice to have this, or a me era, it's nice to have this we award. And so you're really looking for the 2 corners, the 2 linebackers. It could be 2 running backs. It could be a quarterback and a wide receiver. So we said, let's recognize these teammates that are out there working to make themselves better and therefore the team better. It doesn't mean they may be the best guys out there.
Yeah.
Our semifinalists last year, 2 of them were linebackers from the University of Buffalo. I don't even remember their names.
What a fascinating dynamic, considering the winners were 2 players that were 2 of the best all year long in Hunter and Sanders.
Yeah, and Schroeder and those guys. That was an obvious. I think this year it's going to be. And this year we have a list that we're kind of looking at, but by October the 1st, maybe we'll find out who's going to go with Arch Manning. Will it be the 2 running backs, or at Ohio State, who's going to go with the quarterback? Is it really going to be Jeremiah Smith and Tate?
Jeremiah Smith's amazing.
Phenomenal athlete, right? So they got there's great players. Georgia doesn't have 1 player on the Walter Camp Player of the Year list, preseason list. That doesn't mean Georgia doesn't have great players.
No.
by October, somebody from that team probably is going to jump out there and get on that list. So we need to wait and be patient to find out who it is. But the award recognizes the teamwork of a top tandem, and it's voted on by players in the country in college football, which is unique. That's kind of like the NFL. When I was told I made the Pro Bowl, I knew it came from my peers. That really made a big difference to me.
Yeah, that's what Troy kept saying in that documentary was the respect of my peers, my team, my coaches. That meant more to me than any of the other things. Mm-hmm. That's what I always feel whenever I talk to players is that's what they're seeking.
Yeah.
Is that respect.
And there's nothing wrong with the media. The media, and I was 23 years in it with you guys, and we see a lot of games that other players don't. But when the players from your own grouping votes for you, that's just something that's special.
Now, in terms of you and Eric Dickerson helping bring that award kind of back to the forefront, I know you guys were obviously close. Life takes you in different directions. Did you guys stay close the whole time? Or if not, what has helped you kind of reconnect?
It's interesting. We have probably a 15 or 20 person text group of our SMU guys.
Sure.
And we yuck it up all the time. Eric and I the first time I met him, I was 18 years old. I was still at Houston Stratford. Eric was about 40 minutes away in Sealy. I drove out to see him to say hello before we came to Dallas and SMU.
Wow.
And I knocked on his house, on his door, and they said, no, he's not here. He's at the car wash. And I go, where's the car wash? Well, in Sealy, there is only a car wash at that time, right? So I drive over there, and there's this guy with a big smile, and he's got his glasses on, a big old fro going, and washing that gold Trans Am. we cracked
still
up
hurts.
About that. We cracked up and laughed, and from that day on, we've been friends. We never had a cross moment with each other.
Yeah,
that's hard to believe. And the fact we pushed each other, we shared time. We both wanted to win, and that was important.
All right, I am really, really fascinated by what you just said. Not that the whole interview hasn't been captivating, but
that's been awesome.
There are times when can you explain how you stay close with somebody that at times you're competing with? Like, I get you're all on the same team, but there can be times, playing time or whatever else, that is the person that you're competing with. Like, how does that bond stay so close in that scenario?
Well, Eric and I really do have the same faith. You know, we're brothers in Christ, and we really that has bound us for life and eternity.
Yeah.
So that's the foundation. Number two, the respect that we have for each other. He's one of my smartest friends that I have. And I'm not talking about going and doing a geometry test or anything. I'm talking about just in life. If I got questions, I can ask Eric. He's really a good sounding board. And loyalty is important to him. Loyalty is important to me. And I know that Eric Dickerson is one of my close friends. I love him. He says he loves me. It just happened, and it's unique.
You know,
It's really neat.
We were discussing yesterday who's the leader on the Dallas Cowboys defensive side if Mike is not around. And we all believe Dak is the leader on the offensive side of the ball. And then we were trying to come up with that idea, and I was like, do they have to like each other? If there's two different guys that lead on each side of the ball, do they have to like each other, or do they have to respect each other and think, I know he's going to get the job done? I think that's a big deal. And whenever the defense believes their quarterback can do the job, I think they can move some things.
Expectations are what makes championship teams. Andre Tippett was the parallel for Lawrence Taylor in my days, right? And he played with my teammate with the Patriots. And one time, and we were good friends. He liked me. I got lucky. He liked me. The guy was phenomenal. I couldn't block him on my best day, not a chance at all. But he would take it easy on me. We were friends, and so. One day we're playing somebody, I don't know who it was, in Foxborough, and I missed my block. And, man, I heard Tip holler at me, man, get your block. Man, he got after my fanny. And I was like, it didn't embarrass me. It motivated me because I knew he really wanted me to do my best and not mess up so that we could win. So you don't have to be best friends. You just have to respect each other and have the same goal in mind, and then you'll accept it.
And Craig, we appreciate the time very, very much. The Pony Express Award, like we were talking about, presented by the Pony Express Huddle Foundation. And then this weekend, SMU kicks off their season at Ford against East Texas A&M. Anything else you want us to know? Anything else we need to know before we get on out of here?
No, man. Thank you, guys. It's awesome. You guys do a great job. This is really cool to be in here with you all, and it's been a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. There you go. Craig James right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll do the C Block starring Corey Majors right here on The Fan.
Our
Razorbaits.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
What was Saffron squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I like to see the people that are texting in and saying, great interview, guys.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much.
It also was nice that he said the same thing on his way out. Great interview, guys. Really appreciate that.
I do appreciate that.
I have posted.
Because we've had not great interviews in the past.
That interview stunk. I'm out of here, guys. I have posted the list for all of our Friday football feasts. I posted on Twitter. Unfortunately, there was a typo and the same address for a Taco Bueno and Uncle Julio's.
Oh no!
So the web guy admitted that he screwed up live on the internet, and he has changed it and he has tweeted it out there. So it is out there, and I'm going to tag it at I'll pin it on the KNC Twitter, and then it'll be up on the KNC Masterpiece Facebook page very soon. Is what I'm expecting and anticipating.
Right,
Kevin runs that, by the way.
If
you've ever Kevin Hagelin, I know Khaki Kevin's over there going, I don't run that.
Well, we'll see.
Kevin Hagelin has been running that since we were the Weekends. I built it out, and I was like, Kevin, take care of this. And you've gotten over almost 20,000 people on that thing. Dude.
I do not have the technical skills to build anything even like that, even close.
Kevin,
yes,
is this petty? And who is petty in this situation? What are you making that smile for?
No, I'm smiling because as a petty person myself, I feel as though I could be qualified to answer this question.
You are the right person to ask. It appears that the Mavericks were not happy.
Oh yeah.
That a billboard that featured a combination of Luka Doncic and his favorite game, Overwatch 2. Actually, he was an Overwatch guy. That's a dead sell, what Carter Freeman told me. Overwatch 2, though. That is something that Luka loves, right?
Yeah.
And there was a billboard that was kind of too close to the Mavericks facility. And they have asked for that to be moved.
Why? Because
according to
people
sources.
will stop watching the Mavericks because they forgot. Here's the thing, all right? Nobody in the universe who would care about that billboard has forgotten that you traded him, okay? Like, no one's driving by and they go, wait just a damn minute. I forgot about that until I saw this billboard. That's it. I'm out on the Mavericks again.
That being said,
stupid.
This billboard, it was down at Victory Plaza. I think it's the digital board, right, too? And right there in front of the AAC. Now, Kevin, you know that it can be petty to ask for people to move it, but it also can be petty to make sure it's there.
That's fair.
I don't know that Luka new, but I think part of him was like, is there any way? They got a lot of signage around there. Is there any way we can get one put up down by the AAC?
All right.
And is that petty of Luka if he did it, or hilarious?
Absolutely. I think that's petty as well, because I would just say, Luka, buddy, you got a kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
And hundreds of millions of dollars, and you're Los Angeles. You're fine.
Let it go.
Yeah, like it's.
I think he has let it go, but there's no doubt that dude doesn't let things go like that.
Which is one of the things that makes him great.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's what made Michael Jordan the champion he was. A,
for sure,
he wouldn't let things go. B, he lied to himself about things that never happened, so that he could motivate himself. He would make up stories. He would make up fake arguments. Michael Jordan would, and just so he could go out and score 50 on somebody.
I get it. Like, and who am I to question his process? It clearly worked out super well for him.
Yes, it did. So that was part of that discussion. Also, does that make you want to play more Overwatch now that you know that the Mavericks are against it?
No, I'm sorry. I'm just not a big gamer. I'm not one of those people who are like, games are for kids. I think that's really stupid. It's not for me.
Gotcha.
Now, did y'all know what the billboard said in front of the AAC?
You shouldn't have traded him, dumbass.
I wish that's what it said.
Then I could see. I will admit, if that's what it said, I would be like, that's probably not going to work.
What did it say?
Cowboys never die.
Oh, so they were upset that they were like, it's a Cowboys ad, and we don't need that down here at Victory Plaza.
Again, why? Because people are going to be like, they got another team here in the Metroplex? I believe I will go watch that team instead.
I've never played Overwatch before. Have you, Kevin? No?
I'm not that much of a video game guy.
I don't know much about that one. I'm still stuck with
I know he's ranked in the top like 500 though, so.
Dude.
Oh.
And I have seen that at that
explains something.
The esports gaming facilities, like it's a massive crowd.
Yes.
It draws huge crowds.
Absolutely.
All right, so Kevin,
have you ever been to an event in that facility? I went to a wrestling event in that facility. It's fun.
Before it was what it is.
Sports Center. Yeah.
I went to there. I went there for a speaking event.
Oh, okay.
For my class, it was a May term class.
Okay.
And I rode with this girl who I thought I was going to die the whole time. But it's not because she was a woman driving. You know, it was just because
she was a bad driver.
Bad driver who happened to be a woman.
Yes.
Which played into a certain stereotype. That is that women are bad drivers.
I understand. Sometimes I feel that way about older people when I drive by them, and I was like, I knew you were going to be 800 years old. I just knew it.
Now, Kevin, when Craig James left, he said, fantastic interview. Love you guys. It's pretty much what he said.
By the way, he also we procured 2 footballs that he signed, and we're going to get Eric Dickerson to sign them as well for Peace-a-thon.
So if you were a super rich billionaire SMU alum and you would like those to help out a group of people.
Hey, you could just donate too.
Yeah, you can do that too. But Kevin, he said great interview. And you said sometimes you've walked away and interviews haven't been so great.
True.
I want to get a thought on how you would respond to this interview.
Is there any point during training camp that especially people especially come to for?
You say what?
Just especially that's all come for, especially within training camp.
Man, what?
All people especially push me, that's something you see.
I ain't gonna lie to you, I don't know what the hell you just said. You said that's a part of training camp. Did what?
As everyone's out here, you guys are with the Falcons. You guys are here in Atlanta. Yeah. Is there any point especially they come forward is that something you usually look at?
Say that again.
Just have everyone come around especially for you. Is that especially come forward especially you do look at?
Say that one more time.
Just all come around especially that's kind of something especially for just with that training camp.
Yeah.
Why?
He doesn't know.
Just because.
That's good right there. That's good right there.
All right. That's a good answer because he clearly just said yes to move on with it. And also, is that reporter doing a bit? Because, all right, I was going to say.
He was actually hired by the Titans to do that. And I got to give that dude a lot of credit for the ability to do that because whatever he did that set that in a direction and then to throw down training camp at the end of it, and they're like, hold on, training camp's the right word. So did I just miss the middle part of that? They're all tired anyway.
Sure.
That one right there, though, it is a funny bit to me, and I'm glad the Titans did this because they're boring.
Okay, I am also glad they did it because I was also like, wait, he's like changing the way he speaks right there at the end, right? Because that was also throwing me off.
Training camp, and they're just like, what?
I thought the first one, I was like, was he saying like, what's it like to be here now that you're ready? But I thought, I don't know that to be the case whatsoever.
And bits and interviews are a blast. They're sometimes difficult to pull off.
Yes.
Sometimes you don't have somebody that's willing to play along with it. Or
fair.
I think we've had 2 really good bits we've involved interviews. One of them, obviously, dang, we didn't ask the brisket sando question to Craig James.
I don't know if we need to
continue that.
Do that.
One of them was Max Holloway, who we were at the Super Bowl, and you said he likes to cuss. And
still true.
And I said, okay, it's a pre-recorded interview. So here's what I'll do. I'll drop some cuss words. And I did that. Well, then once he started to cuss as well, I was like, whoa, you cannot dude, this is a radio show. And he was like, but you just, and then I would do it again. And he would be like, I don't understand. And I thought he was going to punch me at one point.
Oh, that would have been bad for you.
That would have been very bad for me. And then he wasn't involved as much as we just made it a bit. I went and stuck my microphone in while Oscar De La Hoya was talking.
Man, I did not know y'all were going to do this.
We went to Las Vegas to cover a fight. It was Mayweather-Maidana 2. And I might say that at some point, Kevin may do that again in his life. That was an amazing event that we got. It was awesome.
Don't know.
And so Oscar De La Hoya, bro, I was like, oh, Oscar De La Hoya's over there. And I was like, sweet. So I go over there and I stick my microphone in. And then when I get the audio, it's all in Spanish. And I was like, well, what can we do with this? And so what we did was we played the audio, and then we looked at Kevin and we were like, can you believe he said that? And Kevin was like, what? And we were like, yeah, it's wild that he said that. And Kevin,
yeah, you and Colby. And I was like, I don't know what he just said. And they're like, why do you not know? And I was like, I'm so sorry, I don't speak Spanish
and
fluently.
Then that same weekend was the weekend where we were at a Rick Ross concert. And was it Prince the Boy or something too?
I don't remember, but that person was super popular too.
And my phone, the only reason they called me, and the only reason I was able to I looked down at my phone, I felt it vibrating. I was like, is that the vibration of my phone or the vibration of the speakers in this place? And I looked down and they said, Evander Holyfield is here. Do you want to talk to him? And I just tapped Kevin and said, we gotta go. And we left a Rick Ross concert for Evander Holyfield.
It is a weird hodgepodge of words as while we were at the Mayweather pre-fight concert in Las Vegas watching Rick Ross, we had to leave to go talk to Evander Holyfield. Like, that's a weird combination of words that you're like, did you just have a stroke? And I'm like, no, that's what happened.
It was a lot of fun. Then, Kevin, I also questioned this. How mad do you have to be to charge the mound? This is Ronald Acuna at the plate.
He was pointing at you.
Yeah, my apologies.
And the Braves Iron Man. Here's Acuna. Oh, he got hit. Oh, boy. Ronald's not happy. Well, we've seen this before. Oh, the benches are going to clear. Everybody feeling a little testy this afternoon. They might issue warnings here. There was no intent by Gusto, but after the homer by Olsen, here comes the bullpens. That's a relatively half-hearted effort.
If you're that mad, charge him. If you're that mad, go after him. So you don't see that anymore.
No.
That is,
I love that.
That is a relatively half-hearted effort right there.
If you're gonna go after it, do it. That was tremendous. And I will say, like, I understand the contention of Acuna in this point. Like, whether or not somebody drilled you on purpose, you hurt him. That hurt. And in the moment when you're hurt or tired, do you think things through correctly? No, you don't. You make rash decisions. And I get it. Disappointing to see the effort that they put out there, though.
Mike's talked often about and he talks about it still to this day with Dave Raymond about the game policing itself and how, hey, look, you don't have any other option but to throw at his guy. Like that was it seemed insane that Mike just openly said it the way that he did. And we were like, what? Because it seems it's an unspoken sport. There are all these unspoken things, which we hate so much about it too. But when it seems like that part of the game, I don't know if it controlled it more or if it made things worse because guys knew we're going to police it. It's going to happen because now it seems like the umpire has the control there more than anybody else, and the players are less likely to clear the benches and have big brawls like we used to see back in the day.
Do you think, and this might be way off base, is there any part of you that thinks it's just because the money has gotten so crazy? Like when Andre Dawson was ready to find and destroy Eric Shao, which he probably would have, like you were making good money, but now you're making like insane generational upon generational wealth. And sometimes I do wonder if they're like, that was messed up, but we'll be okay.
Yeah, I mean, like
I don't know.
The Bautista punch, that was a unique moment in sports for
and
us.
A spur of the moment. When you run out of the dugout,
but they had hatred for each other.
You're right, but if you're gonna like charge the mound is a shorter time, but if you're gonna run out of the dugout or run out of the bullpen, like you have time to think over what you're doing. In that moment, Rugi thought for 1 second, and he's like, "You stupid whatever," and bam! Like he didn't run the length of the outfield and think over, this might not be my best decision.
I think it was Andrew McCutcheon. There was a big fight on the field once, and he was standing out in left field, and he said, whenever I saw the guys in the bullpen run past me, that's when I realized I was already too late. He was like, they've already beaten me.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here standing out in the outfield, and I should have taken off running so that I could get in there. And it is I don't know if the money's changed it, because you're right. It could definitely. I mean, you're hindering somebody. If somebody gets really hurt, it could be a big problem. But it seems like that hatred, I'm not going to say it doesn't exist, but it does have to build over time. You have to go through a moment to hate somebody enough for that to happen, because I don't think it's just that happens one time. Like that's it just happened.
Okay.
I think every time it's like something's already happened that's set up for the moment that's going to happen.
Can I slightly alter my answer then?
Just like the Rangers, like the stomping on home plate.
Yes.
All that was built off of the anger and hatred between the two teams.
And one of the reasons for that is you found yourself in continual high-pressure situations against the Blue Jays or now the Astros. So with one of some of the team changes and everything like that, maybe it's hard to artificially, I'm not saying you can't hate somebody the first time you meet them, but it feels much more likely that after you've played somebody 15 times, you're like, I can't stand that person.
I'm glad you said that, Kevin, because that is a segment idea that I had this morning that I forgot about. So thank you very much. And that's the C block, ladies.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to do a couple of different things here. Does the Cowboys-49ers rivalry get its proper due in NFL history? Plus, I want you guys to wildly speculate how much money will be wagered on NFL games this season. We'll do both of those things next on The Fan.
cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today or visit carsforkids.org and the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost and to get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Aikman to throw. Calvin Martin, touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. So I started to research this a little bit in the aftermath of the Cowboys Netflix documentary.
Were there sections of that in the games that brought back memories of you?
Yes.
Like reliving I still remember anticipating the San Francisco games.
Yes.
Being excited about them. I was nervous against Green Bay. You know, like there were, but I was like, no, we're beating San Francisco.
Yeah, and it reset some of my thoughts about certain things. I don't know why I thought that Jimmy said we will win this game about the 92 championship game as opposed to the 93.
Yeah.
And that could have been
I
a
was
product.
like, hold on, why'd they leave that out?
Yeah, it could have been a product of like being a kid at the time, but that was really fascinating. So there was a particular thing in there that actually multiple players said, but I thought Dion's laughable that the San Diego Chargers were playing in the Super Bowl when everybody knew that it was the Cowboys and 49ers game. That was the real Super Bowl.
It didn't seem like any AFC team had the star power to keep up with the NFC teams either.
I wondered for a time about the Bills,
and
when they
obviously
started to lose, it just was like, yeah,
they
good
kind of
for you.
lost that sizzle for them. And I know Jim Kelly in it. He's like, I wanted to go back. You know, as soon as it was over, I wanted to be back. You know, like, I don't know how many people could mentally go through that hurdle of dude, we cannot win, and it doesn't matter who the opponent is.
Right.
This game in particular.
So I started to think about this more and more. Do you feel like people in the history of the NFL properly appreciate the 49ers and the Cowboys? Because,
well, here's
I might
the thing.
be about to present a case to you.
I lived it, so I'm biased.
Okay.
And all the people that I know and care about and love, they lived it with me too, so we are biased about it. So I would say that I think it does. And that specific time period changed the NFL.
Yes.
I mean, not just what Jerry Jones did as a trailblazer, but like that changed what the NFL, it launched it into a different stratosphere in that specific 90s era.
And that is around the time when there could be no question that this was the sport in North America. Now, you could argue that it had happened before that, but with labor stoppages in the previous decade, we don't need to go back through all that, I guess.
The Super Bowl in that time period, go back to the Michael Jackson moment when he jumps up on that stage and stands there for 20 minutes and everybody still never stops cheering. It just felt like it was a star era. That I don't think that it had been associated the same way. Maybe that's just me not understanding in the 80s and earlier on how it was, but it was a different show at that time.
Do you feel like people acknowledge and properly appreciate, for example, like the Bears and the Packers?
Which, the Bears, the 84 Bears?
No, just like as a rivalry.
Yeah, I think so.
Cowboys,
plus, that's a Northeast thing.
Mm-hmm. Cowboys and Eagles?
Yeah.
I feel like people accept that. Maybe more modernly, Ravens and Steelers.
Yep.
I feel like that gets talked a lot about. But I did some research. What do you think is the most two teams have played each other in a conference championship game? Like over the history of conference championship games in the Super Bowl era, what do you think is the most? I don't even need the matchup. Just like the most times the same two teams have played each other.
I want to say 34 just to see your face.
That is way too many.
6.
All right. Woo, look at you. Spot on. It's 6 for Cowboys and 49ers. The next highest is 3.
Wow.
All right, so think about this.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's wild. So take a look.
And when you asked the question, all I thought about was that 90s section. I wasn't even thinking about the catch and all the stuff that I didn't watch.
And that is surely one of the most iconic moments in the history of the NFL. And that's not even what jumps to the front of your mind.
Yeah.
And that shows how deep that is. All right, so go to the AFC. Kansas City and Buffalo, they play all the time in the championship game, right? 3 times. Chiefs are up 2-1. Colts and the Patriots. Oh, my God. Those teams are always playing in the championship. Like 8 times, 3 times. And only 2 of those were Peyton against Brady. Now, Peyton against Brady did play 2 other times with the Broncos, but still not the same team. Browns and the Broncos, 3 times. Broncos won all 3, but guess what? They went on to lose all 3 of those Super Bowls. The most equivalent I could find was 74 through 76, the Raiders and the Steelers. The Steelers won 2 of the 3, and the winner all 3 times went on to win the Super Bowl.
Really?
But outside of that, that's it. Their shared history is dominating the 70s. Now let's go to the NFC.
And of those 6 games, the winner is 6-0 in the Super Bowl of the Cowboys series. Did you have that already?
No. But we were going to, exactly.
From the A17.
Yeah. Exactly. We were going to get to that. And then think about this. It's a little tricky with the Cowboys and the Packers because those first 2 games were NFL championship games, not NFC championship games. Mm-hmm. But if you count those, the second most common matchup is the Cowboys and the Packers. If you don't, no other NFC championship matchup has happened more than twice. Twice! And the 49ers and the Cowboys have played 6 times in the NFC championship game.
Just imagine how many more times they could have met in the NFC championship game if the Niners hadn't eliminated the Cowboys earlier.
That's a great point. Man.
And I say that because the 2000s haven't been kind.
No, absolutely. And you know what? Here's a great example of that. They played in, I think you'll notice a pattern here, 70, 71, 81, 92, 93, 94. So essentially you would get these games, give them a decade, and they would pick it back up. So if the Cowboys had been in any of these games, surely we would be back up to 8, 9.
I say 10.
Maybe so. So take a look at 70 and 70 for 70 and 71. 71, the Cowboys won that game. I actually think the first matchup between Cowboys and 49ers, the team that won that did not win. So I think they're 5-1 in those Super Bowls. But yeah, so the Cowboys, that first time they matched up, they win the game, make their first Super Bowl. Next year, Cowboys win their first Super Bowl. The next game, you get maybe the most iconic play in the history of NFL football. And then 92, 93, and 94 were all de facto Super Bowl years where the team that won, I think, went on to win the Super Bowl by, let's try to do some quick math. What? An average of 28 points?
Yeah.
All 3 of the closest Super Bowl following Cowboys 49ers was 17 points. That was the closest margin of victory.
Those are runaways, man. In that game specifically, that's a runaway.
Yes.
17 points is still a big victory, but in the Super Bowl you're expecting, these are the 2 best teams from each side of the NFL.
Yes. And so from the 903, Cowboys-Niners is criminally underrated as a rivalry. And that's what I think of too, because whether it was Everson Walls and Danny White going up against Joe Montana, whether you go back to the 70s or obviously in the 90s, kind of right when we were really becoming sports fans, you could feel like one of them was the same as yours of the Cowboys haven't been good, really good in a long time. The oversaturation one is a really interesting part because I guess the counter argument to this would be well, for God's sakes, you get the Eagles and probably the Commanders rivalry. Isn't that enough for you? Mm-hmm. So maybe so. But the other one, go ahead.
The oversaturation part, Broadus yesterday was talking about, I lived in Green Bay for 6 years of my life.
Yeah.
It's not Dallas.
Right.
I mean, Craig James just pointed out,
right.
It's not Dallas. He was the thing that you get from here, this is in regards to Micah, and Micah knows this, is I can go to Green Bay and I might have that Red Lobster and the cheddar biscuits, but it's not where I am in Dallas and I have a career after football. And that is the oversaturation, is that most of these guys know it's talked about the most on. Kevin, think about that, dude. On the Fox pregames, on the CBS pregames, they talk about the Cowboys even when the Cowboys aren't playing.
Yes, absolutely. I wonder if these two teams were like division rivals, if it would rocket back up. So it's a rarer matchup. And I know people talk about it, but I think it should be higher up on the list. Like if you look at the historical way that Super Bowls have been won, more of them have gone through the Dallas-San Francisco matchup by far than anybody else. Like no one's played more than 3 times in the AFC. No one's played more than 3 times in the NFC, except for this matchup. And so I just wanted to present a walk down memory road and a case that this should be higher on the list.
I appreciate that. From the 214, we lost to damn Jimmy G. That killed the rival.
You know what? That I know that has been a sticking point with Mike for some time. Now, Kevin Walker, I'm going to start with you on this. If you had to guess, how much money will be legally wagered on NFL football this year?
Legally is important.
Yes, it is.
I would say, am I crazy to say B's? I'm going to say $3 billion.
Okay, $3 billion. Corey, legally wagered money on NFL.
How much did he say?
$3 billion.
Ah, you're low.
He's going to say $3 billion and $1, and you're going to dislike him.
$50 billion.
Woo! Now, that is too high. But that's because I said legal.
Yeah.
NFL bettors, you're going to like this then. NFL bettors are expected to wager $30 billion on NFL football this season. So when you ask, are you crazy to go with a B? I wanted to tell you definitely not. So think about it. You asked, is it crazy to say $3 billion? It is 10 times that amount. And that is for legal wagers, because as much as sports gambling has become accepted across the United States, except here in Texas, there are plenty of other not legal bets that take place, which I wonder how close that would get you to the 50 billion mark, or certainly at least the 40 billion mark. But just think about that. $30 billion will get wagered on NFL football this year.
And,
That's not even college football.
No.
Oh,
yes.
man.
And that does not even factor in all aspects of daily fantasy, because those get compartmentalized differently.
Just think what y'all could do with all that money that you're gambling away. All I'm saying is you could donate that money to Peace Thon. You know?
Yeah.
Like all you got to do is go there. We'll have a link up and you can click on it and donate cash.
You know what? That's a great. I want to see
$30 billion.
I'm going to go see if I can seek out a breakdown. I don't know if there's any way they would have this information, but I want to know like what percentage of gamblers bet like at least $10,000. You know, because I kind of want to see like what chunk of that money comes from people who are like, yeah, that's neat. I donate lots of money to charity, but I also have all this other money too, so don't worry about it. Versus all the people who are like,
good point.
Every weekend I put $10 down on this, that, and the other.
Gotta get my juice.
Yeah, I want to see what that breakdown looks like.
I saw a video this morning, Kevin. I know we're a little late here, but I saw a video of a guy who was talking to his wife about his cards that he was wanting to collect.
Okay, yeah.
And he was like, but think, I use these cards. I just did the stairs with it. I sell them and I do his joy comes from opening the packs, seeing what's inside, potentially hitting the big one.
Right.
And then her joy is spending the money that he gets off of them. And he's like, that's fine. I'll spend the money on it. I just I got to get the juice. And that's gambling's the same thing.
This is a weird way to compare it to like when you were a kid. I still to this day, and probably will always, appreciate more buying a box, buying a pack, whatever, and pulling that card I want, as opposed to ordering it off of eBay. The same way, if you bought like a cassette or a CD, that's cool. But back in the day, if you could get that record going for the song that you requested at just the right time, that's a feeling that like that's tough to match, you know? Same kind of theory. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go to Jake's in Frisco to chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next right here on The Fan.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a lady? Not as noble? No. Said that. Is it spicy? Yeah.
Swords Ward for the final out in the third. No runs, a hit. Neto stranded at third, and after 2.5, it remains 7-1 Rangers.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Shout out to Jacob Latz for stepping up once again, though obviously the offense took care of all of your problems yesterday. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, let's take you to Jake's in Frisco and chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing. Higgy, how are you?
Man, I'm doing really well, and I was hoping we could go around with all of y'all one more time if you have any advice or suggestions for people who are going to try out for Fan Phenom after y'all's show wraps up.
Don't suck.
That's
a good one.
That's good advice.
That is good.
Don't suck. That's the bottom line.
Yeah. I mean, Eric and I have both gotten to host this once now. I definitely come with a subject. Don't sit down and be like, I'm down to talk about whatever you want to talk about. No, we got a list of people that are waiting to go. You only got 3 minutes. So sit down prepared with what you want to hit, get right into it, and take a deep breath. It's okay to be nervous. I think a lot of people are nervous doing this, but it's going to be all right. But make sure you're prepared.
Yeah, and have I think one of the big things is don't make it to where you have to be interviewed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you come with a take of sorts and have enough opinions and stats or facts of whatever kind to sort of back it up. And maybe there's a question from, I guess CA's doing it tonight, right?
Yeah.
To kind of continue to steer the conversation, but sometimes they'll sit down, they'll give their 30 seconds, whatever they have, and then you're having to like pick their brain on it. I mean, this is like, hey, you got 2-3 minutes, own that real estate, baby.
You want to make it a conversation, a good back and forth.
You nailed it right there. That's exactly what I was going to say. Like, you and your friends do this all the time.
Yeah.
You and your friends are always talking. You're listening. You're toloing, and you're having a conversation, yelling at us about how stupid we are in the car. And you go ahead and get it done now. And now's your chance.
Yeah, just know you're stupider than us.
Oh, okay.
Let's not come in here and act like you're smarter than us. All right? We'll have none of that.
Do you need it to be something that's like happening right here and right now? Like, hey, here's what I think about Texas, Ohio State. Or do you care if it's like a broader, like, here's why the Cowboys have struggled in the second round of the draft or something?
I think you could do either or. I would say what might be a bigger import than that is try to come up with something that nobody else has said or written. You know, what's going to make you unique?
Ooh, yeah. I like that.
And that can be difficult because narratives get established, and by the time you're 24, 48 hours in, everybody's playing like copycat off of each other with different opinions and, just kind of parroting each other. But I think if you sit there and think about it long enough, maybe meditate on it, you can come up with something unique.
I don't know if we've ever talked about this with you guys, but I was reading an article in The Athletic about the Savannah Bananas and everything that they've done and what they're seeking to do next. Do y'all have strong thoughts, or do you care whatsoever about the Savannah Bananas?
I think it's cool they exist.
Yeah?
I think it's the modern-day version of the Harlem Globetrotters from my childhood.
Definitely.
Even better than the Harlem Globetrotters.
Yeah, it'd be fun to go watch them.
Yeah.
But it might just be like kind of a one-time thing. Like once you go once, you've seen it. Maybe the kids love it. But, I mean, I'm pretty indifferent. I think that it's neat. I like their videos. They pop out. The TikToks are very fun.
And so that's why I'm fascinated, because Jesse Cole, who's the owner of the Savannah Bananas,
great suit.
Yeah, he specifically said, and I'm with you on this, Broadus, he goes, this isn't the Globetrotters. We're building a sport. And I guess that's where I'm intrigued, I guess I should say.
Kind of like wrestling?
Maybe, but because
like he's trying to build something that more people will be involved with, more teams?
Exactly, because he said, for example, if you look at like Little League Baseball, they don't necessarily want to play Little League Baseball. They want to play banana ball and like do trick shots and everything like that. And so he's intrigued by the concept of like building this out into not necessarily a bigger thing, but like a different kind of thing.
Well, I respect his willingness to try and push this thing forward, right? I mean, he's trying to establish something and capitalize on something that's really hot right now. how can you make this bigger, better, a little bit different, evolve, and get more eyeballs and more dollars, I guess.
Do they play against the same team like the New Jersey Generals?
Party Animals?
Yeah, or what
Yeah.
do they play against the same group every time?
Yeah, I thought it was.
See, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to create more of a different look. He doesn't want to be the Globetrotters because they played against the Washington Generals the whole time.
Right.
And, that it gets old.
Yeah, with the
So
world
let's
of Dude Perfect, Dude Perfect and that, like all
I
these
think
kids
that's
grew up
the idea.
watching that. Yeah.
How sad do you think you would have been if you were at one of those Globetrotter games that they lost?
Oh.
Like the 3 or 4 they lost.
Yeah, that would suck, dude. Because you're not going there to watch them lose.
No.
That's not what you're there to do. You want them to do all the fun, the tricks, and
kind of like Manchester United going to Huddleston Town. Where did they go, Dawson? Where did they lost that match?
Gimpysburg or
Wow. Some crazy
It
place.
wasn't Gettysburg.
Higsby?
Higsby,
There's
yeah.
a small fishing town.
Grimsby?
Grimsby.
Grimsby.
Grimsby's a
town.
smelly place that, everybody's
Especially today.
It's where the brothers Grimm are from.
Yeah.
Celebrating for 22 hours by now.
Yep.
Non-stop. You guys see that? Man United lost to a 4th division team.
I did. That is
Yeah.
crazy.
You guys acted like you hadn't in the way
Insane
you laid out
penalty kicks.
on us.
12-11 penalty kicks.
Wow.
Trying to interview Danny Cano while it was going down.
Are you fascinated or locked in at all at the opportunity for Wrexham to try to move up to the Premier League? Does that story do anything for you?
Yeah, I'm into it. I watched the first season of the documentary, and then I just kind of lost track of it. But I'm always pulling for them. I think it's cool that you could buy a little pub team and start giving them great players and start climbing the ladder. That's I think the genius of the European sports model. Anybody can get in this if you can start winning enough games.
Nothing better than relegation.
Yeah, I do like relegation.
Speaking of Man United.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Hagen, thanks so much for asking. We got Jane Slater coming up at 5, and she's been tracking this Micah story about as good as anybody, probably better than anybody else. So we look forward to chatting with Jane Slater. 5 o'clock here, live from Jake's in Frisco. Fan Phenom coming up at 7 o'clock.
There you go, right off of Main Street. Go see the G-Bag Nation. Go try out for Fan Phenom. Tomorrow morning, Sean and RJ at the Firehouse in Red Oak off of Methodist. And then we will be at Uncle Julio's in Frisco tomorrow. Got Nelly ticket giveaways, got T-shirt giveaways. It's going to be a blast. Come and see us, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Racing Studios.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. We have Micah Parsons developments as we open up hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation Live. Jake's in Frisco. Thanks for making this part of your day. The drama already cranked to the max. Jane Slater coming up at 5 o'clock. But today, we have Todd Archer and Adam Schefter joining Dan Graziano, who's the first person I heard say it this morning on Get Up. Cowboys are listening. Graziano said 2 days ago he felt like if you call about trading for the Cowboys, they're like, yeah, we're not doing it. Now they're like, what would a trade look like? And now you have Todd Archer, local guy, and Adam Schefter certainly breathes quite a bit of credibility into it. Now all I need is for the hardest working man in sports media, Brian Broaddus, to give me the thumbs up because I trust nobody's phone more than yours.
You know what? I trust Todd Archer. Adam Schefter I talked to this morning, he's not sure. I mean, I had a whole nother, it's funny you bring this up because I had a whole nother conversation with him about something else to do with the Senior Bowl and Drew Fabianich. And then he's asking me, hey, what do you think's going to happen? What are you hearing? What do you know? You know, and I'm going, bro, you're supposed to be the information guy, not me. No, but anyway. I think there's a lot of people out there. I reached out to the Cowboys and asked this question. And I kind of got the, hey, that's further up. You know, that's a up the food chain kind of question. You know,
okay.
I mean, with you know, if you know, Steven and Jerry were talking about no, they didn't want to trade him.
Yeah.
But now a month later, are they more open to that? Are they more open? But the thing with Schefter, I think he's like everybody else. We don't know. We really don't know where that is. Now, Archer, I completely trust. But I kind of just talking to Schefter, I got a vibe that he's kind of...
He wasn't sure this morning?
He wasn't sure this morning. I mean, I'm not talking about this morning. I'm talking about an hour ago.
Hour ago?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, he's putting his name on it now. Yeah.
Well, he's also going with Dan and
well, maybe
Todd.
after the conversation with you, he called somebody else, and now it's matured in a way over the last
I asked
hour.
somebody in the organization. I said, "Hey, are you more open to do this?" He goes, "Listen, you're talking to the wrong guy on this one." You know. So I said, "Okay, cool." And so this is really up to Steven. But a month ago, when we were all standing there in California. Yeah. They weren't open to doing it.
No, I said, Steven, would you trade Micah? And this was the night before the trade request, and he said no, without hesitation. And then Jerry told the media as well out in Oxnard. But as ugly as this gets, and you've got Micah Parsons who's seeking a second opinion, and it does appear that he is not going to be playing against the Eagles.
No,
I don't. And I think he is very willing to sit out games. And then this thing goes to the Cowboys are going after Micah and saying, hey, we cleared you. There's nothing wrong with you. Right. Mike is saying, no, I was able to find a doctor that says, yes, there is something wrong with my back. Now you've got to fight. Now you go to the courts and who decides what. I mean, he's also fighting with the NFL about the position stuff.
Could take a couple of weeks easily. Yeah.
I mean, so
might not play against.
Maybe
the
the Cowboys decide, screw this. This isn't worth it for us. We are going to move you.
I mean, okay. So this news comes 24 hours after he's looking for the second opinion on his back. So he's threatening like a medical holdout. Maybe the Cowboys are threatening to trade him now. I don't think Micah wants to go to another spot, but he probably wants to get maximum value. Mm-hmm. Do you feel like this is? Are you taking it on the surface, or do you think this is like a game of chicken?
Well. Can I
hold out? We'll trade you.
Yeah, just real quick, if I could. Let me. And you ask a great question. Let me tell you what Green Bay's thinking right now. Mm-hmm. Let me tell you what the Packers are thinking because they seem to be the one team that's kind of into this thing, right?
All right.
Okay. What I've learned in Green Bay is they have a new president, Mark Murphy, who was the president CEO of the Green Bay Packers, is no longer in. And Ed Policy, who was Carmen Policy's son, who was the 49ers back in the 80s and helped with those teams and all that. You know,
it's a road well traveled from San Francisco to Green Bay.
Yeah, exactly. His son is taking over the presidency of the Packers. Brian Gutekunst and the head coach there have 2 years remaining on a contract. This could be Goody. He could be saying, "Listen, I've got to," and Ed's come out and said, "We'll wait and see. Extensions, we'll wait and see." He goes, "I don't like having guys on 1-year deals and stuff like that." So it sounds like to me that he is going to evaluate what's going on in the front office and then also evaluate what's going on with coach. Okay, Gutekunst, the general manager, he could be looking at this like, holy geez, we got a new president. This guy didn't hire me. Does he want his own guy? Do I need to go make a bold move? Do I need to go get somebody? If I give up 2 first-round picks and say give up Gary, the edge rusher as well, could I do something to potentially save my job? Because if all of a sudden he makes his trade and it works, maybe he buys himself some more time. If he gets fired and he's given up 2 picks and a player, well, that's somebody else's problem. So they might be in a situation right now up there in Green Bay where they're more willing. I know Ted Thompson would never do this. Teddy was a longtime general manager, after Ron Wolf and stuff, so he would never do this. But Goody might be in a situation where he's thinking like, damn, I got to do something because my division's gotten better. Detroit's gotten better. The Bears have gotten better. Vikings have gotten better. So he might be in that kind of situation right now where he has to make a bold swing at it and maybe save a job in front of the eyes of a new boss.
He's going to have to come correct in a big way in terms of what he's willing to give up, because if I'm the Joneses, dude, I got no interest in sending him to the Packers. Screw that. And we've seen Jerry before, courtesy of the Netflix doc. What does he tell Michael Irvin? I'll send your rear end to Cincinnati. Not that Green Bay is like some paradise, but from a football standpoint, that's a great spot to be in a lot of respects. So I think Jerry would love to get Micah in a world where, go lose and be innocuous somewhere else. And otherwise, the Packers are going to have to spend, 50 cents on the dollar.
Yeah, because if you're open to trading him, one, you want to get the best deal possible. But also, like, Green Bay is not super attractive to me because I'm looking at picks that are late, 25 or later, assuming their quarterback stays healthy and Jordan Love.
You want top half of the first-round pick.
Well, this is what you're looking at right now because you're probably at somewhere between 12 and 15 with your own pick and probably looking at something on the back end for the next 2 years. So, you could put those together and go forward if you want.
There you go.
But if you, and listen, let's be honest. I kind of feel like between Green Bay and Dallas, Green Bay's the better team.
Oh, yeah.
Right now. So if that's the case, having Philadelphia kind of rebuilt their team with the trade they gave with the Saints. Remember, they got the Saints pick, and now they parlayed that for a couple of years in order to kind of get those Georgia defensive linemen and stuff.
Yeah, they also traded out. You have the option to do that with these picks, but I would certainly be, one, looking at the other conference. Can I get him the heck out of the NFC? And I'd also like to try and go to a team that I think has a better chance of going with the top 15 pick. Again, you got to take the best offer. Maybe the Packers do blow you away, and they say, hey, here's 3 ones. Everyone else is like, nah, I'm not going to do that. I'll give you 2. Yeah. So Green Bay's the team with – but I don't think Green Bay would be the only team playing ball here.
I think Green Bay's the team that would offer the 2 picks and a player. I think that's where they're at right now.
Oh, wow, 2 picks. Man, I was thinking from Green Bay I need 3. I'm willing to take 2 from a bad team.
I think they would like to keep their pick if they could, their extra picks.
Well, I really love what you said, that maybe you take those picks and you don't really intend to use them because the Cowboys don't pick well in the 20s. I would think if you're taking those, it's with the idea that we're going to move up. And let me ask you this. If Micah does not play this year because he's traded or whatever happens, where would you expect the Cowboys to finish? I'm thinking 8th worst. Like, they're picking in the top 10 if Micah doesn't play, so we don't have to move that far up. Moving from 15 to 16 all the way into the top 5, that might be cost prohibitive, but 8 to top 5, and there's a number of good quarterbacks coming out the next couple of years. So I would look at it almost like the Cowboys acknowledging we're rebuilding, like hope's flushed, right? What do you think? Record prediction if Micah doesn't play with these Cowboys? Yeah.
8-9.
8-9?
See, I went 9 and 8, so I would probably drop it 2. I'd probably say somewhere probably 6 or 7.
I don't think that we're looking at the defense being great, even with Micah on the field. And I think that we do have, we forget Micah was on the field, Saints, Ravens last year. That defense got absolutely shredded. Micah does make a big difference, don't get me wrong, but this team's going to win with offense. So if you're removing him, they won 7 games and Cooper Rush started the majority of the season.
Wow, you sound like you're okay with just trading him in right now.
I would have traded him probably this past offseason.
You just made a great argument. You just made a great argument like, listen, he's not we could do better. We could get picks and we could do better.
But the problem is the Cowboys just don't, I feel that way. I would be doing the same thing Gavin's talking about. Let's go ahead and kind of rebuild this thing. The Cowboys just don't conduct themselves as a rebuild team. Yeah. They've paid Dak, they've paid CD, they're trading for George Pickens, they're rebuilding this offensive line. They still view themselves as a team that can go out there and contend. And in the NFC, it is pretty damn open. But this defense is going to be very Bengals-esque potentially.
So you don't think they're trading him? You think this is
I think trading him is the last resort. If they feel as though this is not going anywhere, they will trade him. Otherwise, no. I think most likely they're going to try and keep him here.
I guess I believe it's most likely a game of chicken here, and over the next 48 hours, they'll come to some sort of deal as Micah is using the threat of the medical holdout. The Cowboys don't want to trade their stars. This will be caveman. I guess that is my most likely scenario, but trade's more likely than ever, as ESPN reporters, including Todd Archer, basically to paraphrase it, saying the Cowboys are now at least wondering what would a trade offer look like when teams call instead of a blanket no. 682 says Jerry's about to drop a bomb of a trade. He's tired and finally wants change and is going to use cocky and greedy Micah as an example. A blockbuster trade will do the team good in the future. Yeah, if you feel like you're going to go 8-9 and you're looking at where is our next quarterback coming from, I don't want to pick in the middle of the first round. I don't think chances of the pick coming in the middle of the first round.
I just don't know that the Cowboys would even be looking at finding another quarterback. Like, it's going to have to take Dak getting hurt again, or them legitimately like winning 4 or 5 games with Dak, and they know that Dak's, if they're around 500 and they're paying Dak and they can't get out on his contract, I just don't envision them doing what we would all love them to do, which is actually go get a quarterback.
Then why are you trading picks for Trey Lance and Joe Milton?
It's free looks at guys that they think have potential, basically.
Yeah, I think they believe it's possible. Let me just say that, like the contingencies of what could happen this year. And I'll tell you, as a major point of evidence here, they have an option 5th day of the league year 2026 where they can effectively void $60 million of future obligation to Dak Prescott. Of course, that's fully injury guaranteed. But I don't think they'd have that clause in there if they didn't think it was possible they were going to want it. So, acquiring picks. But I want to see who else is interested. Are the Bears interested? Are the Raiders interested? Like, who are the teams that don't look great, don't have awesome answers at quarterback, but are thinking maybe erroneously, we're a Micah Parsons away from getting back into the playoffs? I want to gamble with those teams, and for those teams, I'd be excited. You get 2 first-round picks, that could really turn around your organization in a hurry. We are live at Jake's in Frisco. Welcome in, as it's crazy how much of a whirlwind this story has turned into in just very short order.
Crazy.
We went from man, this story is getting annoying to holy crap, this story is electrifying, and you'd possibly be talking about trading your best player. Okay, Adolis Garcia, Jock Peterson, Kyle Higashioka, 3-run bomb skis last night. Those are the Rangers we thought we were seeing in spring training when they're putting on laser shows.
No kidding.
Seager went deep as well for the 21st time. Garcia's 17th home run. According to ESPN research, it was just the 10th instance of 3 teammates recording 5 or more ribbies in a game since it became an official stat in 1920. Wyatt Langford reached base all 5 times, scored 4 runs before he was replaced by a pinch runner in the 7th inning. That's what we wanted to see from Wyatt Langford. Just when I thought, man,
it's about time they had a laugher game.
Yeah,
we just didn't have to worry about or sweat the bullpen doing something crazy or something happening to it. Yeah, it was just nice to text Jared and say, "Hey, congrats on this one." And he's like, "Oh, thanks." This team needed something like that. They did. They needed a night where they can score a bunch of runs, get some rest, and then get ready for these the series getting out on the road.
Scrappy bunch, I guess, to make it back above 500 and not give up after everything that they've endured. I think a lot of the guys are. Like Corey Seager, you have an individual goal. You want to prove to the team that you should be on the club next year. You want to earn a contract. You want to make sure or try to, eliminate this as your worst season as a pro. So I think they're all professionals. They're all motivated. And, maybe that steady approach is going to give us one hell of a ride in September. That'd be the opposite of how the Rangers used to do. September swoon was a thing.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time now to push it the other way. Mavs are attempting to trade Olivier Max Prosper once again. Looking for roster space to complete the signing of Dante Exum, 24th overall pick in the 2023 draft. but has not been able to get much cooking. Leo Messi was cooking, scored twice in his return for Inter Miami. They beat Orlando City 3-1 last night, advancing to the Leagues Cup final again. He was back for the second time in 2 weeks after a setback in his recovery from hammy. But he had hardly trained, stepped in, scored, and made people think, dude, he should play for the World Cup next year in Argentina. I think that's the takeaway here as we sit, less than a year out now. Okay, we got the G-Bag of the Day champion on the other side live. Jake's in Frisco, fan phenom coming up at 7 o'clock. Wolchuk, what's the top 10 looking like today?
All right, top 10 biggest week 1 upsets in college football history. We got a big slate starting tonight. That's next in the nation.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on the Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
help you achieve weight optimization. Experience weight loss the MTC way. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T or visit mensteaclinic.com for more. That's mensteaclinic.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Duke's Mayo.
This is the Duke's country song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Jake's in Frisco, right here off Main by the soccer stadium. It's good to be up here. And we'd love to see you come on by, have some delicious food and beverage. Just crush some chicken strips and fries myself. The spicy ones, really, really perfect. And the mashed potatoes and gravy's outstanding. I can testify to that. Obviously, the burgers. I think Chief just ordered a triple stack. Yep. So looking forward to that. Just tore it up. Yeah, it was fantastic.
You just crushed that?
Yeah, Jake's gets it done at
Knocked
such
it
a high
out,
level.
knocked it out, man.
When the burger's that good, you don't put it down. And you attempt to maybe not even breathe. Exhale. Yeah. Yeah.
Don't breathe.
Yeah, it's incredible when that jaw unhinges. It's like an apex predator out there in the wild here.
Appreciate that.
Okay. We got the G-Bag of the Day champion here in just a second. We got Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or loved ones injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com. Back to the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, buddy. Check 2. How do it do?
Perfect.
All right, man. Hey, by the way, before we even get started, Dawson.
Yep.
I may be reaching. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, my guy. Yeah, I may be reaching, bro, but until I hear an explanation from the Cowboys about what's really going on the insides of it, pause, I'm going to always think you had an influence in this situation. Because I listened to you. You know, I'm an observationalist, bro.
Yes.
I listened to you talk to Stephen Jones, and you told that man to his face, hey, the agents out here in the league think you are food. And I heard him react to it. He started squirming in the seat. And I was like, oh, my God. Shoot, I hope it didn't get stuck in his head. Now he's making decisions off of that. I don't know, man.
I was just talking on Twitter, actually, with Terrence Parsons, and I ended it with, you know, I believe this really comes down to agent versus organization scores unsettled, or the Cowboys trying to make their point against the most powerful agent in the league. And I believe, you know, David Mulugeta with some very, very borderline unethical things, you know, and I believe it's about to show up once again here, and that's why the Cowboys have threatened to trade him.
I'm always believe
at least
you.
Let it be known they're listening to offers.
I always believe that you have. You said I appreciate that, man. I got this
one.
I appreciate it.
I'm under heavy fire out here, just trying to speak my mind.
Oh,
it's
man,
crazy how.
I totally understand, bro. I went to a deep dive of haters last night. I'll talk about it during LA Live.
Oh,
all right.
no.
All right, G-Bag of the Day. Oh, that's fine. I just want to do research about who's hating at you. Yeah. At some point, you're like, okay, who are you? All right, yeah. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on The Fan at 5:30. Replay the champ right about here. Shout out to you, man. You caught it. This is day 3 for this champion audio. My man got assaulted, and he's telling the police. He's overseas, so they're the Bobbies. And apparently he was confronting his Jamaican neighbor, because Jamaicans use this phrase in patois, suck your mother.
Are they both Jamaican dudes?
No.
Sounded like one might be from Asia somewhere.
Yes.
Is that where this is going down?
Yeah, the Asian where there's like maybe Pakistani or something like that. That type of Asian. Like if you're overseas, you're Asian, but if you're over here, we don't know what they're called.
Yeah.
Yes. So he's telling the cops about his altercation, and the cops are laughing at him and everything, and he says the phrase.
The thing is, quickly, has anybody been injured? Yes, he hit on my face.
Where?
In front of my son, and he said I have to suck my mother.
Okay, we start saying sucking mother is not
No, for me it's not a good thing. So I'm asking him if you did something with your mother or not. Did you do something like this?
That's irrelevant.
I must know.
What you do?
I must know.
For me, it is not a good thing.
Yeah.
What a dynamic. Well, thank you, Lucius.
Yes,
Tune
sir.
in 5:30. See if the champ can win again. Face the challengers right before we get to LA Live at 5:40. Here's Zach with an H. We'll leave it alone.
877-881-1053, the biggest week 1 upsets in college football history. We got some good ones going on tonight. Boise State in South Florida. We're going to have that on right here, 4:30, ESPN, the 25th ranked Boise State Broncos, as we party from Jake's Burgers in Frisco. Last chance to come out and show what you got. Fan phenom after the show, the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold will be hosting.
I think Boise State and Kellen Moore went to Eugene one year, knocked off a maybe top 10 Oregon team there in week 1.
You know, I think that's when that LeGarrette Blount punch happened that we talked about yesterday.
You're right. Yeah.
Man, maybe South Florida. Maybe South Florida can knock off Boise State. And then later on, 8 o'clock, go Big Red, Nebraska. Nebraska is taking on Cincinnati from Arrowhead Stadium, as Minnie Mahomes will be able to show off his stuff at the house that Patrick built. And I think that he has said that Patrick Mahomes will be in attendance to watch Nebraska. So, hey, the Huskers are one of those teams that are 6.5-point favorites. They do tend to stub their toe in games like this. So if you want to go with the Bearcats at plus 6.5, but I'm hoping this is a different year for Nebraska under Matt Rule, and they can finally get it done and get it up tonight. And also, high school football, we get that thing rolling. Big game on Saturday. My Plano Wildcats going to be taking on Odessa Permian. That's going to be at the Star in Frisco. I heard Tommy Yarish this morning. He's going to be doing sideline for that game. It'll be on NFL Network. Hopefully Plano can put on the show. But I don't have great expectations. I think they're ranked as the 55th best school in the area, according to the Morning News. Not great. Not
ideal, Walchuk.
Shout out to everybody who's starting their high school football season, and it's a beautiful, beautiful time of year. Did you guys see Doris
Burke? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Doris Burke.
What happened?
Tim Legler's taking her spot on the ABC ESPN broadcast.
She got demoted to the number 2 team.
Yep, she's no longer going to be on the NBA Finals calls, as commentator Tim Legler is going to be promoted to the number 1 call. He's going to pair with Mike Breen and Richard Jefferson for the network's Finals
Nothing
broadcast.
against Doris Burke, but I'm just telling you, watched Mav games with him involved. He's really good in the last 2 minutes of games trying to explain what teams need to do. I mean, very much like, hey, they need to think about, this, and they need to think about that. I mean, he is a very much an X and O guy when it comes to these games and stuff. I kind of appreciate listening to him.
He's almost like a coach.
Yeah,
like
he's
a
got
coach
that.
analyst.
He's got that coach vibe to him, but explains it kind of in a layman's way where you understand what he's talking about.
Yeah, Legs is good. I also have seen
Burke was just boring.
Doris. Now, we might get to celebrate Doris Burke whenever we get back into studio.
She with
Eric.
Mark
I know
Jones?
We've got,
Is that the team she's
We've got probably the best calls of her career that we could go down memory lane.
Yeah, hopefully they haven't gotten lost in the translation of migrating studios. But she has an all-time.
We lose an L drive or something
Doris
like that.
is very descriptive. I'll just say that. Shout out to Doris.
She paints quite a picture.
She really does. She does not leave much to be left to the imagination.
It's
the other
hard.
thing here with the Micah trade stuff, it's hard. In no way, in my opinion, I don't know if you guys feel differently, this would not be comparable to the Luka trade at all.
Oh, no.
I've seen some Cowboy fans taken to Twitter, and they're like, oh, gosh, this would be even worse than the Luka trade. Like, are you kidding me?
No, completely.
I get Micah is incredible, and he's arguably your best player. Maybe some would say CeeDee Lamb. But come on now. I mean, Luka took a team to the Western Conference Finals and the NBA Finals. With all due respect to Micah Parsons, he has come up short in the biggest games like the rest of the team has as well.
Top 8 player, though, in the league?
Sure.
Yeah, Luka, top 8 player?
3.
3?
Yeah. You could argue the best at times.
It's just the difference in the sport. Like, Luka can control so much more on the basketball court than what Micah can. Micah can be dominant. He can be getting triple teamed, and the defense still gives up 35 points.
Well, the difference of this is we're actually talking about Micah getting traded. We never talk about
not at all.
You could get the highest bid for it.
Yeah.
That's the biggest difference to me is that the Cowboys won't get ripped off like the Mavs did.
Right. It's just not going to be – it won't be anywhere comparable to the ripple effect that the Luka trade had, in my opinion.
No, the only way you could even compare it would be if you had, like, your quarterback. Like, if your quarterback had taken you to the Super Bowl and he was clearly doing, like, all of the heavy lifting for that team and they lose the game and then they just up and trade him.
Or like if the Cowboys had actually traded Emmett when he was holding out.
Yeah,
he's coming off a Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah.
He's an MVP himself, league MVP.
And you saw what the team looked like, and it was a small sample, a couple of games, but without him, it was like a completely different football team at that point.
Yes, and I know we can go back and look at the analytics and the expected points added and the difference with Micah on and off the field. We've seen this team get their ass kicked defensively with him on the field. Maybe it won't look as bad with him, or it'll look even worse with him off it. I don't know.
Oh, it'll definitely look worse.
To me, it's still... It's not the same impact with Luka.
No, one guy on the basketball court makes a heck of a lot more
versus
difference.
1 of 11, no doubt. All right, biggest upsets, and I hope we do get something, because I think that week 1 upsets in college football, and now these teams can overcome it. Like we had Notre Dame get upset early in the season. I think it was week 2 last year. They still end up in the playoff, and they still end up in the national championship game. But number one that always comes to mind for me, we go to the big house, Appalachian State. Beat number 5 Michigan September 1st, 2007. History was made. First ever FCS team to beat a ranked FBS team. Incredible. Michigan goes down at the big house, and Appalachian State became a household name.
That was a big decade for Michigan failure.
It was. It was the start of really the decline.
That was probably one of the inspiring moments when you look back of why they cheated their balls off.
You know
let
what?
this happen again,
If you
boys.
cheat,
Connor
you're not
Stallions,
trying. Number 1, Nebraska, falling to UCLA. We got to go back to 1972 for this. Nebraska, team to beat.
Oh, Johnny Rogers.
Back-to-back national titles. They had a 32-game unbeaten streak, and here comes UCLA, the Bruins, 18-point underdog to Nebraska. After the game, UCLA goes from unranked to 8th in the country, and Nebraska fell to number 10. They'd rebound. They'd go on to finish 9-2. And eventually blow out Notre Dame in the Orange Bowl. But shout out to UCLA.
I wonder if they got beat by Oklahoma that year to the second loss.
Jacksonville State beating Ole Miss. Oh, my goodness. Ole Miss went winless in 2010 after vacating 4 wins, so their official record 0-8, including 0-7 in the SEC, with the additional loss coming week 1 against Jacksonville State. Ohio Wesleyan defeating Michigan at the Big House.
Oh, man. Big house of losers.
I didn't even know that this happened.
I never even heard this one.
We got to go back to 1928, so this was pre-Brian Broaddus.
This was your heyday, Broaddus.
I was at the game.
You were there?
Yeah, I was there.
Ohio Wesleyan beats Michigan 17-7. Year prior, the two teams faced off. Michigan won 33-0. And Wesleyan was just waiting, man.
Was
they were waiting to get their revenge.
17-7 score in 1928. Was that a barn burner?
It was a hell of a score.
That was like they ran it up on them.
I mean, 17 points. That was a lot. Duke blowing out number 9 Clemson. We go to 2023. Clemson was ranked number 9 in the country.
That was our quarterback that ended up at Notre Dame. That was that the broken ankle guy?
Yeah, it was. And that really helped Elko also propel himself into the Texas A&M conversation. But Clemson ranked number 9 in the country, went into half, 7-6, they're leading, and then Duke claws back, gets the win. Duke actually had a pretty damn good year that year. They went 9-4. They went 5 straight to finish the season. And, well, it was just tough for Clemson that day. And they really haven't been the same since until maybe this year. Maybe this year they're able to get back.
Don't say that.
No, they're fine week 1. LSU's going to get them. First time since 2019 the Tigers are going to get a week 1 win.
Yeah, that's amazing to me. You know, I mean, I'm ready for plays like directional university instead of like opening up against Florida State and USC.
I commend them. I like it. Like we've got such an exciting weekend ahead of us because of all these teams actually playing
be
against
ranked
each other.
9th and lose a game. That's nothing better than that. It happens every year.
All right, Baylor Bear fans, this one's going to hurt. Liberty beating Baylor in 2017, 48-45. Liberty upsets Baylor in Waco. Still an FCS program at the time, and not good for the Baylor Bears. Now, Liberty ended up, I think, being pretty damn good that year. That might have been who's the coach now at Ole Miss?
Hugh Freeze.
That might have been
No. He's at Auburn.
He's at Auburn now.
He was at Ole Miss, and now he's at Auburn.
Was this when he was coaching from the hospital bed?
What year is
Just
this?
putting it on the line?
2017.
Oh, no, Hugh Freeze. No.
No, that goes too far back.
That goes too far
Hugh
back.
Freeze was actually, at that point, Hugh Freeze, I believe, was
still suspended.
Was actually making calls to ladies of the night with his work phone.
That was even before that. Maybe Hugh was still like right now being, we can't bring you in. This is untouchable territory. But Liberty, hell of a victory. Montana, the Grizzlies, they stunned number 20 Washington in 2021. Georgia
Good program.
Tech upsets Florida State and Dublin. This was last year.
It turned out not to be an upset, though, because Florida State absolutely sucked.
Yeah. At the time, they were coming off the undefeated season. They're arguing, should we have been in the playoff? And the season ended up being god-awful. And then Maryland upsetting the Texas Longhorns. The last time Maryland had a 10-win season, 2003, when they had strung together 3 10 or more win seasons from 01 to 03. Before that, you got to go back to 1976. But Maryland found a way week 1 in 2017 to beat Tom Herman and the Horns 51-41, and you knew it was really bad for Texas at that point.
Turner Gill was your head coach at Liberty in 2017.
Where the hell is Turner Gill now?
He got the Kansas job and then kind of fell apart. I think after that,
and now nobody wants to hire Gill.
Nobody wants to hire him now.
Jeez.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Top 10 is in the books. Wetting our whistle for college football. Join us here, Jake's in Frisco. Watch the games tonight. And maybe participate in some fan phenom coming up at 7 o'clock. Who's hosting that tonight?
Chris Arnold.
Nice.
3 times.
CA's going to be in the house. All right. What are we doing next, Chief?
We got a hodgepodge featuring the alleged details of Jerry's offer to Micah. Plus, we begin to prep our bodies for Texas at the Shoe, next in the nation.
All right. We've got to talk Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan. And if you're in...
In the wake of some breaking Micah news, as multiple ESPN reporters, including Todd Archer, saying the Cowboys are now listening, if people are calling about a trade for Micah Parsons. So what are the facts as we know it? Eric Chiafal had a hell of a tease on this subject, and here he is with a sports hodgepodge.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, I believe Walchuk can help me out with this as well. But we have Adam Schefter was on the McAfee show, and he laid out the numbers from what he understood about what Jerry allegedly offered Micah in their springtime conversations, the deal that Jerry felt like was a deal that was agreed to verbally, handshake, whatever. Micah and his agent have obviously since said thanks but no thanks on that. But we've been wondering kind of what did the deal look like from a structure standpoint. And McAfee, or Schefter on McAfee said it was a 5-year deal that averaged $40.5 million per year.
Yes.
So, and that would be, so you'd be playing out, if you're Micah, you're playing out this final year of your rookie contract. You're making 21 or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
And then the new contract would kick in after this season, and it would be 5 years, and it would average $40.5 million per year.
Right.
Now, Walchuk, that's a similar thing that you have heard, correct?
Yes. So, like, I knew about this when we went back and forth last Friday. I had these numbers. 202.5 over 5 years is what it was. The guaranteed money, which I had seen around 165 to 170, that was not confirmed, but the 5 for 202.5 was confirmed. But it was not my place to share that. I didn't want to burn a trusted source. So now that it's out there, I can confirm that is also what I had heard. And that's why I would assume when you were hearing also, Brian, the year stuff, the 4 and 5, probably David Mulligetta was like, no, we're not doing the 5, Micah. We need to do the 4 here so you can get back to the bargaining table.
Yeah, see, that's where I never had the numbers you had. I had it was a hang-up on the years. That's what I was told. So I was never, like I said,
I believe Micah agreed to that. 5 years, 202.
I agree.
That's
the
handshake deal that Jerry's pissed
off
about.
I think so too.
You know, I think my point about that was it's 5 years after this next year being played. So as the cap is going up, you know, you're going to put me under contract for 6 years, and the true average of these 6 years is $37.3 million if you add up. Well, I guess a bit even less if he's going to get 21 instead of 24 that we've been talking about because he's designated as a defensive end. Maybe just under $37 million per year. And now I'm going to be under contract until I'm 32 years old. And the last couple of years are essentially like team options. I think if I'm Micah and his agent, the best thing to do now, though, would be to take that offer. And then once he gets to 30 years old and the clock is ticking, then you just, demand a renegotiation then. But if you want to be a Cowboy, I think you call up the Joneses and say, hey, man, we'll do that 5 and 202.5 right now if we're still good on that. And then just figure out a way to play it in the future because right now I think they're at risk of being moved to another team. And I think that would be worst case scenario if I'm Parsons and Mulligetta, just all the lost value from the visibility.
Because it doesn't, at least from Diggs and Micah clearly are probably the closest of anybody that Micah's with on the team is Trayvon Diggs.
Sure.
And if Diggs is speaking for him and saying, I don't want to leave, this is my family, I want to be a Cowboy, then you're right. Like, I don't think Micah actually does want to go and play anywhere else, but maybe I think that if they're listening to trade offers, it's because Jerry's really just you got an angry Jerry Jones who's not budging here.
Yeah, I think this is where, like I said, too, with Jerry, you got to worry about him. Like, okay, I offered this, and now is this completely off the table? That's the next thing you have to worry about. Can Micah circle back and say, well, hey, you and I talked about it. He's like, no, wait a minute, and then we talked about it. Now this is what it's going to be. That's the thing, because that's a pretty solid offer right there to play. And if Micah, in fact, turned that one down and or did something to harm those numbers, then I can understand why Jerry's a little upset, for sure.
Yeah, and Jerry in Oxnard, I think, was giving off the impression that at that time he wasn't even sure if he would want to go back on that deal because he was so frustrated. And clearly that frustration's probably only grown over the last few weeks. So I still can't help but think them letting this news out here about their willingness to listen to trade offers is kind of like the game of chicken thing that you were talking about, Dawson, because we know deep down the Cowboys really don't want to trade a superstar player.
No.
They've proven that time and time again. They voiced it to us right to our face in Oxnard as well. And it sounds like Micah, deep down in his heart of hearts, doesn't want to go either. So hopefully they get this thing figured out here. But it is nice to know that we got some level of certainty on what those numbers looked like. And I can understand from the agent standpoint, if you're trying to get the best deal for your client, that's not the best deal. It's a fantastic deal.
Yeah.
But if you're David Mulligetta, you're like, no, I'm the best agent in the business, and I can tell you that you're going to regret this deal 3 or 4 years from now.
Especially since he saw Todd France get the 4 for Dak twice. So it's like, if I know that they're going to do that, they're willing to do it, they set the precedent, they did it for Dak Prescott.
Good point.
I'm getting that for you.
Good point.
Okay, so we actually have the Arch Manning numbers as well. What is he going to make this year?
Ooh.
6.2.
Over under 7 milli.
Under.
I'm going to go under. Yeah, I agree.
A hair under. 6.8 mil.
There you go.
Now, apparently, that's about 2.5 more than the next highest earner, which is apparently Miami's quarterback Carson Beck. So that's where
Such a joke.
That's where Arch stands right now. 6.8 million for the NIL action. Of course, you have a huge game coming up on Saturday. Cannot wait for it. And Dane Brugler in the Athletic. He's going through a couple of the big matchups for week 1 and talking about some of the NFL prospects and guys to be looking out for. Of course, the best returning players on each team. Highest ranked draft eligible prospects would be Arch Manning for Texas, Caleb Downs, the safety for Ohio State. We're all very aware of that. But he talks about the prospect matchup that might determine the outcome of the game. He says Texas's running backs versus Ohio State's linebackers, Sonny Styles and Arvell Reese. And he says, Texas has one of the best running back depth charts in college football, especially with the return of C.J. Baxter. Brugler says Baxter was receiving Bijan Robinson-level hype before getting hurt and missing the 2024 season.
I think he's faster.
Baxter's faster than Bijan?
Yeah. Now he's coming off a big knee injury.
Yeah, so we'll see.
We'll see. But prior to that, Baxter was a speedster.
And then you have Wisner as well, who had 1,000 yards rushing last season. So both those backs versus these Ohio State linebackers. He says it won't be easy stopping those guys, but Ohio State has arguably the best linebacker tandem in the country. Styles and Reese are exceptional size, speed athletes who are developing at the position in terms of reading keys, defeating blocks, but Styles ranked 24 on Brugler's summer top 50 prospects coming into the draft. And one NFL scout said the other linebacker, Reese, should have been on there too. So that's going to be interesting to watch, these running backs versus those linebackers. I didn't even realize that Ohio State had the best linebacker tandem in college football.
Sark likes that halfback wheel.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Blue, we saw it. We saw a touchdown against Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl.
How about the spine of that Ohio State defense, though, when you consider those two linebackers and then Caleb Downs? Like,
they're strong up the middle.
Gosh, that's going to be so electric. I cannot wait for this game. And then finally, we close it down with 60 seconds on soccer. Dawson,
what happened?
The
Huddleston Town won.
It's
Grigsby Town.
Grigsby. So they're
it's the Grim.
Their goalkeeper. Their goalkeeper.
They haven't found him. He's been drunk for 2 nights.
No, it's so funny. So he's on Grimsby. They win the game. They beat Man U.
He's now on Man U.
After the game, yeah. Well, he would like to be. He said after the game, he says, "Yeah, it hasn't sunk in yet. Like the win hasn't sunk in yet." He says, "I'm a Man United fan, so I'm half fuming right now." Is that not hilarious?
Wow.
But he says nights like this is what you play football for. They finished
that's
fifth.
hilarious
That
to
is
admit
so
that,
freaking
dude.
funny. This is like one of these low-level college teams playing against a big dog program. This is Appalachian State
the big upset.
beating Michigan, and
Yeah.
one of the players going, "This kind of sucks because I'm such a Wolverines fan." I'm like, this is kind of
I love
bittersweet right now. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of American fans that love United as well, because right when like Fox Soccer Channel took off in popularity in the early 2000s to 2010, they were dominant.
Yeah.
You know, they had so many great players led by Ronaldo and Rooney and Paul Scholes, and I mean, the list goes on of the legends they had and the trophies that they won. And I think as a lot of soccer fans in America were getting turned on to the European game for the first time, they kind of gravitated to United because it was the most exciting team. And, I mean, they were 15th in the Premier League last year.
Yep.
And now 2 games in, they're 0-1-1, and they've been eliminated from, one of their...
They're talking about being sold now. The Glazers are talking about selling them.
Yeah, I think, and I think some new leadership is in order after a complete collapse. Really, I mean, how long has this collapse been going now? We're 10, 12 years into it. Since
it's kind of like Jimmy Johnson leaving the Cowboys with with their manager.
That's a great comp.
Hey, Broadus, what'd you say the name of that team was?
At Huddleston Town.
I thought you said the Glazers.
Oh, the Glazers. They own the Buccaneers. The Glazers.
Yeah. Oh, okay. The family is the Glazers.
Yeah. The Glazers.
The Glazers. It sounds like a fantasy football team or something like that. The Glazers.
That is a good name. Yeah, the Glazers.
It's not bad.
Beer league.
What kind of creative juice you got for us tonight? Fan Phenoms coming up at 7 o'clock here in the G-Bag Nation, live from Jake's in Frisco on Main, and we're back with hour number 2 of the Nation here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark, live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch.
Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, here we are live at Jake's in Frisco, where on television is the breaking news. Cowboys now willing to listen to offers for Micah Parsons, and we're sort of reacting to that, tracking the very latest on Cowboys Twitter, hanging out with you. We'd love to see you up here. Get something cold to drink, delicious to eat. Jake's in Frisco. Fan Phenom coming up tonight, 7 o'clock. Your next chance to try out to join us as a fan host, Brian. Pretty exciting.
I wonder if, in fact, they're leaking out willing to listen to offers to make Micah nervous that he might be traded away from Green Bay. From Dallas.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That, like, all of a sudden, listen, there's a possibility we'll move you, and we're going to move you someplace away from here.
I think it's a direct response to second opinion.
I think you're right about that too.
Micah and his agent are threatening we will get a medical absence and still take the check, and the Cowboys are saying if you do that, we might just trade you. So say goodbye to your last game as a Cowboy.
Jeremy Fowler of ESPN is reporting the Cowboys had multiple inquiries last week, but were not willing to move on them. In league circles, the teams that are believed to have reached out, of course, Green Bay, but also the Baltimore Ravens and the Arizona Cardinals.
Okay. Cardinals. I think I'd prefer to trade him to the Cardinals. Yeah. That would be great. Baltimore Ravens, that could be pick 32 for a couple of years in a row.
Very likely could be, yeah.
Just a nasty team already. I think Micah would put them in like a Philadelphia Eagles of 2024 type of mode.
Unless you can, could you get a player back from? Is there a player that you'd say on Baltimore's roster, you give us back Roquan Smith for just throwing it?
See, I think that's what Green Bay's interested in doing, the 2-1s and take a player.
See, I'd still need 3-1s from the Packers.
See, that's.
I don't know if the Cowboys would hold them up for that, but
I don't think the Packers would do that. They'll let you have one of those defensive ends. You want Van Ness or somebody like that. I think they would.
Maybe Rashawn Gary.
Yeah. What's your reaction to hearing that at 877-881-1053? Is it, holy cow, I can't believe the Cowboys would do this? Or are you thinking like, man, this is maybe what's in their best long-term interests? Leave your name and city you're texting from. But for the first time yesterday, I considered, holy cow, Micah might not play in week 1. And, Brian, I think you were hinting around pretty strong on that on Tuesday.
I don't think he's playing.
Yeah, and then so yesterday when the medical thing came out, the second opinion, I said, well, this is pretty easy to add up what their plan is. So I accepted that yesterday. I'm a little bit slow, but then today I feel like it's realistic, and I don't know if it's greater than a 50% chance. Like I guess like where I feel the chances of trading Micah right now for the Cowboys, I'd probably guesstimate it at 20%, maybe 25%. I think this might just be the artificial deadline creation. Like Mulligetta knows the Cowboys aren't going to move until there's an actual deadline, probably going into the year of the second franchise tag. So let's just create a deadline right now. Another thing that we haven't talked about, it was another part of Graziano's report this morning, was the Cowboys expect a resolution on this in the next couple of days. So I think what they're telling to Micah and Mulligetta is we need to know probably by practice Friday, are you in or are you out?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And, I think that's what might be escalating this thing. So probably tomorrow morning or late tonight is, when I would expect news to break. But it might go into, tomorrow early afternoon, I suppose, if he's not at practice. I think that takes it out. So, and then my other question for you is I'm battling with a number of people on Twitter again. I just cannot stay out of these dang Twitter fights. It's just crazy how people are triggered by opinions on social media. Like, why are you here if it's not to, have a free exchange of ideas and let people speak their mind? But, to me, like, this is, so if this was like an insurance case, this would be against the law. I'm faking injury to take over $1 million from you? I think that because NFL holdouts have become so normalized, we're sort of like, oh, yeah, of course, he wants his money, so he's going to be in breach of contract and then fake an injury to get $1 million. Like, how is that even legal, I think, to begin with? But then number two, I think it is such a a massive escalation. Like, I can't imagine Jerry Jones taking that lightly at all. And I think it's like Jones versus the agents and Jones wanting to get a win against Mulugeta. Are we really going to let the agents continue to destroy us like this? I don't think he wants to do that. So, how it plays out in the next 24, 48 hours, I think anything is possible. All right.
So Nick Harris just put out an article on the Fort Worth Star-Telegram, and he said, talking with a Cowboys source, that they're looking for a player that can contribute right away and multiple draft picks. So we'll see what the draft capital would look like from any of these teams, and then what that player would be if they were even to consider trading him.
We were just talking about the Ravens' defensive tackles, right?
Yeah.
And is it Roquan Smith? Is it Matabuke, the A&M guy?
Yeah, Justin Matabuke.
There's a lot of talent.
Roquan's the linebacker.
Yeah, and then there's Nate Wiggins, who's a second-year corner from Clemson that's pretty good.
Yep.
They got several defensive players. I mean, I doubt it's going to be Kyle Hamilton. They just moved him. But the other element is, if the Cowboys do trade Micah, that team then has to negotiate with him and get a deal done prior to the trade happening.
Exactly.
So a lot of layers to this.
You would not make this trade unless if I was the team trading for, I need to talk to him before we make this trade, because I got to know that I'm going to sign him. That's what I've got to do.
Yeah, for
That's
sure.
what I've got to do. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's, if you're trading for him, you're probably thinking we're going to do 4 years and like $170 million, 42 and a half with $125 of it, $130 of it guaranteed, essentially 3 years of it guaranteed, and I think they would be ecstatic. Now, if you're trading with Baltimore, that's got to be 2-1 still, right? 2-1s in a player.
I mean, I would be asking for more than that.
I think the Cowboys are going to have to ask for 3-1s in this. And I'm going back to the Khalil Mack deal. And that's roughly the same thing here. Now, there was a Green Bay reporter, I can't remember his name, that jumped on McAfee yesterday. They had Jane on, and they got like the Green Bay side. And I guess Green Bay was in on the Khalil Mack deal and then just got outbid at the last second.
Yeah, I feel like that Brian Gutekunst, they're maybe looking at this as, we've got to do something to make sure that we're still here. You got a new
makes sense.
The new president there, the way everything was explained to me was that they might be more willing to do stuff because they're worried about this guy coming in and not, them keeping their jobs.
469 says, finally, I'm glad the Cowboys are finally listening to offers for Parsons. He just doesn't ever seem to show up when it matters most in big games and playoffs. I think it's best long-term for the Cowboys to trade Parsons. That's Zach and Frisco. I think the Cowboys have been up against it in their playoff games. It's been tough matchups. I think, you could cherry pick certain games or fourth quarters, but down in and down out to lead the NFL in pressure since he stepped on the field, that as many plays as he had. I would say the playoff examples or big game examples, it's small sample sizes. There are some limitations to his game. If you run at him, you can neutralize him. And I would say his conditioning hasn't been great. Like I think there are legitimate things that you can look at with Micah Parsons and say this is less than ideal. This isn't the kind of guy we want to give record-breaking money to. But there's no doubt. Like, I think if you put them in the right situation, especially if you could actually be up in a playoff game and putting them in third and longs instead of getting run all over, you'd probably have a pretty good chance of getting explosive plays from Micah Parsons.
Yeah, and we've lamented the Cowboys defense for having whack personnel for basically the entire time he's been here. Like, he's a one-man wrecking crew. Everybody else benefits from him. If you put him on Baltimore's defense, watch what type of playoff games he has, because they don't have to only worry about Micah Parsons. When you've played the Cowboys over the last few years, it's pretty much, hey, man, stop Micah. Who else scares you?
That's fair.
With Overshown's playing, sure, Overshown scares you, but that ain't that often.
That's fair.
Is this, in any way the possibility for a Herschel Walker, a modern-day Herschel Walker trade to happen?
I mean,
you have to nail those picks.
Yeah, it's not to the same extent, because five draft picks and then hitting them the way they did, that's a one of one, I think.
But you go 3-1s, if you hit on those three, plus you've got your own, all of a sudden your team's rebuilt and you're cooking with grease.
All right, at 877-881-1053, any other reactions to that? We'll take them, obviously, throughout the show. We're going to be revisiting this quite often as the reports now from insiders on ESPN. The Cowboys are listening to offers for Micah Parsons for the first time. Okay, what does Marcus Simeon's future look like is a topic that Evan Grant tackled this morning in the morning news. 35 next season. He lays it out like this. Ask Brett Boone or Ian Kinsler about turning 35 and how it impacted their careers. Kinsler at OPS 831 the year he turned 34. Afterwards, he was a sub-700 player and was done 2 months after turning 37. Boone was a 931 guy at age 34. He was done by 36 years old. So after this season, Marcus Simeon is under contract for 3 more seasons. I thought it was incredible that Evan Grant would even post this story. As the main beat writer of record. I think there's veterans on the team that are sort of beyond reproach. I mean, there was up until last year, you couldn't even mention taking Marcus Simeon out of leadoff. But I think it's, this team is at a crossroads. And are they about to become a team that has aging star players that you're just waiting to expire and waiting for your prospects to lift you, like we experienced from about 2016 to 2022? That was like a desert. For Rangers fans, and I hope not. The only way out of it, I think, is can you make Marcus Simeon a 7, 8, 9 hitter next year? Can you rebuild this lineup so much that now the older, great defensive second baseman who's hitting 220 and maybe even worse isn't a liability? He's just at the place in the lineup he should be. It's got to be the goal coming up this winter for CY, wouldn't you say, Wolchuk?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's tough because, Marcus's contract is one that is very difficult to move, but it's annoying because that infield seemed like you had it figured out with Josh Young as your third baseman. You have Seager and you got Simeon, and we'll see what happens at first base. You thought maybe first base would be the one let's throw some money at. Now I don't even know what's going down at third base.
Yeah. I think it makes sense to try to trade Josh Young. If you can't, then fingers crossed. How do you go from being an above average player to legitimately a poor player with 2 years of big league experience? And maybe there's some things going on behind the scenes with Josh Young that sort of complicate that. I don't know. Is it somebody that's wanted around? We've seen with a couple players from the championship team that it was just kind of revealed that it wasn't the kind of guy that was well appreciated in the clubhouse. And I thought Josh Young was just the consummate pro every time we've got to chat with him. But I've heard that maybe that's not all that meets the eye there with him. We are live at Jake's in Frisco here in the G-Bag Nation. Off day for the Rangers today. They'll be back at it tomorrow against the A's. I guess it would be the most Rangers thing ever if they actually make this thing interesting now. Winners of, is it 6 of 7 now? They won 6 of 7 games, 5 of 6 games.
It was a really good homestand.
Yeah, they went 5-1.
Yeah.
Former MLB star Mark Teixeira is running for Congress in Texas's 21st Congressional District, said in a press conference, "I'm ready to help defend President Trump's America First agenda, Texas families, and individual liberty." The 21st District currently held by Chip Roy, who announced he will not seek re-election in 2026. Three-time All-Star Teixeira played 14 MLB seasons with the Rangers, Braves, Angels, and Yankees, and now he is the latest professional athlete turned politician.
He is a sick puppy.
Evan Grant has just reported that Corey Seager is undergoing appendicitis surgery.
Oh, God.
He's going to be out a period of time. He's not ruling Seager out for the year, though, says Chris Young. But just when you think this team's turning the corner, they're putting it together, they put up 20 runs, Corey Seager, your best player who has been really hot, is now having appendicitis surgery. So this thing's a wrap.
Appendicitis can be very painful.
Yeah.
But I think once you get out, it's not that long. Brian, I've had some friends that have had the appendicitis thing, right? This is a week, maybe?
Yeah, probably a week. I mean, it's just about pain tolerance is really what it is at that point.
I mean, they're saying several weeks, according to Chris Young. I mean, he's got to have appendectomy.
Damn,
several weeks. They're cutting him open.
Damn, Jason Witten lost his spleen and was playing the next week.
Okay, this is a classic Team Tank situation, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is we're shutting down DeGrom. DeGrom's not making his next start.
Yeah.
Where's Kamar Rocker? You know, what other minor league pitchers
Dawson,
do we
you
have?
can't do this to me.
We got a team tank, buddy. I mean,
I'm not.
You're not going to do it till you're mathematically eliminated. See why it tells you? CY might be telling you right now.
When CY comes on Monday and tells me, Brian, we're giving it up, that's when I'm going to give up. I trust CY.
I got a feeling he's going to say that.
Yeah,
with
exactly those words. Brian, we're giving up.
No, he and I have a good relationship.
It's over.
You don't know what he and I talk about off there.
Let's preserve DeGrom for next year, and let's get as good a draft pick as possible.
He's my source, my major league source.
I know he is.
Yeah, he's your.
Hold on a second. Let me get a scouting report real quick on this guy.
We have what 34 games to go. If you lose all of these, you could still be a 95 loss team, couldn't you? Easily, yeah. You could be a 100 loss team still. I think you got to push all your chips into the middle. It's clear the baseball gods just got something against you.
No,
right?
And they need to find a way to get under this luxury tax now. I mean, shame on Ray for even doing this at the deadline. There's no reason for this. If we can go back and just get Maton off the damn team and Colomb off the damn team, and then we go ahead and we're really going forward in the offseason, right? Because you only have such a small window with Evo and with DeGrom. So now you're going and you're buying Kyle Tucker and Cody Bellinger. We're remaking this entire outfield, and we're trying to get Rushman out of Baltimore, and we're sending Adolis and Josh Young over there. You know, we're really rebuilding this thing.
All right, let's jump into the C note. We are 1 week from Cowboys, Eagles. Brian, why'd you just say damn?
Because there's a type of surgery that's 1 to 2 weeks, typically quick, and then there's the open appendectomy that's 10 to 14 days.
You can bet we're open.
I think we can all agree. Like, how did Ray Davis not see this coming?
He should have seen the future, man. Where was the crystal ball?
I can't believe this.
I like you trying, but I didn't want you to try that much.
By the way, if baseball gods have decided they don't like the Rangers, we're still square. I mean, you could do this for the next 3-4 years. I'd be good.
Well,
because of
that championship.
Oh my goodness, 11-0 on the road in the postseason. MLB records happening right and left.
What are you doing?
Evan Carter looking like the answer. I'm just appreciating what baseball God has given us.
Yeah,
not trying to be selfish.
It's cool to talk about championships, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But you guys are killing me right now with this talk.
That
my
can
Rangers
sustain
still
me.
have a chance. Okay, my Rangers still have a chance.
The baseball gods are killing you, not us.
No.
All righty, we're coming back with the C note. I do want to start looking at Cowboys, Eagles. And maybe I'm delusional. I think if Micah Parsons does not play, they got no chance against the Bird Turds. But if he does, I'll tell you what, I think Philly's kind of vulnerable, and it's an underreported story on the defending champs. That's coming up next here. G-Bag Nation live from Jake's in Frisco. Fan Phenom tonight at 7, and we're back here on the Fan. I have to chat Permapure before we do anything else, though, because Permapure Foundation Repair is an absolute blessing for us here in North Texas. Salute to them.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Lowering their utility bills by applying Rhino Shield, the superior ceramic paint coating that comes with a 25-year transferable warranty. Visit RhinoShieldTX.com to schedule a free estimate.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Jake's in Frisco and monitoring closely the Micah Parsons situation. There's significant advancements this afternoon in the story. Jane Slater is coming up at 5 o'clock. It's time now for the C-Note. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, Corey Seager out, appendix. Crazy hit a home run last night. Those things escalate quickly. It's wild. You know, I had a buddy one time, woke up in the middle of the night, and I heard him, he was my roommate, I heard him yelling in the hallway. And I went out there and I was like, bro, what's going on? He's like, my stomach hurts. It's right on my side. I'm like, dude, you need to go to the hospital. And his girlfriend's there like, come on, let's go to the hospital. What are you doing? And he's like, no, I'm going to be fine. So he somehow fell asleep, probably passed out from the pain. And he woke up and said, yeah, I feel fine. I'm going rafting. Right. So he went on like the longest rafting trip of his life. Like he didn't get back till 11 o'clock the next night. And he said halfway through it, it started hurting him again. But he had like so long to row, and he was the only person in his little canoe thingy. So he had to close that out. And then he ultimately went to the hospital. And, you know, of course, the doctors give you the story. You were in hours of it bursting, and there would have been sepsis, and it could have ended really badly. So I guess that is a good opportunity to remind folks, if you feel that certain pain, I think you can probably Google it or Chat GPT it or something. You can isolate it pretty good. But if it's right there in your side and it feels like you're getting stabbed, probably an appendicitis situation.
Yeah, it was the same thing with my older brother when he was in like probably 4th or 5th grade. It happened to him, and my parents were just railing against him all night for like, that's what you get for eating all those Oreos and all that milk, dude. Like they were just crushing him for his good night midnight snack or whatever. And then the next day it was like, no, you need to get his tail to the doctor here.
Yeah. At some point, it becomes obvious that this is different than a little, stomach issue.
Little tummy
sweets.
I mean, that's when you need a friend to call you and check on your tummy.
Yes, you do. Yeah. How you doing?
Just trying to bless that cash out. Make sure that tummy's full.
So, why do I think they have a chance against the Eagles? I think it's underreported how much they lost. I don't know who the best team in the NFC is, but I think it's pretty clear. And then I went back and looked at some of the things Roseman said around free agency and the draft, and he was signaling to the media and the fans, we're taking our foot off the pedal. We spent a ton, and now it's time for our depth pieces to try to keep this thing alive. But they couldn't afford to really, throw money at it. And then when you totally take stock of everything they lost, it's not just that they lost 5 or 6 guys who started. I mean, these are major, major impact players. So, we're a week from kickoff. We're going to talk a lot about this game, but Milton Williams wasn't just a defensive lineman. He was one of the best pass rushers in football. I think the best at pass rush win rate for his specific position.
Yeah.
Which is one of those defensive end thingies in a 3-4.
Yeah, and he didn't play a ton of snaps, but yes, he was one of the more efficient players.
Brandon Graham, who retired, played 11 games, still elite. And they didn't even need him. That's how loaded the team was. But now they've lost him and Williams. Slay and Gardner Johnson, that's very quality veteran depth that can keep things accounted for, improve communication, fundamentals, awareness. I don't think you can overlook those. Mekhi Becton, one of the best run-blocking guards in the NFL last year after moving from tackle to guard. Mm-hmm. You take Landon Dickerson out as well. You consider the defense was the best by the time we got to January. Is it still going to be top 10? Maybe. But you're asking for a lot of young guys and bench guys to step in and be starters here. Chuck, what do you think?
Yeah, so we got, from a Cowboys standpoint, Landon Dickerson and A.J. Brown are back at practice today.
Expected to play.
The Eagles beat saying he's probably going to be good to go. But, look, and this is an Eagles team that last year did not start fast. They came out of the gates, they went 2-2. Then went on a run, and they very easily could have lost week 1 to Green Bay in that Brazil game. Jordan Love was a shell of himself. Now, he also got hurt in that game, but he turned the ball over a bunch. Then they came back. They lose to Atlanta the next week. And then they had the loss, I think it was maybe Tampa Bay as well. So it's a team that early in the season, I do think it's a team that you could probably get. And I don't look at it like, oh, my gosh, it's totally out of the realm of possibility for the Cowboys to win. It's a divisional opponent. You know them well. And you're coming in with the element of surprise, finally, where this team doesn't know what you're looking to do offensively.
I like what you're doing.
So, to me, and Dak, he's not a guy that usually – I don't think he's ever been blown out by the Eagles in his career as a starter. He's 9-4, but these games are usually close. And even when he's lost, it's usually been, I think, by a very small margin. We're talking a touchdown or less. So I'm expecting a competitive football game, and you never know about the Super Bowl hangover. I think the last time the Eagles won it, the year that they came back, they might have gone 9-8. So, this is a team that could be hungry off of their tummies are full. They just got their championship glory. Like, if you're just looking for ways to sell this, they're going to start a rookie linebacker, right? Nolan Smith's going to have to start for you. That's an undersized player. Moro Ajomo now is a player that's going to have to get a lot more playing time because they don't have, to your point, Milton Williams anymore. I do think Jalen Carter is going to end up being the best defensive tackle in all of football, but you're better equipped to handle him inside now because you add a guy like Tyler Booker with some power. So I think if you attack the edge, which this Cowboys team should do running the football, let's see. Let's see. You've got some undersized edge defenders. Can I go ahead and find a way, whether it's pulling some linemen around, maybe it's Tyler Smith, you go ahead and get some possible matchups in your favor. I'm interested in this new Clayton Adams run game. Mm-hmm. Let's see week 1 if you have something to dial up against some undersized guys on the edge for the Eagles. That's just spitballing, ways of positivity here for the Cowboys.
Sure. Path to victory conversation. You got to have it, and I do think you're right about that. Those guys on the edge, they're long, but they are a little bit light in the tush. So running at the edge, that's why I think you're going to need a guy like Jaden Blue. I don't know how much Javonte Williams is getting to the edge and making big plays. Jaden Blue's the one guy that could really do that for you.
4.27 speed. You got to figure out a way to get that in space. But here's some numbers of the players that they lost. Gardner Johnson had 6 picks, 6 interceptions, and I know you look at his PFF scores and you're like, well, his coverage was weak and his run support wasn't great, but 6 interceptions goes a long way towards getting the number 1 seed. Josh Sweat, 8 sacks in the season, 2.5 sacks in the Super Bowl. He's gone. I mentioned Mekhi Becton, and then you mentioned Ajomo and Nolan, a couple of guys that were playing partial roles. Now you're expecting them to be starters, and there's nobody behind them. All of their signings are jobber 1-year deals. With their draft class, maybe Jahad Campbell starts. He's had a pretty good preseason, but he's not a guy that they imagine plugging in there. And then I guess Makuba, the safety from Texas, he's not going to be needed. They didn't have a 3rd rounder, and then they got a bunch of 4th and 5th round guys that they're hoping to develop. But I think that for sure these Eagles are vulnerable in a conference conversation, and I think it's clear they went all in to get another Super Bowl. I don't know if we see another big all-in surge from them. Will they be able to come up with the cash flow that they did by selling 10% of their team? Do they have, coffers? But hopefully you've not successfully weathered this Eagles spending spree storm that has been brought upon you over the last 3 or 4 years. They did take control of the division and won their second Super Bowl in the last 7 seasons. But hopefully, at least the worst of it is over as far as their ability to money whip the league. All right, anything new on Micah Parsons here, guys?
No,
we got
not right now.
We got Jane coming up at 5, and she just feels like she's been dialed into this story big time. Like she's talking with the guys, isn't she?
Yeah, she's got sources on both sides of the fence.
Okay.
So
I do wonder if maybe this is one of those situations where it could be saved if the Cowboys have to trade him from worst case scenario. I don't think Micah Parsons is a player that's going to age well. Do you guys? I don't think he loves to practice. I don't think he's been in shape. A lot of times he's tired and coming off the field, got a nagging injury here and there, doesn't want to be at OTAs. Like I think the visual of Micah Parsons on that training table is a physical representation of how he feels about being around football if he's not actually playing it. I don't think he wants to be at practice. I don't think he wants to be on the sidelines, and I don't think that is the mentality of a guy that's got a chance to age well. And then you look at what does he do to get to the passer? Is he adding pass rush moves every year? Does he come off as a technician?
Yeah.
Or is this a guy that's winning with speed and power that after the age of 28 you're playing an uphill game at that point?
Yeah, the thing that you got to know about him though is like the last 3 years, he's number 1 in the league in pressure. Pressure rates and stuff like that. I mean, the sacks, not always timely, sometimes against, comes in multiple, games, stuff like that. But the one thing that he can do is he has a feel for how to get after the quarterback. He's got that. And every year it's the pressures. And, is that enough? I mean, it's like he's getting pressure. What are his teammates doing? That's kind of the question. That's the thing you have to, when you lose a guy, you're going to lose some sacks, but you're also going to lose the potential pressures lead to turnovers.
Yes.
And I think that's what you're going to miss if Micah Parsons doesn't play.
And he's doubled and tripled at the highest rate in the league.
Yeah.
So all these guys are benefiting from that. When he's off the field, now everybody gets a little bit worse from a pass rush standpoint. And I'm with you. I think big picture, if you're talking about a 10, 11, 12-year career, yes, I don't think he's the type of pass rusher that is going to age overly well. But in terms of the life of the contract over the next 4 or 5 years or whatever, I still think you're talking about him from a pass rush standpoint being right up there towards the best in the sport.
Terrence Parsons Jr. on Twitter. It's going to get ugly. Put your gloves on. This is going 12 rounds. I think the Cowboys want a resolution by tomorrow. It'd be very interesting to see what's going inside the Mulligetta camp, the Micah Parsons camp, as far as how they would react to that report from Graziano that the Cowboys expect resolution on this in the next couple of days.
If you're the Cowboys, aren't you trying to feed teams that are awful, that are most interested?
Oh, yeah.
Like when you're starting to do this and you're like, what teams have been calling me? It's like
Arizona would be number 1 for me. That's a team that could end up picking in the top 10 again if Kyler Murray goes down, which he has struggled to stay healthy in his career.
I think we're to the point, boys, where only good teams are going to try and make this deal. I don't think it's going to be a team that's bad. I think you're talking about the Baltimores, the Green Bays. These are teams that kind of feel like that they're maybe that one special player away from really locking this thing down. I think the bad teams don't want to give up picks because they still believe in drafting and all that. So
there's a team like Carolina that was interested. I think it was in like Myles Garrett for entrance.
Where they traded for who was it?
Carolina. They've been up there for some of these players that there's always going to be a rando weird team.
I just feel like if you're a bad team, why add Micah Parsons and continue to be bad if your roster's bad?
Some of these teams are delusional,
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You're being logical, Brian.
No,
we're just hoping that
Carolina might be thinking, hey, if we get Young to play well.
It's the Bill Walsh approach. There's 6 teams that get it and everybody else doesn't. The 6 teams that get it are trying to trade for Micah Parsons. Everybody else is not getting it done.
So we go back to last year. What were the Patriots? They were 4-13. The Patriots just wanted to trade for Trey Hendrickson last week.
Yeah. Well, that's your hope. That to me, like I said, if you're talking about the teams,
Raiders were 4-13. They seem like they're going for it.
With the exception of of like Arizona, in my opinion. The Green Bays and the
Baltimore, they're good.
Yeah, the good teams are big picture thinking here.
Mm-hmm.
They're thinking like we can't get a player like this, and so I just kind of feel like it's nice to call everybody in the league and say, hey, you interested in Micah Parsons? Yeah, what's it going to cost us? Oh, 3 1s.
Mm-hmm.
We're a bad team. We can't do that. But thanks anyway. Good luck. Hope you get somebody.
Yeah, and thanks for making us part of your day out there. We are live in Frisco, right down the street from the Star, and Brian brought us, former Cowboys scout, working his phone throughout the afternoon. If there's any insider words, breaking news, we will absolutely break in with that. Again, Jane Slater's coming up at 5 o'clock. We have 3 hours and 20 minutes of show remaining this afternoon. And Brian, where are you taking us in the corner today?
Yeah, what's the kryptonite for all these starting quarterbacks, especially yours? We'll talk about that next.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. We're live at Jake's in Frisco here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time now for Brian Broaddus and Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. And thank you to Reliant as well. The waivers have since been sent in at 3 o'clock today. So the waiver wire has not rolled to the teams yet. So I'm trying to get about the news about Childress.
Yeah, we need Big Zion back on the squad.
Maybe, hopefully here real soon, one of my gang of 7 will alert me that he cleared waivers and would be on the practice squad, or some team was smart watching tape and said, oh, wow, we can make this guy a safety too. He's got that kind of body that could be.
The Ravens will probably pick him up and then throw him into the trade for Micah.
Send him back to you.
That's how the good teams figure it out.
Is the Isaiah Land practice squad edition official?
Yeah, I believe so. From what I've seen.
Last night, I know Nicole Hutchinson and Patrick Walker on DallasCowboys.com were saying Isaiah Land, who the Cowboys cut 2 years ago, has been with the Colts. And I know, we were real bummed
guy
about
again?
that.
Yeah, Eberflus had him in Indy, right?
I don't think so. I think
was he already in
Chicago?
Chicago?
He was the head coach at the time with the Bears.
Yeah,
but
so
he certainly was great with the Cowboys.
Why did
for
I
that
feel like
preseason.
that he was at Indy with?
He was in Indy, but Flus was at that time with the Bears.
So how long was Flus with the Bears? 3 years.
3 years. Should
Okay.
have probably been 2.
Yeah. Okay.
Should have probably been 0.
Jeez,
that's our defensive coordinator. Can you show some damn respect?
Gosh, no respect at all.
It was pretty clueless
You think
at
Bears?
the end.
You think there's a single Bears fan walking around that says, yes, Eberflus should have been our coach for a single second? There's
Is it
not
his
one.
fault that his cornerback was waving to the crowd on a key play in the game?
It's his fault that he doesn't know how to call a timeout.
You can only coach so much, These players, they put you in a bad spot.
Yeah.
They lost that game though. They went on a downward
They
spiral.
were 4-2. They were on the verge of being 5-2. And
think about that.
It all went to hell.
One play. All right. Let's see here. I got a text message. Let's see if we got something going here. Real
Give me
quick.
Zion.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Bye-bye, Robert Rochelle.
I just sent you a pic. That's all that was.
Oh no, that's from somebody else.
I was wondering what you're doing in the stall.
Now I'm jealous.
Let's not talk about that pic.
All right. This is we're back at it with Pro Football Focus. I'm paid up, ready to go.
Crap. Here we
Kind
go.
of give him a little.
Every Krusty's Corner.
Back
What's
to
PFF
the
post today.
It's the PFF corner.
No. But I want to tell you this though, because I think they got some interesting things here.
Okay.
I just already have a little bit of a breakdown about Dak and Hurts, and I wanted to know if you guys agree this. But they also have a deal like each quarterback's biggest kryptonite. Ooh. The kryptonite thing. So
I like kryptonite.
Yeah, but what they're looking at right now is, okay, how about this one? Did you realize this?
No.
They say passer rating when clean, like a clean pocket.
I would think Dak's up there pretty high.
I think he's better when he's blitzed.
Okay, as compared to him or Hurts.
Oh, okay.
Him or Hurts?
Hurts clean.
Dak clean.
Yeah, I'll go Dak clean.
Hurts clean.
Balls.
Passer rating of 120.2. Dak is an 88.5.
Dak's better when he's got pressure on him.
Okay,
When
how
the
about
bullets
this?
are flying.
Passer rating under pressure.
Dak.
Under pressure. Is it Hurts or is it Dak?
Give me 4.
I would say Dak. Hurts.
It's going to be Prescott. Passer rating of 78.8 with Hurts is 65.2 under pressure. Got to get
Yeah, because
pressure.
it speeds you up. It speeds you up. You have to be a good processor. You got to be accurate. You got to be willing to get the ball out of your hands. Hurts isn't necessarily that guy.
78's a bad number too.
You think he's kind of dumb?
78.8's a bad number on the pressures?
On passer rating.
With pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
mean,
do wonder where that ranks amongst
Yeah,
all quarterbacks.
I need to look that up. That's an interesting talk right there because for some reason I thought he was one of the better ones in the league.
I think he's best against the blitz.
Yeah.
Yes,
but
no question.
Yeah, he is. He's top 3. I
All
know.
right.
We saw that a couple
How about
weeks
this category of big time throws?
Oh, BTT is one of my
Big
favorite stats
time
in football.
throws.
Big time throws.
Hurts or Dak?
This last year?
This last year.
Oh, well, then
No,
if it's just last year,
I'm
I'd
gonna
have to
go
go
with
Hurts. Dak was just not himself last year.
It's a big time throw rate, I guess.
Yeah. Percentage.
I mean, they just neutered that offense. I don't know if Hurts was taking any chances. Let me go with Dak.
Dak 4.09% and Hurts was 3.74%. Big time
real
throws.
low.
How about turnover worthy plays?
Oh, Dak. I think he led the league. I think it was like 4.9%.
It's actually 4.68%.
Wow.
Percent.
Not good.
And Hurts was at 3.23%. How about this one? Okay, I don't know what their power rating is. No, I don't. Power rating.
Power rating. Are we talking physicality?
Yeah, I don't know what
Run
that's
through a
all
mofo's
about.
face?
I needed just to stop right there after the turnover-worthy plays. When you start talking about power rating, I don't know. All right, this is what they're saying about the biggest weaknesses for these two quarterbacks. Would anybody like to take a guess of what Hurts' his biggest weakness is? And it just encompasses the whole. Think about him playing quarterback and what he has to deal with, and think about what PFF thinks it might be his biggest weakness.
Tight window over the middle of the field.
Intermediate.
Dawson?
Hell, I don't know. Deep balls?
They say he's a garbage third down quarterback.
Third down?
Yeah. Yeah. His 54% third down passing grade in 2024 ranks second to the last among returning quarterbacks. He had just 3 outings where his third down passer rating surpassed 80.
Yeah, you put him.
One of them was the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's like one of the ultimate quarterback stats too, where it's like, hey, the defense knows you have to pass the ball. Can you be that guy? Play action's not going to work. You can't really trick it up. You got to drop back and play the quarterback position.
He said that they also said that Hurts did finish with an 80.2 passing grade on money downs in 2023, and since play on third down isn't stable, he might return to top tier, is what they're saying in 2025. But right now, they say his biggest kryptonite is if you can get him into third down passing.
Third and long.
Third down passing.
Let's go.
And they didn't have much of that last year because they were just running the hell out of the football.
Running that rock, for sure. All right, how about for your quarterback, Dak Prescott? Where does he fit in all this?
Well, he's money on third downs.
His biggest weakness?
First down.
His biggest weakness?
Probably turnover-worthy plays.
Good guess.
I say when they get pressure with 4.
Chief, did you come up with something, or did I miss that?
No, I think Walchuk's probably got it pretty nailed with the turnover-worthy plays. I mean, if you're going big picture, you would just say like Dak in a big game or whatever.
They're saying Dak's biggest weakness is playing against top defenses.
Okay, beautiful.
Well,
yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
Oh, everybody, though, if you can see everybody in the panel, it's just, yeah,
that was my next
yeah,
guess.
Brian.
They've
yeah.
stunk.
Confirmed what I had
when
gathered.
they've played again. But I do wonder.
I'm surprised none of you said that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it goes back to kind of the big game thing. Like when you're going up, you're usually going
The
up
better
against
teams.
big defenses or better defenses. So, yeah, I'm surprised. I should have said that.
I mean, the
'cause
answer is
that's
Fred
100%
Warner.
true.
That's his kryptonite.
Fred Warner is a kryptonite. They say Prescott and the Cowboys suffered in 2024, resulting in a career-low 68.2 overall grade before the veteran passer season-ending injury. Let's toss aside as an outlier year and look at 2023 when Prescott was playing the best football of his career. He was a 90.3 overall grade. That season, he faced 152 dropbacks against top 10 defenses, and EPA allowed per dropback and posted a 57.2 passer rating.
Oh, yeah. See, so even in his MVP year, or the runner-up MVP year, it was feasting on bad defenses. That is 100% what that was, and what it's really always been.
Where of all the things that we kind of went through, of the things where Dak was deficient as say the turnover-worthy plays.
Mm-hmm.
Does it make you nervous? I mean, they got Ferguson back healthy. They got Pickens. They got Lamb.
I mean, he was also having the tight window throws every week we're looking at. He's leading the league in tight window throws, hopefully with better receivers and maybe better play calling and offensive scheme that's something that he's not having to do week to week.
I really want to be proven wrong on this, but my opinion going into the offseason was adding another wide receiver isn't going to change that much, because I think you need to make the defense worry more about the running game to get the looks. I think what happens with quite a bit of Dak's picks is that he doesn't see a guy.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if you're throwing to George Pickens or Michael Gallup or Noah Brown. If you don't see a guy, you don't see a guy, and there's nothing the wide receiver can do about it.
If he doesn't read the defense correctly off the snap, then there are going to be some problems.
I mean, and that's daunting, like what the stat you just gave us, because looking at the best defenses, at least by points allowed last year, like a ton of them, a ton of the
How many
first
did they
seven.
play? Yeah.
Chargers, Eagles, Broncos, Vikings, Packers, Lions. That's 6 of your top 7. Did they play the Chiefs this year?
They do.
They got the okay. So all of the top 7 teams in points allowed from 2024 are on this thing. That's tough, Brian.
And that's the biggest reason why you're probably seeing the win-loss being as low as it is, 7.5 wins, because your schedule is actually, for the first time,
it's a tough schedule.
You're playing really good defenses, at least as it stands right now. You're probably going to be playing some of the best defenses in the NFL this year, and throughout Dak's career, he is not the same quarterback.
Thank you, Jim.
Classic suckers bet, I think, taking the over. Thank you, Brian. There's the music there. I feel like I'm at the award show. Got to go. I'm late for break. Okay, we're live at Jake's in Frisco. Come have some delicious burgers and cold beers. Fan Phenoms coming up at 7 o'clock, and we're back, Wolchuk, with...
Let's do a little daily football fix. X Factors, injury updates, and which college teams are on upset alert. That's next.
This is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we are now in the wake of some of the biggest breaking news you will ever hear. The Cowboys are trading All-Pro Micah Parsons to the Packers, and they've agreed to a 4-year, $188 million deal done by David Mulligetta of Athletes First, including $136 million guaranteed. That's per Rapp, Tom Pelissero, and Slater, who's joining us coming up in 56 minutes. $47 million per year, Parsons' highest paid non-quarterback in history. He nets 2 first-rounders for the Dallas Cowboys. Instant reaction, guys. How you feel about this trade?
Micah got everything he wanted. $188 million extension, $136 million guaranteed, and it's 4 years. He's getting $47 million APY. Now, what is the Cowboys' return? Quite frankly, this is going to be a day that is remembered in Cowboys history forever. I don't give a damn about Micah Parsons. He's the enemy now. Week 4 just became the biggest game in the NFL season. Packers at Cowboys, AT&T Stadium.
Revenge
You can hear
game.
it right here on your home of Dallas Cowboys football, 105.3 The Fan. But what did the Cowboys get? Is it just the 2 ones? Is there a player that we don't know about yet? And I think I would have tried to push this thing for more, but the Cowboys clearly were saying, screw this, we want to get rid of this guy. This isn't going to work for us. I am just blown away and stunned that they actually did this. I did not think we would live in a world where Jerry and Steven would move a player of the status of a Micah Parsons. And I would like to applaud them for doing so.
Yes, I'll join
because
you in
I
that
think
applause.
big picture, this is great for the organization.
I agree with you, but man, I am a little bit troubled by only getting 2 first-round picks from
Me
Green
too.
Bay. You know, I've been saying for the last 2-3 weeks since Ricky Scoops first brought this to the table that if it's Green Bay, you should get 3 ones. I'm willing to take 2 ones from a team that just finished in the bottom 10 of the NFL, but not a team where we're going to be picking in the 20s. But I like what Brian said in the opening segment. as we've been really considering this for a couple of hours, the story advanced, quickly throughout the morning and in the early afternoon, that maybe you're not looking at using these picks, but maybe, you could use them to trade up.
Yeah.
Instead of drafting players there in the late 20s, but really unbelievable. And I guess we'll try to figure out, like, Lucas Van Ness was a part of the initial trade rumor.
Well, I threw out Lucas Van Ness.
It was on Twitter a couple of weeks ago. That was you?
Yeah.
You originated that
taking
thing?
that one. Yeah.
Okay. Adam Schefter's report, Cowboys are trading 3-time All-Pro Micah Parsons to the Packers, and they already got a deal done, record break, fully guaranteed, but nothing else on additional players. I mean,
I'm working on it.
Grading the trade, I would say the trade itself, Micah for 2 ones that'll be in the mid to late 20s, I would give that a C- or a D+. Maybe not as bad as Luka, but I mean, not too far off from if that's all you get. Now, the idea to move on from Micah Parsons,
you're cool with.
I'm all right with that.
Yeah.
I am too.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I still think the timing of it sucks. I wish you would be more proactive about things like this. Understand the player that you're dealing with, the agent that you're dealing with, and get ahead of this at the beginning of the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a fair criticism. If this is only two first-round picks to the Green Bay Packers, a team that's definitely a playoff team,
you didn't get enough.
You did definitely not get enough.
You got less than what Khalil Mack got, and we're talking over 10 years ago. Like, when was that Mack trade? And because it was 2 ones plus other stuff.
Yeah, this needed to be 2 ones and a 2. If it's not going to be 3 ones, 2 ones and a 2, 2 ones, a 2, and a 4. We'll see what player they get. It seemed like, Nick Harris was reporting an hour ago that they definitely wanted to get an immediate status or starting player. So we'll see what that player is. But 2 first-round picks and Rashawn Gary, that ain't near enough for me, especially that you're sending him to Green Bay. Like, come on.
And Gary's at like $20 million. I mean, this is a big contract you'd be assuming, and he's an older player.
Gary's interesting just because of the fact that when you look at the NFL top 100,
he's a good player.
He was 1 spot ahead of Dak Prescott.
And he can play the run.
Yeah, he's talking to the Packer guys, they think they're trying to pump up Van Ness, that he's going to be he's kind of like a little bit of like Mozzie Smith kind of stuff going on up there. They thought he was going to be a much better pass rusher. He hasn't developed that way at all. Gary's a good player, and they'll tell you that Gary can play the run. That's why I was thinking, I'm trying to find out, hey, what else did you kick? If there's anything else, did you get something out of this? They just might have got the 2 ones.
Yeah, because when I threw out Van Ness, I'm sorry.
There you go.
The feedback that I got was like, you don't want Van Ness.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Van Ness hasn't been a good
player.
They're
trying to pump him up as that
3
guy.
career sacks, I think, Lucas Van Ness.
Yeah, he hasn't worked out. And so the Khalil Mack trade in 2018, Raiders to Bears, that was 2 ones and a 3. So you needed to.
But I think the Bears also sent a second-round pick with Khalil Mack as well.
And there was also a 6 thrown in there, and then there was the second-round pick was him going to the Chargers from the Bears is where the other element of that was. So I think there's got to be more than just 2 ones here.
Josh Jacobs would be the player I think I want from Green Bay. Looking at their 2 deep right now. I want to solve my running back situation. Obviously, a run-stopping defensive lineman would be nice as well, but there's still no indication that the Cowboys have gotten anything other than a 2 first-round picks there for Micah Parsons.
That's simply not enough.
Yeah, no, not enough at all. I think what it comes down to is maybe that's the best that they could get.
How many teams did you talk to? And this happened pretty fast.
You would have to imagine they took the threat of a medical holdout very seriously.
Yeah.
And maybe this is the Cowboys drawing a line in the sand on their negotiations. Like, we're not going to capitulate to everything. I think this is also, them maybe recognizing that we're really in a tough spot. We are in salary cap hell. We cannot afford to really go into free agency with any, credibility. Yeah. And now we're talking about adding another $40 million player onto that. I definitely think it's time for a financial reset for the organization. I think this puts everything on the table for this season. I think it could be as many maybe now as 8 wins. I'd put the top. I think this could be a 5-win team easily. I think losing to the Giants week 2, very possible.
Yeah, and looking at their roster, Edrin Cooper, their linebacker.
Yeah.
Texas A&M, big body guy.
Sure.
If I'm handpicking somebody, a guy who is still on his rookie contract.
Okay, Matt Schneidman, who writes for The Athletic for the Packers, said it's at least 2 first-round picks.
It's got to be more than that,
The Packers
dude.
are trading at least 2 first-rounders to the Cowboys for Micah.
Okay.
So I don't think we've got the full. I'm holding out hope. This is also me, Cowboy fan, hopium that this is more because it has everything to do with the team.
So let's see
everything
if we
to do
get
with the team you're trading him to. Because F Green Bay.
Yeah.
469, y'all are dumb A's. This is what y'all get. Steady pushing this dumb bleeping morons, y'all and Jerry. I just don't think they really had a chance to win the Super Bowl this year, with or without Micah Parsons.
How about them blaming you, Dawson, for talking about this trade possibility?
Yeah, did I push the Joneses over the top on this?
Yeah, the Joneses are listening.
You spearheaded this.
Way to go.
Well,
Way to go, Dawson.
Okay. For the record, I wanted to ask you guys: do you think there's anybody?
You feel like you need a brisket sandwich now? You're happy with yourself?
I'd like a Jake's Burger right about now to celebrate. But I mean, on the idea that we're pro Joneses, does anybody crush the Joneses more than me in the media? I don't.
You crush them a lot.
We just had a Waylon, who's a big time Tolo, said he listens to us every day. Said one of the reasons I love you, he's a Cowboys fan, but he's a realist, and you guys don't kiss the Joneses' ass. You call it like it is. So there's no way of just pleasing everybody, right? There's going to be people that just hear what they want to hear, and they probably don't listen all the time.
I don't think they listen ever.
And they think we're just a mouthpiece for the team.
Yeah.
I threw out as a fan right now, back when they were hiring Brian Schottenheimer, the only optimism I would have, I used the sell word. Right, that's not a guy who's just sitting here caping for Jerry and Steven.
I can't believe you would say that. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, no, I feel like what you just said is 100% true. There's Tolos, there's our fan audience, and they take what we say on Cowboys Twitter in context of what we talk about on a daily basis. But I think there's a lot of people out there that maybe they don't listen to sports radio. They consume all their Cowboys content on YouTube and on social media, and they see stuff like this, and they run with what they believe the narrative must be. Oh, you're on the flagship, and that's why I went after Dale Hansen 15 years ago for saying that kind of stuff because I think it's just it's such a false characterization. Listen, I'll say some strong opinions and stuff you can disagree with and things that might not be factually true that I believe to be true at the time. I'll say it with conviction. If you want to disagree with any of that, fine, but I can't have you just making up stuff about the motives for wanting something to happen. I mean, I've been pretty consistent on this. I don't think the guy is a team player. I don't think he really wants to be on the Cowboys. I've always felt that way, and it broke my heart when I first started observing it. Like, holy cow, this guy is, he's not somebody that wants to work on football. And then I started talking about immediately how he is just so different as soon as I got to Oxnard, California, from everything that Brian Schottenheimer is trying to install, where guys are hungry, they want to work, they love football. Like Micah Parsons doesn't want to practice. He's a guy that's been blessed to play football, and he does so at a very high level. He probably thinks practice is something that he doesn't need to do to be great. And he is in a long line of players that
get the rest?
Made at the top of football like that.
Schefter says 2 first-round picks and a frontline player, whatever that means.
All right, now we got to figure out who the frontline player is.
Does that you're thinking line of scrimmage?
I'm thinking that's what man. If it's Gary, this trade got a lot better.
Yeah, I'd be excited about Gary.
Yeah, I mean Van Ness doesn't do that to me at all.
Me either.
I still want Edrin Cooper. I'll be honest with you, dude.
What about Zach Tom?
Get a guy on the offensive line. Didn't they just pay him?
They did.
They just did pay it. Yeah, they did.
But I think they just paid Gary too. So either way, you're probably going to be taking on a contract that's somewhat substantial, but it's far less than $47 million a year than what you were going to pay Micah Parsons.
For sure.
And congratulations to Micah. I mean, he got his money, well deserved. And now I'm just looking at week 4. It's going to be wild, dude.
Oh, it's going to be
that is going to be insane.
I mean, the whole season is going to be insane. I mean, this is the Packers, dude. You just traded him to the freaking Packers.
Yeah.
This is the team that has ended your season in gut-wrenching fashion.
Kenny Clark going to the Cowboys, according to Ian Rappaport.
Okay, Kenny Clark.
That's Kenny Clark is good. That's a defensive end he played tackle in a 3-4. He'd probably play end, and is a better run defender. But he's also, how old is Kenny Clark? I feel like he's been in the league a long time.
I can get an answer to that question here in just a second as, again, to reset, the Cowboys have traded Micah Parsons to the Packers for 2 first-round picks and Kenny Clark, who was a first-round pick in 2016.
He'll be 30 in October.
A 6'3", 314-pound defensive tackle. Games played last year, he started 17 of them, his 3rd straight full season of starts, so he's been a very durable player. He did have only 1 sack, 2 recovered fumbles, 2 passes broken up. This is a big boy. I mean, 6'3", 315 pounds.
Kenny Clark's a good player.
Yeah, that's definitely. I wonder what the status is. I mean, where his contract sits in terms of how many years you have of him.
Yeah, let's get to the bottom of that if we can. I'm trying to figure out, what else we can find statistically out about this player to pass it along to you. I guess what I'm hoping to see is that he is a guy that can balance you defensively and be the run-stopping defensive tackle that you need in the middle there. And then if you get the pass rush stuff, like, can you rule out that the Cowboys could be a little bit better off if, they hit on Clark and their ideas for how he fits their scheme?
The key now is going to be how quickly can you get Overshone back, because Overshone helps you in terms of his ability to get after the quarterback. Can Leofau be a guy that they use as a blitzer, which he has shown the ability to do to generate some more pass rush? And how quickly can Donovan Ezeraku develop into the type of pass rusher that we saw in Oxnard and implement that into games? Because we did not see that, which has us kind of not feeling as good. I think if we saw Donovan Ezeraku crush it in the preseason games like we did in practice, we'd probably feel much better about this entire situation, because they might have their next great pass rusher in Donovan Ezeraku.
Okay, this isn't good. Coming from PFF, just average run stopping.
Well, the thing that my guys are saying about him right now is they're saying it's really a good player, but the age is starting to show a little bit.
Okay.
That's what they're talking about.
All right, so what a massive story here. We'll continue to break it down with you next here on your home of the Cowboys. Micah Parsons traded to the Green Bay Packers. Do you give a thumbs up? Do you give a thumbs down? And we want your thoughts at 877-881-1053. Leave your name and city you're texting from. More reaction to Micah Parsons traded coming up next here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Tolos, get ready to hit the road with Alliance Hyundai in.
something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back into the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Still standing stunned. About 30 minutes ago, we got the report from Ian Rappaport that Micah Parsons traded to the Green Bay Packers for 2 ones. And defensive lineman Kenny Clark, we're reacting to it. How do you feel at 877-881-1053? Are you more bummed that they dealt him or excited that they drew a line in the sand and they're going to try something new other than hanging on to all their star players? I've been saying last couple of weeks, when you're good, you trade your picks for players. When you're not contending for a Super Bowl legitimately, you look at tough contract situations and you see what you can get for them in trade. You trade players for picks when you're not contenders, and I hope that's what the Cowboys have planned. I hope this wasn't just a give up at the end because they didn't want to capitulate to what Micah and his agent were asking. But I believe they took his threat to basically do a medical holdout and commit fraud against the Cowboys organization and scam them for $1.2 million a week. I think they took that very personally. They were probably offended by it. Started listening to trade offers and quickly found out that Green Bay was the best they could get. I am a little bit disappointed that that's the best that they could get. But, I mean, you got to throw $47 million at Micah. That's what he ended up getting, $180 million total. So for a team preparing to pay that kind of contract, it's tough to go beyond 2 number ones. I think I would have insisted on 3, but if that's the best that you can get, I agree with the Cowboys' decision to move him. How about you at 877-881-1053? Leave your name and city you're texting from. We're going to get Bobby Belt on here in just a second and go wall-to-wall as much as we can here up until Fan Phenom at 7 o'clock. By the way, what a content-rich environment to do Fan Phenom tonight with your guy Chris Arnold here, 7 o'clock at Jake's in Frisco. Yeah. Come on out and react to Micah Parsons. Maybe it can be the fuel that drives you to a victory. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. As Bob Belt joins us now here with more. Sean and RJ, 6 to 10 every weekday morning here on The Fan. Bobby, how the heck are you?
I'm great. Guys, I wouldn't have cut Zion Childress. I wouldn't have done it. That's my thought.
Me either, dude. What the hell? They just waived my guy Ryan Flanoy? This is absolutely
how reckless can you be?
This team doesn't know what the hell they're doing if they're letting Flanoy hit the street.
All 3 phases, right, boys? What have you learned, Bobby?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think that this is something where the Cowboys have pretty consistently held firm that they weren't going to move Micah Parsons. And from the time that request was made back on August 1st, that over these past 4 weeks, they were pretty adamant to teams that would talk to him even, and then just kind of bring it up or, discussions in league circles. They were adamant that he wasn't going anywhere. It was probably in the last 3 or 4 days that this really started to shift for Jerry, Steven, the Cowboys front office, I think, where they started to really lock down and consider how much do we want to potentially drag this on for something that is inevitably heading to a divorce. I think they reached a point earlier this week where they said there's probably not going to be an extension that gets done. And so if that's the case, he's going to get traded in the spring. And do we want to try and maximize it now? Do we want to try and find something now to where we can get more than that? Because otherwise, if we wait until the spring, you're looking at a franchise tag and then essentially 2 first-round picks. So what Dallas gets by making the move now and getting out ahead of it a little bit is they get some extra capital. They get Kenny Clark, and they get somebody to help their run defense now. They get somebody in the middle of defensive tackle, and something that they needed. But I think for the Cowboys, it came down to this is so clearly heading to a divorce for them internally over the last couple weeks that they looked at it and said, we'd rather just get the ball rolling now, know what kind of capital we have, know what kind of cap space we have, and add another player here than just sit on this and wait, 6 months to make this same move and get 2 first-round picks in the future.
Did they have any other options to trade? Why Green Bay?
I think there were other teams that called and were willing to investigate it. A big part of this was also going to rely on Micah Parsons and where he was willing to do deals and where he was willing to go. And Green Bay was a team that clearly was willing to put up money that was palatable to Micah, getting $47 million annually, getting the 4-year deal, getting as much guaranteed as he did. And an organization that his agent, David Mulugeta, and Andre Odom, those guys at Athletes First, have worked with on deals before, big-time deals, Jordan Love most recently. And so I think it was just there was so much at play here that was going to have to fit and work right for everybody in order for a deal to be made. And Green Bay was the one that just had most kind of coalesced and made sense for Micah, made sense for the other team, made sense for the Cowboys. And so I think for them, they look at it, Dallas looks at it and says, there's a lot of people here who are probably feeling like this is 2 years too late. Like they wish this would have happened earlier. There were a lot of people who were frustrated, obviously, at times with Micah Parsons here. But I think for Jerry and Steven, they always intended to get this done. And when everything went sideways in the spring with that meeting that wasn't a meeting, but it was a meeting with Jerry Jones, and then the fact that Micah was so publicly running counter to what Jerry was saying about it, I think it made it really difficult to repair that.
How much worse does this make them, you think, this year?
That's a good question. Somebody asked me earlier today if I thought if I had confidence in their edge group without Micah. And I do. I think they've got guys who can rush the passer. It's obviously just not going to be as good. But, I mean, this is a team that you can't deny the numbers that when Micah Parsons is on the field, they're number one in EPA per play defensively. And when he's been off the field over the last 4 or 5 years, it's, 32nd in the NFL. So it's going to be a hit, especially with some questions in the secondary and what you've got with the defensive backs, that you're not going to have somebody who can really change the game as a pass rusher and force some bad throws and basically force plays to speed up faster than an offense would want to. That's going to help you in the back end. That's going to help you in the secondary. So being without him there, that's obviously a big loss. The fact that Kenny Clark's coming in here, though, that does give them a little bit more stability in the middle, and it does give them some stability to stop the run. Now, I'm not silly enough to think that Kenny Clark coming in here and helping to stop the run is somehow going to make as big a difference as Micah Parsons getting 15 sacks potentially. But I think for them, they look at it and go, we're saving $40 million annually. We're getting multiple first-round picks back. We can package those. We can move up if we want to. We can do all sorts of different things with it. And we get somebody to contribute to our defense who is under contract for the next 3 years and can contribute in a meaningful way in an area where they're weak. And so I think for the Cowboys, they look at it and they think that overall this is definitely a net win for them.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Bobby, who do you think's happier right now, Micah Parsons or Jerry Jones?
I don't know that either one is thrilled with it, If you guys have watched the America's Team documentary, you've seen the way he talked about the Jimmy disrespect and the way he talked about how that got sideways and the loyalty issues. That was what most closely mirrored this thing with Micah, it felt like. And so I think that there's hurt feelings here on both sides, and there was a desire to see it work out, and the fact that it didn't, I think if you would have told both parties this a month ago, they would have been in disbelief that was where this was going to end up. But Micah was serious about the request. I know that it was communicated to this was something that was anticipated a while ago in terms of that it could end up this way, though. Because I know it was communicated to the Cowboys all the way back in Indianapolis that, look, if this is going to be difficult, it might be best for everybody for you to just make the trade now before we get into the 25 draft. And so Cowboys thought they were going to be able to work it out. Didn't. But this is something that I think this has been a card that Micah's side has been ready to play and one that I think they anticipated was going to go sideways. But I still think, I haven't confirmed this myself yet, but I heard Ian Rappaport just mention that Micah still wanted it to work out here. It's the point that Micah came to Jerry either today or yesterday sometime in this week and it communicated to him, are you sure this is what you want to do? Are you sure you want to move on? Are you sure you want the divorce? And Jerry ultimately had said, yes, this is what I want.
Bobby, when you talk about the hard feelings and you mention like Micah was interested in going to Green Bay, do you think this is more they did him a solid by sending him to a place he wanted to be, or they didn't have much of a choice because he had to get the long-term extension done wherever he went?
I don't think anybody had much of a choice. It was really mutually assured destruction for everybody. You needed everyone to be in agreement to some extent. So you had to find where in the Venn diagram everybody was going to be happy, and this was the one that was. I don't think they were looking to do Micah solid and move him somewhere.
Okay.
I just think, Micah, if you want to get your deal now, if you don't want to be held hostage for the next little bit, you're going to need to play ball with us. And, Dallas, if you want to return right now and not just have to sit on this for 6 months and potentially get into an ugly contract dispute, whatever else, you're going to have to play ball with Micah to an extent and find somewhere that he wants to go. So there were all these different angles that were going to come into play that I think everybody had to agree that, all right, this is acceptable to us, this is palatable to us. And when you started to narrow that down, it became pretty clear quickly, I think, to everybody that Green Bay was the option.
This never would have happened with a different agent, would it have?
I don't think that's the case. I think Micah so overestimated what it was going to be like to sit across from Jerry and negotiate with him, and how he was going to be able to handle that.
Totally agree.
And I think by the time he realized he was in over his head a little bit, he was stuck. And I think that, the agent wasn't even involved to get to that point. And ultimately, even if the numbers are reported that are true, $40.5 million, everything else, the numbers, I know he got $136 million guaranteed here from Green Bay is the report. I think he was north of potentially $150 on the deal he had talked about here in Dallas. But obviously it's 4 years instead of 5. And I think that being able to say, hey, we get 47 instead of 40.5, and we really get to drive this market up, and we get an opportunity to get to free agency quicker and get an opportunity to get another deal quicker, that was all valuable to Micah himself. But ultimately, I think that the agent aspect of it was a factor potentially, but I really do feel like it was third. If you were going to stack up Jerry, Micah, David, like how the influence happened, or whose hurt feelings or actions really spurred where we got to, I would think they all three had some level of hand in this, but to me that was third out of the three.
Hey, Bobby, obviously fans are looking at the return right now, and we don't know. We'll see what the Cowboys do with these first-round picks. That will obviously dictate when we reflect back what we think about this deal. But knowing some of the players and how Micah is perceived in that locker room, the feelings towards him, is there any chance that this could be addition by subtraction and a galvanizing type of thing going into the season with this now behind them?
Yeah. I'm sure for some people, just having the distraction behind them, even if they liked Micah, just having this issue behind them is probably helpful. And look, I think you're going to hear a little bit more, I think, as things go along. That was not well received, Micah sprawling out on the training table the other day. I don't think that was particularly well received. I think at times he did better under Mike Zimmer last year, but at times throughout his career when he was with Dan Quinn, he was not always the most assignment sound and was almost willfully not assignment sound at times. That he wanted to rush and he was going to make a play. And it goes back to that Leighton Vander Esch clip when he was a rookie on Hard Knocks, and he says, I just want to make a play. And Leighton says, yeah, but you got to know which is your play to make. Is that I think at times there were people on the defense who felt like Micah didn't know which play was his to make. Or he knew and he just decided he wanted to play Superman anyway. I think most of the guys in there like Micah. But I think removing the distraction is obviously a good thing. And I think for Micah, where things had gotten and how uncomfortable things had gotten, this is a good thing for him as well.
It's Bobby Bell here with you in the G-Bag Nation. So what do we know about Kenny Clark's contract? Looking at this is just confusing. His salary is 1.3, but it looked like there was a bunch of dead money on there. Like, are they gonna get under the cap now with this move and not having to pay Micah, taking that 24 off and being able to build out this roster? Can they be more active in the trade market? Can they get under the cap and actually try to be active in free agency as a result of this? Or do we just get Deron Bland and Tyler Smith contracts and we move on?
Yeah, so those cap numbers that Kenny Clark has, which he signed an extension, I think it was last summer. So he's under contract through 27, so the next 3 years. Those cap numbers that you see right now, those are going to reduce. Those are not going to be as inflated as they appear when he's traded to Dallas. So because of that, it's just the way that his contract was structured in Green Bay and some of the different things that they shifted around. That dead money is dead money because it dies right there with Green Bay. So that's the idea of it. Is like when Green Bay makes the trade, they're eating that cost. So anything that would have shifted into the future or tried an accounting trick to move, a dollar figure into the future, even if it wasn't actual cash, that dollar figure rests with them and it accelerates onto the cap right now. So they had plenty of cap room to be able to get Micah signed right here and also to eat those charges immediately. But this will be something where I would imagine, I haven't looked at all the math yet to see how that dead money coming off of that cap figure breaks out to, but this should look like a net positive on the salary cap for the Cowboys compared to what Micah's fully guaranteed number was this year.
All righty. Well, appreciate your insights and perspective on this. Terrific reporting, by the way. Bobby Belt, every weekday 6 to 10 there in the morning drive with Sean and RJ. Have a great afternoon, sir.
Thanks, guys. Zion Childress forever.
There he goes, Zion Childress forever, as Kenny Clark, 2 number 1s coming to the Cowboys for Micah Parsons. Micah has released a statement to the fans, and we'll give you that and react to it coming up next year. Live from Jake's in Frisco, side of tonight's Fan Phenom. Come talk Micah with us. Try out to be the next fan host, and we're back here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are both. No.
I just said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sun Squad?
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Micah Parsons traded about an hour ago. We're still talking about it with you here on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the fan. Got Micah's statement in just a second. We're live at Jake's in Frisco. Come have some dinner. Come commiserate with us as Micah Parsons has moved on. It's about quitting time. And Fan Phenom with Chris Arnold's coming up at 7 o'clock here live in Frisco, right across the street from the soccer stadium. Just jump off the toll road and take a right. You'll see us about a quarter mile down to the right. Beautiful Jake's location, by the way. Okay, I think the fans that are saying the Joneses didn't get enough are dead balls on. I was supporting the idea of trading Micah Parsons for, I don't know, most of this week or so. I just felt like it turned at some point, and we were probably not headed for a championship season. So I would have done it, but I gave the trade itself a C- or a D+. I don't know if the Joneses did their due diligence on this. It kind of feels like them looking for coaches. Like, oh, well, I guess we got to move him. What can we get? It's done. Like 2 1s and Kenny Clark, 2 1s from the Packers. I would have taken 2 1s, but from a much worse team. And then the memes are coming out where the Jets got more for Jamal Adams than the Cowboys got for Micah Parsons.
Yeah. In the summer of 2020, Jets trade safety Jamal Adams to the Seahawks. The Seahawks gave the Jets 2 first-round picks, a third-round pick, and a player. The Jets received Jamal Adams and a 4th-round pick.
Yeah. I mean, I guess what the Cowboys have gained is about $15 million in cap space by my rough estimation. So maybe they can use that as a buffer to, make a trade for an impact corner. Like, who else is on the table now? Is Asante Samuel at midseason at $10 million in a prove-it deal available to you now, more available to you now? Like, what else are they going to get? Because the Packers give him $47 million. You would have given him $40, and you're already saving $10 or $15 million from what Micah was going to make this year.
I just wonder if there were really that many trade offers that they had.
Yeah, and I get that.
I wonder if Green Bay obviously stepped up, and to me, and I've been in that chair. You're going to shop and see if you can get. You're going to try and call. You're going to call teams you think. You're going to call teams that might have the cap space. You might have to call teams that are not very good. I think,
and maybe they've been doing that behind the scenes. Brian, sorry to interrupt you, but we just heard this morning they were open to calls, and within 4 hours the deal was done.
I think calls have been all along. Bobby was talking about kind of the timeline. I think the Joneses in the last, say, maybe week have kind of said this could very well turn into something. I have a feeling there weren't as many calls as, say, an Adam Schefter and those guys were. Or as many options.
Not at this point, but what could you have gotten in March?
Yeah. Well, that's the problem. You didn't know. Yeah, you didn't know it was going to come to this. But I mean, I think they took the one deal that they had. I'm going to try and find out if other teams called on behalf, because sure, they probably could have got more from this. They were adamant about trading the guy. This might have been the one team that was willing to offer them something of substance. The 2 1s. Somebody might have tried to say, "Oh, we'll give you a 1 and something else," and they're saying no. But I talked to Green Bay a while back about this, and we talked about it on our show. Mm-hmm. The Green Bay was willing to do it. I mean, I brought it up. Green Bay was willing to, if they didn't think that Dallas was going to be willing to trade it. So Green Bay obviously said, "Okay, we're going to have to get in. We're going to have to probably give the 2 1s." But I'm going to try and find out how many teams really got involved with this, but I think bottom line is I don't think it's as many as everybody's reporting.
But this is still where you want Jerry to go into shark mode. Like, hey, if you want the player, you're going to have to give me more than just whatever it is you're trying to give me right now.
I think they were willing.
2 1s is a joke, dude.
I think they were willing. They just wanted to move on from the player. I think they got to the point where Jerry was so upset with the situation, and I think Bobby spelled it out really, really well.
Well, that's fine. Then in the same way that the Mavericks overvalued Anthony Davis, you just did that with Kenny Clark.
Yeah, no,
that's a throw-in.
No, that wouldn't be fine. That's not a good enough excuse. That I'm done with the player here.
Agreed.
You're trading him in your conference to a team that has kicked your ass and beaten you in the playoffs multiple times. That is competition to you. That you're hosting week 4.
Yep.
Just saying, I need to get this deal done. I'm done with the player.
That's lazy.
Don't sell
crap.
me. I love the art of negotiation.
Yeah.
If you didn't push more,
that might have been their only deal.
If that's the case, then that's okay. But if the reason is we just wanted to get it done, that's a lame-ass excuse.
I'm not saying that's exactly that. I'm not saying that just to get it done. They were willing to move on from the player. They had one team that was willing to give 2 ones to get it done. And they're like, okay, well, hey, we'll move on. That's what we're going to do.
Bobby also made a good point that Micah would have to be willing to do a contract with that team.
No, that's a huge thing, right?
So
yes, that team's going to have to be willing to pay him, and then Mike is going to have to be willing to do that. Now, I would assume like Baltimore and Arizona, if they were in on this, which we don't know is confirmed, Jeremy Fowler was floating that out among league circles that they believe those teams also were interested, then I don't know. Like I would have loved to have known just what other offers would have been.
Yeah, and I would love to know that somebody over there is working nonstop maniacally around the clock to manage their assets optimally, right? And that would have involved getting out ahead of this as soon as the season was over and having a battle plan and knowing what you could agree to by March instead of just saying, well, here's what we're offering and we won't talk to your agent. Because, one of two things should have happened differently. Either you got out in front and had much more teams to negotiate with and teams with all their salary cap space and, all their options are on the table at the start of free agency, or you wait until the season is underway and teams that are desperate or feel like they're a pass rusher away might be willing to throw more at you. Right now, they like their guys, don't they? We drafted a guy from college. We think he's going to have a good rookie year. We've traded for this guy. Plants are going to blow up in teams' faces in September. And if Micah Parsons is available then, but that would, Jerry loves to say he has a high tolerance for ambiguity. I don't think he has tolerance for sitting there and working the same issue day in and day out until he has a solution, like a Chris Young does. Hey, we got to get this figured out. What are we doing about it right now? Instead, Jerry's like, well, they know what I'm offering. I got other things to do. I'm in oil and gas. I'm in real estate. I'm in the stock market. And, I have other things on my calendar today, so I can't exactly get to it. And when you don't have an obsessed general manager, I think you pay the prices in moments like this. Micah says, growing up in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, I was one of the few kids in my neighborhood who cheered for the Cowboys. Nearly everyone around supported the Eagles, but I always believed in the star. To wear the blue and white at Penn State and then carry those same colors into the NFL as a Cowboy was more than a dream. It was destiny. From the moment I arrived in Dallas, you embraced me and my family as your own. You made a kid from the East Coast feel right at home in Texas. Every time I pulled up to work, every time I stepped onto that field, I felt the weight and pride of representing you. You didn't just give me a jersey, you gave me a place to belong. I never wanted this chapter to end, but not everything was in my control. My heart has always been here and still is, writes Micah Parsons. Through it all, I never made any demands. I never asked for anything more than fairness. I only asked the person I trust to negotiate my contract be part of the process. Says it's a sad day, but not a bitter one. I'll never forget the joy of draft night, the adrenaline of running out of the tunnel, or the brotherhood I shared with my teammates, coaches, and the staff who prepared me for every single game. Those memories are mine forever. North Texas will continue to be my home in the offseason. I'll still be here, giving back to the community that gave me so much, and no matter where the next chapter takes me, the bond we've built will never break. Thank you, Cowboys Nation, for every cheer, every moment, and every ounce of love you showed me. Wearing the star has been the honor of my life. With gratitude and love, number 11, Micah Parsons. Okay, we're live at Jake's in Frisco, and Jane Slater joins us next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. It is quitting time. And hopefully you're safe. Looks like we got a storm brewing or something.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4 of the nation. We're live at Jake's in Frisco on Main. Come on by for some delicious food. We're still reacting to the news that came down about an hour and 10 minutes ago. Micah Parsons traded to the Green Bay Packers, coming back as 2 1s, and Kenny Clark, a veteran defensive tackle, first-round pick out of UCLA in 2016. And joining us now to talk more about this is 105.3 The Fan alumni, NFL Network's Jane Slater, here on The Fan. And good afternoon, Jane. Thanks for joining us. How you doing?
I'm exhausted. I'm glad it's over.
Yeah, I'll drink to that for sure. Great reporting on this story, by the way. Let me just start with that. You've been dialed, so we appreciated all your insights and all the updates. How much did it surprise you that it actually happened?
I was surprised this week when people were beginning to move differently. In other words, when I started poking around about trade offers, for the longest time I was told no, fake news. And then this week, I think it was starting on Monday, Tuesday, everyone was really moving differently the last 48 hours. And that's when we have our insiders chat. Me, Ian, and Tom were starting to really suspect something else was going on. And then when they sort of leaked today that they were looking to take offers finally, I think it was they had resolved that they were interested in doing this, and they wanted to see what sort of late offers were coming through. And I think the Packers made the most sense to them, getting the 2 first-round picks. We still don't know what years those are. I'm waiting for that. And then they got Kenny Clark, a defensive tackle that's a 3-time Pro Bowler. They're filling some of the spots, so to speak, along the line. When we started getting into grievances and challenging the back issue, I think that's when things started to change. I think that was one last chess move from Mugoleta and Micah, in the sense of, if you guys aren't going to move this, we're going to move it for you. And I think they started to have to ask themselves, do we want this to continue to be a distraction moving forward, or do we actually want to get something here from a really talented player, arguably one of their best players in the last generation, that they could actually go and get something for? And I think for those of us that have covered the team closely in the last couple of years, this had been something that had been speculated about. And a lot of us didn't want to bring it up because, nothing happens. But the locker room could get frustrated with Micah at times. And I think the hardest thing for me to reconcile was, it wasn't like Micah was getting in trouble off the field. It's almost like sometimes I feel like the Cowboys have a better tolerance for that. It was more of, I would describe, just a nuisance at times, a little scatterbrained. Trying to get him to really lock in, I think, was hard at times. And so those sort of things, and then add the training table incident this weekend, albeit it was small, it went back to, we want to pay somebody leadership type money, and we expect you through your body language and your actions to exemplify that. And by, not participating, throwing the jury, I just think all those little things started to add up, and they really asked themselves, do we want to commit long-term to this player? And, look, full disclosure, I like Micah. Micah's a different cat. I don't know if I've ever quite met anyone like him in the league. He kind of reminds me of a vintage player, he dances to the beat of his own drum. But I think ultimately Micah, too, he wants to go where he's celebrated. And I started to really feel, and I don't know about you guys, Jerry did a masterful job with Michael Irvin on the podcast, and I think made it pretty clear that, he was gonna dig in here. And I think ultimately maybe Micah knew, maybe I need to go somewhere else where I'm celebrated.
Jane, I think, obviously this is wild. Thank you so much for joining us. I guess the question would be, if were there other teams possibly involved in trying to get in on the Micah trade talks, or was Green Bay really the only one?
I don't know. I'm still working on all of that. I'll pull the curtain back. Ian Rappaport and I were yelling at each other this morning. I thought we were going to murder each other working on this. And I think we both got the sense that something had to happen, whether that be Jerry just saying, hey, we're tabling this and we're not talking about your contract till next season. Do with that information as you will. they could have extended. I think all things were on the table on Monday. And then I think the back issue and the grievance stuff in combination with the training things just sort of changed things. And so I was literally at Dick's Sporting Good getting my my Arch Manning jersey for Saturday, fully expecting to be back home in time for Insiders, but certainly didn't think it was going to break at 4 o'clock here on Thursday. But I'm glad it did, right? I mean, I would have hated to see this drag into the weekends. And I think ultimately it was becoming a distraction in the locker room, and it starts to wear on the players. And I think they kind of did Shoddy a solid here. Now you can focus on this team, no distractions. And I think there's now a clear message that, look, maybe some of this tomfoolery that we've allowed over the years in Dallas needs to come to an end. And I think those of us that have covered the team, and I even said this before the draft, where's the stomach that this team used to have for making some of these gutsy, bold trades? Mm-hmm. And I think ultimately both sides won here. I mean, I think Micah would have preferred to stay here. But I really think you have two egos here, and Micah's ego was, I'm a generational type player. I'm in line. Guys before me in my draft class have gotten extensions. Why is it not happening for me? And once you sort of get in your head that your employer doesn't value the way that you value yourself, I think that's where things switch for Micah a little bit.
Jane, from a Cowboys fan standpoint, just the idea of trading with Green Bay at all is just kind of ridiculous. Yeah. But I guess that wasn't something they really cared about, because we were all saying, like, you would trade him to an AFC team or something. But to trade him to Green Bay just seems ridiculous.
I just think the reason why Green Bay made sense was they were so motivated to do it. I mean, these leaks, they don't happen, leaks happen like this, almost like it was almost doing a heat check for both sides, and so that is what, hold on, just getting it. There is going to be a press conference at the Star in Frisco tonight at 6:30. There you go.
Boom.
So I just got that information. So I'm sure Jerry and everybody will fill in the blanks and give us some nuance here, but yeah, that's what I've got. So a lot of this stuff is, like I said, so I will say this about the Cowboys. A lot of people have been frustrated with the Cowboys that they leak too much, or they tell you they want to trade a player like the Amari Cooper deal, and they don't get a lot out of it. I feel like they did a pretty good job here.
Jane Slater here with you in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. You mentioned Micah and how well he was liked, disliked. Was it kind of like a T.O. situation?
No, because that's why I'm saying the situation with him is just so different. Like, different than a Zeke, different than a Dez, different than a... I don't know if you guys have ever worked with someone that just kind of irritates you. Like they say one thing and they'll do it for a few weeks and then they kind of do another, or they're easily distracted. They're like, oh, this is going to be, my best year, and, I'm going to show up every day and I'm going to be early, and it lasts for a little bit and then it doesn't. And it's not an indictment of Micah, so to speak. I just think Micah's one of those guys that has to be constantly stimulated, and I feel like at times once Dan Quinn left, Dan was always stimulating and, reassuring, and I don't think he had that once Dan left. And, I think teams have to know how to, get the best out of certain people, and that can be in a workplace, that could be, and I got the sense that it got to a point where it's like, we've got, 53 other guys here. We can't just focus on giving all the attention to one.
If you had to put your finger on the one thing that made this happen, is it Jerry's ego, unwilling to lose? Is it Mulugeta and Micah kind of threatening a medical holdout? What do you think was the biggest catalyst for making this happen today?
I think collectively the organization basically went to Jerry and said, Jerry, we've got to really seriously consider, obviously we've got a team who's making their interest in this player known. They are highly motivated. If we keep him around, is it going to be a distraction to the team? Obviously he's digging in too. And I think at some point, maybe even Jerry was a little shocked with the medal of Micah. I'm still shocked that he just walked in, handed his trade papers to Stephen Jones, and showed up to every day at camp. You guys have been in the doghouse with the Joneses before. It's uncomfortable. So Micah did it, and I was fascinated by it.
Yeah, it has been an incredible story to track. If the Cowboys were a playoff hopeful before today, what are they now? What do you think is the immediate impact on this team's ability to win?
I don't know enough about Kenny Clark and how he's going to contribute defensively along the line, right? Like, I feel like they've just been stockpiling defensive linemen. When I started seeing some of those moves, too, I was like, it looks like they're preparing themselves for something. You know, they're going to tell us tonight, well, Micah would disappear in the postseason, or you'll start seeing that, come out. I just think ultimately for a team to win, you really can't have the distractions in the locker room. Like, if you look at a lot of these teams that are successful, they're, and I'm not saying that Micah wasn't that. I'm just saying this was, when you're frustrated with your deal, and I've had this, you'll say it to this person, and they'll find themselves going, yeah, like, it's frustrating for me. And then you'll start having more and more players coming in wanting their extensions early. And I don't know. I think at some point you kind of had to reset here, and it's a hard thing to do. And I found it unfortunate that it was Micah Parsons who was held, I felt like, on some levels to a different precedent than other teams, but he also moved differently than other players. So I could actually argue all the sides on this one. It didn't have to get this messy, and it's unfortunate that those talks in March are what muddied the waters so much.
You think his back's feeling pretty good up there in Green Bay now?
I haven't got an answer on that. I've been asking.
Yeah, okay.
I guarantee you, Jane, if he takes a Southwest Airlines flight and shows up like in a wheelchair to get on the plane, his back will be fine by the time he gets to Green Bay.
Listen, I don't like to laugh about injuries. I think, people are dealing with whatever that is. And so I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to pile on. I'm going to personally miss Micah in the locker room because there was no media training with him. There was no BS. He gave us something to write about. I always found his quotes entertaining. And I'm sure he's got guys on the team that I know that are going to miss him. I mean, Trayvon Diggs I know is going to miss him, but I almost think it sends a message to Trayvon. They already went ahead and held his contract to him about the, not being here X amount of time training. And now it's Trayvon's not going to have Micah in there, and Micah was a pretty powerful ally. So I think this is kind of a message to everyone. We're going to start doing things a little differently around here.
Hey, Jane, you mentioned about people, and we were reporting probably 2 years ago about Micah, and there are people within the organization that were kind of saying, hey, this would be a bad idea to extend him. Do you think that and the Joneses weren't the ones saying that, but it was other people in the organization. Do you think those voices became stronger and stronger as this wore on?
Yeah, and I think there's a little bit of Jerry's got his favorite players, right? Like, he doesn't hide it. And, Zeke's been one of those guys. Dez was one of those guys. Micah was one of those guys. And I think on some level, maybe Jerry thought that his relationship with Micah was special enough that they could get this contract done the way Jerry wanted to get it done. And when that didn't happen, I think both sides really felt betrayed. I think both of them have their unique point of view on this, and I don't know if they're going to move off of it. I think some of us watching The Gambler felt like it was almost a little bit like the Jimmy Jerry thing. Both of them. I did reach out to Micah, and I was like, so are you going to talk to Jerry about this at some point? I didn't get an answer back. Let bygones be bygones, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I just wonder if, Jerry was trying to hold these people off, and the more this kind of went through, the more he said, okay, you're right. And then that's where, like they say, the Joneses weren't the ones putting all this stuff out. It was people within the organization that were.
I mean, here's what I would say. I would say that, everyone always says, Jerry doesn't listen to anybody else, that Jerry operates in a vacuum, and it's not true.
That's BS. That's total BS. Yeah.
When you start looking at, even the Mike McCarthy decision, he held on to Mike McCarthy after that disastrous loss. I think there was an element of people that were like, move on. And some of it was he didn't, want to pay, a coach to sit at home is what I was told. But I also think there was an element there of, he wanted to give him a chance. And then with Schottenheimer, I think he and Steven sat there with them and found themselves going, like it was collectively as a group they made this decision. And so I think if fans are looking for some encouragement, it's the fact that, these decisions aren't being made in a vacuum. And I think ultimately, as frustrating as this looks for some, I think this was the best resolution given where it got at the very end. Like, I truly believed that some of this was posturing on both sides and that cooler heads would prevail, because we've seen it so many times. But I've never seen a player make some of the moves that Micah did. And I think it just got to a point where, you've got two, immovable forces here. So you're good. I think it was honestly in the best interest. Micah's going to go somewhere where he's celebrated. It's going to be a new fan base that's excited about him. He can lean into that. And then they got 2 first-round picks, which, because they're always, winning enough that they're towards the end of the draft, this gives them some more flexibility moving forward. And you're also getting, a defensive lineman who's 30 years old and a 3-time Pro Bowler. So I don't know. I mean, both sides are going to argue this person won or this person won, but I don't think that there was another option after this week.
Jane Slater, NFL Network, thank you so much for your time and reporting on this, and we'll chat with you soon.
Look forward to it. Bye, guys.
There she goes, Jane Slater, NFL Network, and maybe, I don't know, adding Ricky Scoops to that group chat. Probably not, but
take his victory lap, man.
He did, man. He nailed it. I do like the idea of doing things different as a way of, explaining why they ultimately decided to do that. Maybe if everything had happened differently over the last 10 years, they would have caved today and give Micah Parsons what he wants. But, I think if you would draw a line in the sand and say, we're going to draft you, and if you're a star towards the end of it, we're going to make you an offer that we think is fair and reflects your value. We have a long history of paying players the top at their position in the entire league, and if that's not good enough for you, we'll trade you, right? But I think wanting players who want to be Cowboys would be a very fruitful path, and I still don't believe Micah Parsons really loved being a Cowboy or had fallen in love with the star nearly to the extent that he has claimed throughout the process. I think that was engagement farming. We got to jump, though. We're live at Jake's in Frisco. Pete Doherty, Green Bay Press-Gazette's going to join us and give us the Green Bay perspective on this Cowboys-Packers trade coming up next on The Fan. I want to chat Welcome back, G-Back Nation, here on 105.3 The Fan. It's a Micah Parsons Trade Thursday here in the nation, and we've been reacting to it. Just had James Slater on at the top of the hour. We got Pete Doherty, Green Bay Press-Gazette, joining us now here on your home of the Cowboys. Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and a good evening, Pete. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, thanks for having me. I'm really curious how this is going down in Dallas.
Yeah, it has been a wild day.
Pete.
I think most of us didn't think this was even possible 24 hours ago or even 8 hours ago. So it happened quickly, and we're not exactly thrilled with the return. What's the reaction been like up there in Green Bay? Are the Packers the favorites now?
That's a really good question. I saw their odds dropped a lot, but I thought I've just kind of been skimming stuff, and it sounded like there were still a few teams that had better odds of winning it, but this should boost them a lot. I mean, obviously it's created a huge buzz around this team, stud player, pass rusher, second most important position. Just reading the tweets of other media, I think everybody thinks the Packers have done well here, and I'm just kind of going through that myself, and I think they got a decent deal. It's comparable to what the Bears paid for Khalil Mack a few years ago, but as that deal showed, great for a year and then not so good after, so you never know for sure how these things are going to turn out. But yeah, there's huge buzz around about the Packers now.
Yeah, I think one of our curiosities is what are the chances the Packers are bad in either one of the next 2 years, bad enough to give the Cowboys great value? I guess the expectation would be, if healthy, those picks will fall somewhere between 25 and 32 or so.
Yeah, I would think the odds of getting, even without Parsons, I think the Packers were going to be a good team. I was going to predict them to be probably 11-5, even though they have a tough schedule. They've got a pretty good roster top to bottom. They were just short on really elite talent. All of a sudden now they got, one of the, five or so best defense, one of the four best defensive players in the league. So, that changes that. So yeah, I think their odds are really good now. I'll have to think through about what their record might be, but it's just all I know is when I saw the news, I just went, wow. I just didn't think in the end that Jerry Jones would trade a star player. He hadn't really. I don't really count Herschel Walker as quite, as his quality of player. He had never traded a player of, one of his true stars. I don't think, had he?
No. What can you tell us about Kenny Clark, the defensive lineman that comes to Dallas in this move?
Good player, good guy to have in the locker room. He's a defensive tackle. He's really good against the run. He was a decent pass rusher for a lot of his career. Now he turns 30 this year, and he's got a lot of miles on him. I think he might be entering his 10th season. He was really young when he came out. So some of his pass rush is starting to diminish. But I don't know how the Cowboys were at defensive tackle, and if they needed help with their interior run game, he will definitely help them there. Good player, just starting to get a little older.
Do you think Green Bay, Pete, would have, if pressed, been willing to give up even more than the 2-1s?
I don't know. 2-1s and Gary's a lot. This does take a bite out of their inside run defense. They've got two small, light off-ball linebackers playing kind of on the inside there with Quay Walker and Edgerrin Cooper. So they might be more vulnerable in there now. I don't know if they'd have given up more. I was thinking, I was actually talking with somebody today, this morning, and texting with them, and I was wondering if it would take the 2-1s and Rashawn Gary to get the deal done. Now, I don't know for sure that the Packers, wanted to give up Clark but not Gary. Maybe the Cowboys were okay with not taking Gary because I don't know how they feel about their other outside rushers. But, Gary's a pretty good outside rusher, and I wouldn't put him in the great category, but he's pretty good. So having him and Parsons on the bookends, now that's got to be one of the best, maybe the best outside rushing duo in the league.
Hey, Pete, Broadus here, man. When I call you and tell you these things like 2 weeks ago, you need to kind of listen to me, don't you think?
Yeah, that's I did. I believed you the whole way, Brian. I honestly didn't think Jerry Jones would pull the trigger.
Well, Pete, terrific reporting on it. We thank you so much for your perspective out of Green Bay tonight. I guess congratulations for getting to cover a team with a significantly better chance of fielding a great defense now. We'll admire from afar.
Real quick, if you don't mind, what do you think of what the Cowboys got? Do you think it's okay what they got, and that those draft picks give them a lot of flexibility for moving around in the draft or get good players, or do you think that they just gave away a great player?
I think it got personal. I think Jerry's ego got involved a lot, and if you look at the Cowboys' draft history, anytime they're picking after about 19 or so, it does not go well at all. So, I'm assuming players like Mozzie Smith and Tyler Guyton is probably the players that they're going to be drafted. But I do like the idea that it gives you some flexibility to move up in the draft if things don't go well with Dak Prescott, which now seems more likely than ever. If you're playing from behind, if you don't have a great running game and your offensive line is only average, I think this could be the beginning of a significant rebuild for the Cowboys, as much as they go kicking and screaming towards a development like that. They don't like to rebuild.
We're bitter, Pete, because you guys keep kicking our ass in the playoffs. Now we just gave you our best player.
Hey, who knows? Maybe Arch Manning ends up in Dallas in a couple of years, right?
Hey, maybe.
Could happen. I guess that would be a satisfactory conclusion. Pete, appreciate your time. And Cowboys presser coming up in 1 hour, by the way, if you're interested in checking that out.
Yeah, very interested. Thanks. Thanks for having me on, guys.
There he goes, Pete Doherty, Green Bay Press-Gazette. So we've gotten James Slater, we've gotten Pete, the perspective here locally, nationally, and from afar. And coming up at 6 o'clock, we're going to do a Micah Parsons edition of the 6 o'clock sound off. And then at 6:30, we'll take you live to the Cowboys press conference as they, give you their perspective on the hows and the whys and the whats here on this trade. Again, Micah Parsons for 2-1s from Green Bay and defensive lineman Kenny Clark. Back into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius, the cheap bag of the day.
Oh, okay. I thought Lucius got bumped today. Big breaking news on the fan. I thought Lucius got bumped. Therefore, I stopped prepping.
Well, hey, we can go phone calls right now if you want, brother.
Nah, I'm just playing. I did it. I'm always on. Well, we can't do that if you want to. We can't do that if you want to. I still have some stuff on deck, though. Wow, crazy day, man.
Crazy.
G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the fan at 5:30. It's presented by Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. Shout out to my AC people. At Lucky Lucius P on social media if you want to send me something. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Day 3 for this champion audio. My man was insulted by his Jamaican neighbor. My man from Yard. Him from Yard. You go to the other side of the pond here, England. Man got assaulted, and he's telling the bobbies about it, the police. Apparently, he was confronting his Jamaican neighbor about the patois phrase, suck your mother. And he got popped in his face in front of his son, and he just listen.
The thing is, quickly, has anybody been injured? Yes, he hit on my face.
Where?
In front of my son, and he said I have to suck my mother.
Okay, saying such a mother is not an
No, for me it's not a good thing.
It's not gonna
so I am asking him if you did something with your mother or not.
I need to know.
Did you do something like this?
That's irrelevant.
I need to know. I need some clarification. Did you do something like that with your mother? What does that mean?
A lot going on there.
A lot going on. Hold on, let me get the vibes real quick, man. Man, to Green Bay of all places, bro.
I know.
Green Bay.
I know.
Lord. All right.
Packers.
Come on, man. Let's go to the Straight Game podcast. That's with Mike Bibby, Eddie House. Shout out to Eddie House in the building. And Ty Ellis. They had the Big Shaq on there. He's one of your favorite fat athletes, right?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Pat Riley was not a fan of that man gaining all that weight. Shaq is going to tell you a story about him and Pat and the weight.
The thing is...
No, that's not it, Lucius.
Like when I first got there, he was like, "Oh, your body fat needs to be 11." I was like,
Oh yeah.
"Do that."
Every Monday.
Yeah,
Bill Ferran.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. So he was you all know Pat is a stat guy. So one day he brought Alonzo Mourning and me and him in the office. He said, "Alonzo, take your shirt off." And Alonzo was built like a He-Man doll.
Right.
He's like, "I need you to look like this." And I was like, "Oh, look good." But then I pulled out my piece of paper on his ass. I said, but let me tell you something to this. This is how much I average on Alonzo. 39, 17, and 4.
Because he
so, yeah, I said, he got the six-pack and all that. I like to eat burgers. He like to eat salad. But this is what I average on him. I'm not doing that. So he didn't like the fact that I would stand up to him.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, and Alonzo Mourning was a little bit undersized, but Shaq did absolutely dominate him. That was a great combination there to have Shaq and Zoe on the same team, same time. But yeah, the thing with Shaq that I wouldn't worry about is I just care about how your feet move. And he was a guy that had the ability to pack on an extra 60 or 70 pounds and still be the quickest big man that I'd ever seen.
I like that Shaq documentary on HBO, his rookie year when he's going out there and he's playing against Patrick Ewing, and he almost blocks the shot. And inside his mind, Shaq says, uh-oh, I can do this. I almost blocked him.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm about to eat in this league.
When Shaq came into the league, what do you think he was, 260? I mean, he was lean at LSU.
Yeah. When I went to, I was school with him, 288.
Okay.
288, yeah.
Still an absolute
and then
monster.
He was playing
Yeah.
at like 415 at one point.
Yeah.
Jeez. Was that Suns or Celtic Shaq?
Yeah. the big.
Yeah, at the end there, it was bad.
When he would run and his lip would hit the bottom of his chin. It was crazy. Yesterday was a church day. Pray you got your blessing. There's a blessing out here for you. Please pray, people. Get close. Get close. Whatever entity you pray to it. I'm pretty sure my pastor, Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes, is going crazy with his cowboy news right now. I'm pretty sure. We got a pastor that's defending the hoes that go to his church.
All right.
Jesus hung out with the hoes too now. Hold on.
I want to say this to some of y'all when you come here. If you could just look at me.
Look at me.
Be careful how you talk about people. Some people don't know what church clothes are. And if you got so much to say, you take them shopping. So for everybody that want to get on Facebook and Instagram and TikTok talking about the hoes go to New Life.
Yeah.
You call them hoes, I call them souls.
Let's go.
And out of all due respect, check your mama's background.
Oh
man.
Oh man. Oh man. You
Do not judge.
You call them hoes, I call them souls, baby. I remember I was working out at 24-Hour Fitness, and me and this guy were going back and forth on this weight thing, on this machine. We got to talking to each other. He's like, hey, man, what you doing on Sunday, man? You want to go to church with me? I'm down with that. What church you go to? He said the name of the church, and then at the very end, he was like, man, there's some hoes up in there.
There's some hoes.
Oh, no, bro. Oh, no. All right, last one right here. We got some Army recruits. Look like they're fighting in the barracks.
Oh.
Okay. One of the soldiers has another one in a massive headlock.
Uh-oh.
Debilitating headlock. He's done for the day, right?
Tapping out.
You got to tap out, but he's not respecting the tap out. He will not let the man go. So you have a last resort at this point. What's your last resort, you think, fellas?
Bite.
You can bite. You can 100% bite.
Yeah.
You're gonna look crazy, but if you're down bad, you gotta bite.
You gotta bite. You gotta claw.
Rip
with
his
your
nuts
fingernails.
Okay, nuts.
Got to fight dirty somehow.
You gotta fight dirty.
Yeah.
Eye gouge.
Survival kicks in.
Okay, nuts. I like all of that.
We start with pride. We end with survival.
Okay. Well, this fella right here did grab the D.
Okay. Yeah.
Squeezed it until he
I'd
can
go
get-
for the beans more in the Frank, but I think
Right.
probably get a similar result.
I'm with you. But listen to the screams of this man, primal, as he was getting this. Ooh, fight.
Boy, take care of your business, bro. Y'all grown ass man, bro.
Why you get my bro?
Just them punches. Punches.
Ouch.
Hey, just stop swinging at his head, folks.
Stop
Yeah.
touching my Bro, let go, please, God, please, bro.
Stop.
I'm letting go, bro. I'm letting go.
Bro.
Bro, let go, man. Please, let go, man.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it hurt that bad.
Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know, bro.
I mean, he must have had a vice grip of giant strength. Okay, is it our Jamaican neighbor hit a man in front of my son? Is it the Eddie House and Ty Ellis with Shaq talking about Pat Riley wanted down at 11% body fat? Pastor defending the host, or a man knew how to.
Why you cut it off so fast? Why you cut it off so fast right there, Dawson?
Well, I got boss man on me.
Still have to get to where we got to get to, regardless. LA Live is next, regardless.
That's right.
We can float, baby.
Okay.
Float.
I wanted to get to the vote.
I want you to get that pressure off of you. Got pressure on you.
I do. I got pressure on me. Thank you.
Stand tall in
relieved
the pocket.
I do.
I can tell.
I could feel the pressure relief there, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, let it go, baby.
I'm still going to go with Jamaican neighbor, though.
Give me Fat Shaq.
Lucius?
There's some holes in this house. No, I'm going with the Army grip.
We tried it one. Wolchuk.
I think I got to go with Suck Your Mother.
Brian?
Fat Shaq.
By a score of 2-2, we have a tie.
Oh.
Is it Shaq talking Pat Riley? Is it the man with the Jamaican neighbor hit him in front of his son? We'll create an Insta poll at G-Bag Nation. Get on at G-Bag Nation and vote for this. Maybe share your thoughts on Micah Parsons. We are live at Jake's in Frisco. Come on by Jake's in Frisco. Looks like the rain is relenting. Fan Phenoms coming up at 7 o'clock. Cowboys presser coming up at 6:30. It's time now for a Micah Parsons phone call themed edition of LA Live. Here we stay in the Pimp Cup. Ms. Lucius.
Let's get into it right into the great Rick James.
Well, I like you, Squares.
Fire up this funk and let's have a toe. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
You know, what I really wanted to ask you is, have agents figured out your guys' pattern, and are they using it against you?
I don't think so. I mean, I feel comfortable. I mean, we've got Dak signed, we got CD signed, we got Jake Ferguson signed early, we got Osit signed. Every timing's different, every negotiation's different.
Well, I guess what I was...
So I don't think there's necessarily any type of thing to figure out here.
Okay, so from my perspective, if you want to go early and you take less than what you would get in free agency, you guys are very willing to do those deals.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been that way for a while.
Sure.
But if it's a really great player and they want to wait, I don't think they have any fear that you guys will actually move on.
Okay, well, I mean, that's to each his own.
That right there is the moment. That right there is the moment, in my opinion, is the moment that caused everything we see right here. I promise you. This is LA Live for Thursday, August 28th, 2025. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Hold up.
So all of my ladies.
Shout out to all the Lady Tolos that I know. Miss Dawn Shepard, Miss Pat, Miss Lady T. You guys know any Lady Tolos?
D. Couple here and there.
D, yeah.
There we go.
The one percenters.
Amy,
Michelle, my girlfriend.
There we go. Michelle, my girl.
Found out the wife was listening quite a bit the other night.
She explained to me about the Jamaican thing. That was a pretty bad thing, her being Jamaican.
You guys had the suck your mother conversation?
Yeah, she told me exactly what was going on. It's kind of like a boy thing. Like, you're being a boy. Kind of a thing. Yeah.
Little T-baby.
That's what you do, T-baby.
See that?
Yep.
Miss Jamie, Miss Miss Kay Hunter, how you doing? Miss Kim Elliott. Yeah. Shout out to all the ladies that listen. Yeah, your mother. Yep. Your mother, yeah, she does. And she participates. She participates as well.
She does.
She does.
Very active on social.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is Greystone-Roofing. Greystone-roofing.com. This one right here did it too, Dawson.
Mm-hmm. Right, and I'm like, well, why would they not just get this thing done if Micah really wants to be here? And I guess one is that he would have to take significantly less than market value for you guys to want to do that contract with him now. And the other would be, it is probably tens of millions of dollars in free brand awareness.
A lot of the things you just said are mostly inaccurate.
Okay.
How so? I'm not going to get into the details of a negotiation.
How so?
How so, baby?
How so?
I need a T-shirt that says "How so."
Yeah, explain yourself. What do you mean by
Tell
that?
us how so.
Tell us how so.
If that was the catalyst moment, all I can say is I'm sorry or you're welcome, depending on how you look at this trade.
Yeah. I don't want to believe that you had something to do with it, but I damn near do believe it, dude. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan. Let's get this over real quick so we can get to the phone calls. Ladies' night. Retired NFL player Darryl Buster Scrine has been arrested. He's got him.
Wrong. He's doing wrong.
Yeah, he's been doing wrong.
18
charges tied to fraud, man. And his name is Buster. Come on.
Two countries too, I believe.
Yeah, one in Canada.
Yep.
He was moving like $100,000. The Canadians had him locked up for. He cut off his ankle monitor and dipped to America. Wow. You better go to Bali, fam.
Yeah.
Very resourceful. I mean, even getting one of those ankle monitors off is tough.
Needs to go with that Louisiana prison guy they haven't caught yet.
Yeah. His target was women on dating sites. This is what the T-app was made for right here. These type of dudes. Busters.
Buster Skeen.
Buster Skeen. He scammed women out of roughly $300,000 to fund his lavish lifestyle. Buster's game was telling women fabricated stories about financial troubles and promising repayment from his NFL pension. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have gave him the money if he wasn't an NFL player. If it was me and I just asked for $25, I'll get called a loser and get put on a T-app asking for money. What a loser.
Some guys are good at that, like conning ladies out that are desperate for love.
Yeah, man. Go ahead, bro.
Common.
There's a
common con.
There's another cat in Florida. He has like green eyes, and he had 3 wives at the same time, all just taking money from them.
Is that the guy from the mugshot?
Yes.
That all the ladies liked?
Well, I don't know. He's got a mugshot. He's got green eyes. Not that guy.
Okay.
You're talking about that guy, dude. Whatever, mug something, whatever they call it.
Bro looked like a model.
Yeah, Felon Bay or whatever they call that fool.
Yeah.
He ended up being a model. He got a modeling contract. He was dating a billionaire heiress for a while, had a baby with her. Yeah, man. His life zoomed up. It zoomed up. But yeah, Buster was telling these women fabricated stories. I'm down and out, but I get that money on pay you back.
Yeah.
And he didn't have it.
Got my pension money coming from the NFL.
Yeah.
I could see it. It's a good angle.
What is it called when you marry several people at the same time?
Polygamy?
Polygamy, I believe.
No, something else, right? Polygamy is like we all decide to do this.
Oh, when you're doing this without the other ones knowing?
Yeah, nefariously.
Oh.
It's not buggery. Buggery is with the animals, right?
Buggery.
Yeah. Oh,
What's the buggery?
Yeah, that's the animals. I don't know what it's called. No.
Adultery?
No, that's not it.
No.
I thought it was polygamy. I thought that was something.
That's we all decide. It's something else. I don't know. I can't go to the Googles right now, but I'm gonna keep moving. Yeah, Buster would get these monies, they deposit in their account, and he would dip and use the money to go shopping, get Airbnbs, and travel and purchase gift cards. I'm pretty sure he was hanging out with other women, swooning them, so he can later get their monies. And
He's kind of a handsome guy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, makes me want to cut off my locks.
Yeah.
Maybe they call it bigamy?
Bigamy! That's why I said buggery. Bigamy. There we go.
Buggery, bigamy, boo.
Yeah.
Hickory dickory dock.
Yeah, they got him. They're sitting him down. They're probably going to run his pockets, make him pay everybody back. Sheesh. Shout out to the U.S. Open. Miss Taylor Townsend. Got it cracking yesterday. Yeah, she had enough of that.
She had enough of that gal she was playing.
Yeah, she was standing on her square. Taylor Townsend is ranked 139, and she beat the 25th best player.
Yeah.
What, Jelena? I don't know, man.
She got that. Jelena got mad at her at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Like called her out and
Yeah,
all that. And, you know.
I've seen the tennis people talking about that. Some people say, oh, she was in the right because there's an unwritten rule. And then other people say, I've never even heard that rule being pressed on people. So, I don't know. But there's another tennis player, Sachia Vickery.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Google her name up and put OnlyFans beside it and check the images, okay?
Oh, no.
Yeah. She has made a dating policy be known. She wants everybody to know about this. Anyone that wants to shoot their shot at her, she requires a $1,000 pre-date deposit.
There you go.
$1,000 pre-date deposit.
Wow.
I can't hate. Get your money. If somebody would pay for it, let them pay for it. Yeah. Children and fools out here. She says she is no longer will date for free due to behavior of men.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what you fools did, but she's not
going
like
to make some money.
I'm sure she's going to find a great guy. A guy that's willing to spend $1,000 to go on a date with her is an absolute schmo of all-time record proportions.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I think there's some marks like that got big money, though, that probably think it's a deal.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I think there's a lot of guys out there that, don't see that it's that big of an obstacle for them.
Yeah, it feels like it gets him to the front of the line, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's time for the big checkbook to come through here and date this one, boys.
Yeah. She even posted receipts online to show that there has been such payments.
Wow. That's nasty word.
That is gross. That is gross. She also has an OnlyFans account. She calls it the easiest money she has ever made.
I bet it is.
She says she does not post nudity or sexual acts on this account. That's why I asked you to go check it out real quick to let me know. I also put, when I put somebody's name, I want to check out their OnlyFans. I put their name. I put Reddit and OnlyFans. Hopefully somebody on Reddit hacked it and showed me a few photos. So, just giving you some game out there.
Back channeling it.